And we're live. What's going on, everyone? It's Talks with Kenny. It's Live with Kenny, episode, 75? I'm just trying to make sure everything works okay. So, let me see. You guys are on. What's up? How are you guys going? Watch party time. So, there's some polls that already started closing here. I'm using the Daily Wire. I will be jumping around throughout the stream. So I think here I got, hopefully the quality ain't too bad. Hopefully it gets better over time. So I got News Nation, TYT, the Sky News, Valuetainment, and Daily Wire is what I'm gonna be using for my coverage of election night, for the most part. So let me just get this thing going, because I haven't. The only thing I have concerns about, guys, is the fact that there's going to be a lot of buffering here. So I'm just trying to figure this stuff out. That's why I kind of started a little early, just to give myself some time. Yeah, this is it's not a smooth experience. Let me see. Okay, I think it's getting better, but yeah, hopefully it don't buffer out on me. Hopefully. I really wanted to cover this. I wanted to watch it with you all. So I have News Nation up and running right now, and maybe hear some of their coverage, since right now the polls just closed. So hopefully we get something. Give me a sec. I don't know why it's so bad. Give me 1 second. American said, I voted Trump today. I'm glad you did. I think many people are happy. We'll see. We'll see where it's going today. We'll see how things turn out. It's not letting me change the latency. I don't understand why. See, this is what happens when you want to stream. Your connection was good, and then now it ends up being bad. This is why I hate about this thing. So they already started calling some elections. So here's my best attempt at making sure you guys watch. Let me know if it's choppy. Hopefully it's not. So let's play some music, some volume here. Come on, what's going on? Lagging much? Come on. I hate when it does this stuff. Hold on, give me 1 sec as I try to get this thing working.
11 electoral college votes up for grabs. DDHQ projecting Donald Trump will win the state. Again, some counties there that we will be looking at. And in the Commonwealth of
Hopefully
Virginia,
this is not too bad.
remember,
Let me know how
this
this.
was a state that went
Let me
for
know how
Joe
this
Biden
plays.
and then elected a Republican governor. 13 electoral college votes up for grabs. Donald Trump visited there this weekend. And as of right now, DDHQ is not ready to make a call because it is still too early. It is going to be a really interesting moment over the next couple of hours, guys, Chris and Elizabeth, to look at Virginia.
So we won
And
Idaho
there are
already.
counties, especially up around
With
Washington,
39%
D.C.,
of
that
the
are
vote.
breaking for Kamala Harris, but not at the same margins they did for Joe Biden. We look down to Newport News, where there's a huge military sort of footprint, if you will. If that starts to break towards Donald Trump, that tells you, and we can extrapolate that through Pennsylvania and probably through Michigan, Donald Trump's having a good night.
In that batch of states, though, no surprise.
Give me 1 second. So this is what happens when you got a bunch of streams going on at once. It's taking a lot out of my speed. So what I'm doing in the background right now is I'm closing off a lot of the live streams. I'll just search it up and be like, hey, let's see what this person is doing, what these individuals doing. But the decision desk already called it for Kentucky, I believe, and Indiana, if I remember correctly. So let's get back to the coverage.
Surprises.
No, and there never is. Those are the states that we know from polling, from history. We see a couple of votes in the very beginning, and you
Why
can project
why
that
now,
that's where
YouTube,
they're
huh?
going to go. the question is going to be, and the biggie in this is Georgia. We were told by Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary
Hopefully
of
it's not
State,
too
we
bad,
got
guys.
80% of the vote, somewhere between 8:30 and 9 o'clock.
80% of total votes?
80% of total votes.
Yeah.
That means all the early votes, absentee ballots, and today voting.
Yeah, and you
Boy, are
think
they efficient.
Well,
That is
they are efficient, and they've had record turnout. So the whole, remember the narrative when the All-Star game got taken away from Georgia, it was Jim Crow 2.0. I think we can disprove that with tonight's election.
And some of them, like South Carolina, I remember a little bit of talk with Obama that maybe he would have a chance there, but I don't think a Democrat has won there since like Carter or something like that is probably the last.
Yeah, so some of the things that I've been wanting to highlight too is that the Democrats been having a lot of these polls that come out, like many people are calling them suppression polls. I'm happy that I spoke too soon. The minute I say that, minute I think the stream is getting better, it gets buffering, but I digress. So as you guys see, Kentucky got called, Indiana got called, Trump got some early percentages. I wanted to go around, flip around, switch around. Oh, they got Ron Paul on here as well. I like News Nation. They're pretty fair and balanced, right? They're more, I think, center left, if I'm being honest, if I'm being objective. Also got TYT booted up here as well, so we're probably going to check in. So give me a sec. I'll let this play in the background. My wife's going to get me pizza, so I'm trying to get what I'm saying. Wait, hold on tight, guys. Oh, don't do this to me now. Give me one second. Yo, YouTube is not liking me today. I don't know what is going on. Give me 1 second while I get News Nation to act right. I lost my entire thing. My entire thing just crashed, guys. Give me one. Hold up. Give me 1 second while I get this thing right back up. That is ridiculous. I literally crashed my entire stream. That's crazy. Give me 1 second, guys. Hopefully it's still streaming. Hopefully. I don't know. I can't verify, but hopefully everything was still streaming while I was away, because that was some craziness right there. The fact that it crashed. YouTube, man, y'all gotta do better, man. YouTube, we gotta do better. YouTube gotta do better. Am I alive? Am I alive? Yes, I am. Okay, guys, I'm back. I just literally just crashed on, like, the entire website just crashed on me trying to watch. It's gonna do it again, isn't it? The things I do, the things I go through, right? So we're doing this live, obviously. Hopefully this works. I never had this issue. This is what I was concerned about when I say I don't know how I'm gonna cover it. Give me 1 second while I try to fix this damn thing. So give me 1 second. You guys can see that? Yes, you can. And then here I'm back. After some technical difficulties, I will replay the stream. And now it won't let me. There's the volume.
You can't vote in a coal mine. I don't know why they're saying
that
over and over, but they are at Fox News. Please stop. Rove says that New Hampshire, because of the strong showing of Kelly Ayotte for governor, is going to be very close. He wouldn't hedge on a prediction, but if that's the case, then it's going to be a long night for Kamala Harris.
But listen, you know what they're doing. I mean, you can argue with their style, but this race is close, and people are looking for indications of outcome. And they're looking at New Hampshire.
I think what my mistake is, I'm trying to put it in full screen.
If Trump can make it close,
I think that's my mistake here.
Then who knows where else it is close. I heard the same thing about urban turnout.
What is you guys' preferences?
Three.
Full screen or just leave it as side by side? I think it's easier for me to play it like this. You guys kind of could hear the background stuff, because I think that'll be the easier thing for me to do, because this thing just crashed on me and I'm not trying to have a repeat. But my question here is, for some of you guys in the comment section, I wanted to get some engagement here while we're still waiting for more results to come in. and then we'll flip around the channels. I got TYT, like I stated before. I got Daily Wire. I got Sky News. I wanted Sky News because I wanted to see how people outside of the U.S. is how they see our election and try to see the difference between coverage of news outlets that's in our country versus outside of our country. So I think that would be a good like kind of holistic perspective that I can like showcase on my channel on this watch party. But yeah, I think it's going to be a close election, guys. Obviously, I think I would like best case scenario, Trump wins all the swing states. Worst case, Kamala wins 2 out of the 3. I got good connection again, but YouTube's giving me something a question mark saying is questionable. But um Americans say he voted today. He voted Trump. I want to know where you guys are from just to get an idea where everyone is in the state. So if you don't mind, drop where state you're voting from. What are you thinking about the election? How you think the election is going to go? Honestly, I think Trump's off to a good start. I mean, there was a lot of information out there. If I let me give a break on the coverage real quick. And Decision Deck, everyone's getting their data from Decision Desk. LJ Taylor says she's voted from Texas. Yeah, that's a safe red state. I voted from Florida. So everyone, for some reason, there was rumors that Democrats thought that they could win Florida, which I laughed. I was like, "Yo,
ideas that
you guys are smoking
undermine
something."
the traditions that hold us together.
Yeah, I think this is what's taking up a lot of my buffer space. But as you can see from the electoral map, I wish they can show more. But as you can see, with 52% of the vote, Trump got a sizable lead on Kamala Harris with 6% of the vote. With 6% of it already has a 6-point advantage. 26% of the votes already in. South Carolina, that's safe red. North Carolina already got called. Kentucky already got called. Indiana already got called. If you're just joining in, New Hampshire is still leaning. Damn, that's Vermont. Of course, Vermont already got called for Kamala. So Trump already starting off strong with 28. To me, 6%. I'll say if within like 40% of the vote, if Florida, like they should call Florida after 40%, because I don't think DeSantis run this state 2022 by 19 percentage points. So I don't see Florida breaking from that. But decision desk, they got the decision desk already here. My connection's a lot better now, so I feel a lot confident switching through the tabs again. So enough of my commentary. Let's listen in on the live commentary on more real time of what's going on.
Coverage, Joe Biden's name, the president of the United States, who is, I think, at the White House watching returns. His name has not come up until Bill O'Reilly said it. Bill, you have been extraordinarily critical of President Biden. If Kamala Harris is elected, is that not vindication for him?
No, he's still going to go down as the second worst president in history. It's just a vilification of Donald Trump if Harris wins. It's the same vote that it was 4 years ago, either pro-Trump or against Trump.
Yeah.
All right, Kamala Harris made no inroads anywhere with anybody because she couldn't answer a question. She has no well-defined policies. We don't know what she'll do in Ukraine. We don't know what she'll do in Gaza, how to bring down inflation. She's going to stop price gouging, but she doesn't explain how. She doesn't care about the border, in my opinion. So anybody voting for her and thinks that she's a policy genius is a moron.
That's a truth right there, because honestly, I agree with that synopsis. I really honestly believe that it's still going to be like Trump, even though it's supposed to be a referendum on the Democrats, their party, what they have done, how they led us here. They still people still are voting only on Trump. And I said this in my latest video that I released today, that no one can make a compelling case for Kamala Harris. Like, try it. Try to make a case. Even if you try to play devil's advocate for pitching why someone should vote for Kamala Harris, you can't make a pitch for Kamala Harris by herself without somehow tying Trump into the conversation. It's literally impossible. I've seen it in my comment section. No one can do it. No one can do it. So everything is about Trump, 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 Trump. But in my view, I think compared to 2020, there's less of that Trump derangement syndrome. Even the most Trump deranged person can't deny that, he had a good economy. You got Obama trying to take credit for that economy, right? But they don't want to take responsibility for messing it up, right? Trump, oh, you had a good economy. He didn't have to do nothing. Okay. How come when Biden got this new economy, he messed it up? And this is something that, the Democrats have to actually answer for. And here's a Democratic strategist. I want to hear her commentary on this. And then, we could flip to another channel, maybe TOIT, if you guys feeling more, if you want to hear a progressive's point of view. Maybe if you're interested in Sky News, let me know in the comment section so I could jump coverage. But let's hear a little bit what this Democratic strategist has to say.
Understanding the places that have the highest propensity as well as the low propensity voters, extending into the rural suburbs, extending into urban areas as well, and reaching multiple demographics with those. And I think you laughed a little bit before, but it's not actually funny. Community validators. Those validators matter. That is actually a strategic plan out of the Obama playbook, where you take people who are already trusted folks in the community. They act as surrogates. They're folks who can bring their people out, whether this is folks talking to those in the barbershops, people in the clergy and church community, members of the Divine Nine, Black fraternities and sororities, HBCUs, the Latino population, the Latino demographics, all of these people matter. So she's been able to expand the Democratic tent, but also to really reach into these demographics that may have previously wanted to sit this election out entirely.
Yeah. Hey, Misha, I'm curious. Kamala Harris clearly made a decision in the last 2 days, last 48 hours, 72 hours of her campaign, not to even mention Donald Trump by name. This is at a time when there's been a lot of people, even Trump's allies, saying he seemed to be going pretty far off message in some of his closing rallies. What do you make of that strategy by Harris not to even say his name?
Extremely smart. When you see somebody shooting themselves in both feet, there is no need to pile on. Donald Trump made a lot of consequential missteps, the Madison Square Garden rally being one of them. But in addition to that,
How you guys feel about that? I think in general, people don't care what a comedian has said on a Trump rally that Trump then himself did not say anything, right? And I find it interesting that the Democrats don't want to mention Joe Biden. They don't want Joe Biden have any part in their watch party. Like right now, I'm trying to multitask because I'm not trying to put too much pressure on my stream. But there's a news outlet that the Daily Wire just highlighted that President Biden won't attend Kamala's election night watch party. Like, imagine that. Imagine that. Right? And this idea about Trump's messaging. Who cares about the closing argument? Like, Trump's a known product. Like, I don't think Trump needs to hone in on the message as much as these Democratic strategists are trying to imply. I think this is just them trying to find an angle to just take a shot at Trump. But if someone's a known product, doesn't the action speak for itself? Like right now, my son's fascinated with Lionel Messi right now, right? Does Lionel Messi need to give you a closing argument on why he's a great soccer player, if not the greatest soccer player to ever live? Sorry, football player to ever live? No, because we've seen his track record. We've seen what he done on the court before, on the field before. Lionel Messi needs no introduction. That's how I see Trump's campaign. So I don't think the fact that Trump wasn't as disciplined in his closing message as people would like, I think normal political wisdom does not really apply to Trump. But I digress. I want to switch it up just a little bit, maybe switch up some coverage. So we went from center left news outlet. I want to take a peek at Sky News. Sorry. Damn, I don't have Sky News up. Hold on, give me a sec. Yes, I do. Okay. Sky News is the only stream that is consistently playing without it crashing, which is a very wonderful sight that I see. So let's play some of the let's tap in a little bit to what Sky News is doing and see how they're interpreting the events that's going on in the United States. Give me 1 second while I try to find the mute button.
Getting some of those more wavering suburban voters that are more diverse and more affluent, then then she could well keep this state blue. And that is hugely significant because it was Republican for nearly 30 years. And I think it would be a sign of changing demographics here. You've seen a lot of change, a population explosion really, away from the sort of urban center of Atlanta towards the suburbs, more college-educated people as well that Kamala Harris has been trying to get on side. I'm actually in a bar in Atlanta and I am surrounded by alumni from Howard University. Of course, that is the university where Kamala Harris attended. And they say that there's kind of huge enthusiasm, that this feels like a vital moment that they have seen between men and women, this kind of desire to really come to the wicket for her, that this is the moment not only for a female president, but for a female president of color too. And they are very hopeful tonight that they just might be able to keep Georgia in that blue lane. And
Yeah, in my prediction, I think if you guys watched the videos that I did, I think in my prediction I said that I had a strong. I don't know why. If Kamala was to win one of the swing states, I thought it would be Georgia for some reason, and that's because of the fact that it went blue before, and it seemed like it's been like staunchly blue, split, like kind of in the middle more than other swing states, other than Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. But for the most part, I think Atlanta's going red. I honestly, like, to me, if you were to ask Skinny, is Trump going to sweep all the all the swing states? I say I'll give it a 60% chance that's happening, 70% chance that Kamala wins 2 out of the 7, but I don't see Kamala winning no more than 3 swing states, honestly. And it depends what those 3 swing states are. And we're gonna get more polls coming in soon. More data is gonna come through. So far, the commentary here, I don't know. From an outsider's perspective, it's interesting to see how the world's seeing us. North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. In 9 minutes, we're gonna find out some of the early votes. Dance with Incel says he don't know about Atlanta. I don't know. I'm shaky. I'm not as confident with Atlanta as I feel about, like, let's say Arizona. Las Vegas is in that bracket too. Apparently with Pennsylvania, they just put out some economist or some economic political guy came out and said that it's going to be the same thing in 2020, that it's going to take weeks for Pennsylvania because they still haven't counted in the mail-in ballots. And this is some of the stuff that gets people questioning the integrity of the election. It's because you do stuff like that. Like why can't you count the mail-in ballots after the deadline is closed? Like, make it make sense. Here in Florida, we got about like 10 million people in this state, I think, right? And we're able to count all our votes like that. And you're telling me little Atlanta, Philadelphia, you can't count all the mail-in ballots after the cutoff date? Like, I think the last day to put in a mail-in ballot or request a mail-in ballot is like November 3rd. November 4th, you can't already start counting the mail-in ballots? Like, make it make sense. This is the kind of stuff that gives people doubt on our election system. But I digress. I want to check out this coverage here. I'm going to tap in real quick. This is Sky News. They're more on the outside. This is an outsider perspective looking in on the American politics. Let's get back into it.
Of Trump supporters.
This is in West Palm Beach, in my state of
MAGA
Florida.
Capes. You can see them just gathering at the front of stage, where we expect Donald Trump to appear at some point through the night to give a speech, and that is the big question. Does he
At least he has a lead,
the story or
2% lead in Georgia. We can check the map again.
An election process that has been rigged. He did it in 2020.
How you guys doing? I hope you guys are doing good. I hope you guys are comfortable.
In terms of the perception of his supporters, what he says in this.
Hope you guys not too stressed out about the
We're
election.
in touch with a Trump campaign advisor, and they're talking up their chances, feeling good, buckling in for a long night, to use their expression, especially given the news of delayed counts. They're looking at unusual states, Mark. The likes of Virginia, New Jersey, New Hampshire, and New Mexico.
Yeah, the
They
next 7.
that if Trump can do it there, or comes even close, then it's...
Yeah, the next 7 minutes is going to be very important. I'm going to jump around Valuetainment has something going on. I don't know if I want to go back to News Nation because News Nation, I felt like they did pretty good commentary. Let's go Twitter surfing a little bit. Maybe I could do Twitter surfing. Let's see how people on social media are going. Oh my God, that is insane. Hey, we got some good news. Exit polls: Trump has a 25% with black men in Georgia. Remember how I said on this channel, hey, I just need 20% black men. I just need 20% of y'all. And we can make some big changes in this election. We can get a lot of political, I guess, leverage in this situation. My answer, hey, my prayers might have been answered. Damn. A huge gain with independence for Trump. Polls show that Trump aren't in exactly close race. Roe is pissing me off. Exit poll so huge, grain of salt, but if this is true, this is wild. Yeah, that would be insane. 25% of men, black men in Georgia, went for Trump. I'm starting to feel a little bit more confident about Georgia now. Now, Atlanta, I think that's going blue. That ain't going nowhere. I'm just being honest with you. Atlanta might be going blue, right? But I'm going to stream when there's enough data to give an informed opinion about who will be winning. That's fine. I mean, right now we're just waiting around, really. No matter who wins tonight, your side or the other side, remember that the other side is our family and friends and other fellow Americans. Tell that to the Democrats because I already showed. Look, I already said it. If you know me, I already put the data out there. Democrats are more likely to disown people if they have a different political opinion, unfriend people if they have a different political opinion. That's a Democrat problem, right? They conflate. This is what you're up against. So Kamala casting their ballots for her just because she's a woman and reproductive rights. Yeah, that's a problem I've been noticing a lot in this election. Here's a 20-second clip. I'm gonna try to focus on the clips because obviously you're here for the coverage, and we got 7 minutes.
I did have the pleasure of going to the Kamala rally a couple days ago, and I'm really feeling inspired to protect women's rights and my own body.
And is that the same thinking among your circle of friends, your family? Is that a major issue for folks?
Absolutely, yes. All women's rights, and also just seeing a female leader for the very first time in the U.S. would be amazing.
Yeah, and your thoughts on that?
What it like? This is why I say identity politics. This is a referendum on identity politics. Like this is why they voted for Harris. Really? This is why. I know I got 7 minutes before they drop the next data set, but like, is it that good? Like, imagine if someone said, "Oh, I just want the first black basketball player to play in the NBA," but what if he's trash? What if he's not good? You're gonna make what? Black people look bad? Like, come on. At least put someone qualified that just happens to be a woman. But this is Kamala Harris. Like,
how you doing? Have you voted already? Give me a second. Okay? You did. Thank you.
It's a camera. Look, you saw it. That or it's someone's FaceTime. Okay, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Missouri, Milwaukee, Wisconsin election official announced that they are counting 30,000 absentee. I can't speak today, guys. Absentee ballots after discovering that the scanning machine door wasn't properly closed. Like, come on, y'all can't be doing this type of stuff, bro. People are gonna start doubting the election now, bro, because of this stuff. This is some ridiculous ish. I think it's the Daily Wire taking up all my buffering, bro. Give me 1 second while I refresh Daily Wire. I want to see what they have to say. Actually, honestly, let me go into their coverage of the election, seeing how they see things, because I'm using their map to kind of see what's going on, right? To visualize what's going on, because it's hard to keep track of all the states that's going on right now. We still got, I believe 2 minutes before before Ohio, North Carolina, and Virginia drops. So for now, I kind of want to tap in on Daily Wire, see what they got going on here, and see some of their coverage on that. So we went from center, we went from international with Sky News. Now we're jumping to the conservative perspective and angle, kind of how they're seeing things and some of their insights on if it loads. Come on, Daily Wire. Now they got a lot of stuff going on this webpage too. So that's probably what's taking up all the buffering, and then I'm streaming at the same time. The things I do for the election, right, guys? Hold on one sec. Let me. Hopefully this helps because there's like too many things going on for this
The
thing.
table were
There you
top
go.
rate. Like I was really.
Give me 1 second, guys, because it don't like streaming and then me trying to share at the same time. Give me 1 sec. 2% of the proceeding into Kentucky, and they're already
And
able
then,
to call it.
of course, the same thing happened as we walked through the Gospels, and it was great. And I hope that we did as good a job or better, both on the discussion side and on the production side, with the Gospel seminar as with the Exodus seminar, and I think we did. And we got down to brass tacks, and I've learned. This is a revolutionary thing, I've learned that all the evidence supports the notion that we see the world through a story.
How you guys feel about Jordan Pearson? I don't know, man. I don't know if I just don't relate to him anymore, but a part of me is like, yo, sometimes he could be long-winded. Sometimes, I mean, I'm long-winded. I think I am. I think I am. I could be long-winded at times too, but I think he has a lot of interesting ideas. I think, like it goes back to the point I said, like when I made my prediction video that, the most unpredictable element in this election is humans, right? We're both thinking and feeling creatures, and how we interpret things, how we perceive things really. And this election is prime example of that. You saw the woman. You saw those female voters that vote for Kamala Harris. You heard what she say. I'm voting for reproductive rights, but it seemed like these women only think reproductive rights is abortion. Stories we tell ourselves, right? And I think having this psychological perspective. Damn, Trump's still only up 6%. It doesn't matter in Florida, but it's this like kind of rationalization that women do. These young women doing I just want to see a first female president. But is she a good female president? What if this female president happens to be the next reincarnation of Hitler? Would you still want that female president just to make history? And this is the kind of things that many people tell themselves. Many stories they tell themselves. I don't know what just happened to my feed. Give me 1 second, because I think we should be getting the new polls now. Yeah, I think it's Daily Wire. Daily Wire is really taking up they're really taking up my buffer space. Sorry, Daily Wire, I have to close you out because this is ridiculous. Oh, I think my wife's here with the pizza. Give me 1 second, guys, while I try to reset up the feed. Dark Mega. Pizza's here? Okay. Give me a sec. So are we gonna jump back to News Nation? I'm gonna leave it playing the coverage. Hopefully it's breaking something at least. Okay.
I'm almost as into Nash County right now as I am into Forsyth County. I really like you.
I'll be right
Nash
back, guys.
County.
Yeah.
I'm almost as into Nash County right now as I am into Forsyth County. I really like you, Nash County.
What happened?
And I like Nash County so much because this is the battle of the two this is the battle of the two low propensity voters. This is a county that you can see there.
News Nation, don't do this to me. All right? News Nation. What y'all doing, bro? What y'all doing? Why y'all buffering? Ain't my internet. I see excellent connection here. What News Nation? Come on. Let me buffer. This is one thing about election night. So many people are going on these websites that that is literally slowing everything down. Right? You can't watch nothing, nada. Right? Because they just finished getting the numbers for North Carolina just dropped too. So I kind of wanted to get some coverage on that. Then we're gonna go TYT, the Young Turks, progressive news. See how the lefties are seeing this. All right. So let's get back to the sound. Come on.
Wisconsin, and that's the night. That is his fastest route. Kamala Harris's route is a little more complicated. She's got to take the whole Rust Belt and then take Nebraska's 2nd congressional district, and she gets to 270.
Nebraska's 2nd congressional district? Is that
Nebraska and Maine.
Why?
Because Nebraska and Maine assign their electoral college votes.
There's that single district
by congressional district. Whoever takes the state
This is
gets
New
the
Hampshire?
Senate votes,
Damn.
and then congressional district.
This is a close one.
So Kamala Harris's easiest path to victory is the blue wall, which are the Rust Belt states, plus Nebraska.
Plus Nebraska.
That's
none of those have closed yet.
None of
So the
them.
fact that we've got Georgia votes starting to come in,
Debbie, you got
she's
destroyed.
getting a huge number of
Sorry.
votes in the 8 o'clock hour.
I got to go with Rick.
North Carolina.
Those are the two to watch right now.
If you're not from Florida, Rick Scott has been in every level of government here in Florida. Like, Rick Scott is so like well known in the state of Florida. Like, you were supposed to lose by 10 percentage points, Debbie. You probably losing by more. This man used to be the governor of Florida. I think he was a congressman. I wasn't old enough to know who Rick Scott was, but I was old enough to remember that he was a governor for like the past 8 years after Jeb Bush, I believe. Now he's our senator, and you think he was gonna beat him? Hey, at this point, Democrats, you wasting money here in Florida. I always said it. Look, Florida's a red state now. You should look at Florida the same way you look at Texas. Like, you ain't coming back from that. Like, ain't no chance in hell y'all gonna win. But y'all gotta keep trying, right?
Right, because the sort of suburban wealthy suburbs of Atlanta aren't that much different than the suburban wealthy suburbs of Philadelphia or Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I think you could argue Florida is a different state than it was. A post-COVID Florida is probably a different state than it was years ago, and then looks like it's going really red tonight so far, by the way. But look, we have some votes. I can go to some vote totals. It's interesting in both Florida and Georgia if we go to the wall. By the way, I should explain this throughout the night when we look at raw totals at 4.5 million to 3.6 million. We have this thing called win probability that you've probably seen on the screen. It'll be up on our big board as well. Basically 60-40 Trump, but that's the odds of one winning versus the other. So the Florida vote is going to go, and the Senate race where Rick Scott is running is tracking in a similar fashion. The results
call the state already
for Trump.
Hey, look, call the state. Hey, look, you heard it here first. So Talks with Kenny calls the state for Donald Trump, Florida. We call Florida for Donald Trump already because he's up 10% already. And the opening, he was up 6% early voting. Then he shot up to 10%. I'm calling the state right now. Florida, hey, put a check on it. It's done. Put a fork in it. It's done. It's a wrap. It's done. I don't know. I don't know what else I'm waiting for. I don't know what decisions that's waiting for. I'm calling it right now. Let me continue, though. Let's hear him out.
We can go historical comparison on this if we want. Statewide in Florida compares 2020 numbers, 2024 numbers, with almost 60% of the vote in. He's tracking ahead of that. Again, red numbers that the Republicans will like in Florida. We got the first batch of votes in Georgia. I was just looking.
Imagine he's doing better. He's doing better than what Biden was doing. He's doing better than he was doing in 2020.
At the analysis.
Yeah, you don't want to call the state? I would have called it. I'm just being honest.
We'll come out for a second here from DDHQ on this and bring up the state of Georgia, the first real swing state that we're watching, and they were positive for Trump. Again, this early, go historical comparison. Keep in mind it's only 8% of the vote in, but why are they positive for Trump? Some of these, just looked at this before I ran up here, real red counties down in the southeastern part of the state. Trump's running up the score. Yep. So this one, Camden County, they already have 78. See down here at the bottom, they have 78% of the vote in. And Trump was at 64, now he's at 67.5. And right next to it, you see the same thing in a place like Brantley County, again, where they have a decent amount of their vote in, guys. Trump's tracking a little bit ahead. So that looks like, Chris is right, it wouldn't be a surprise if Georgia of the two, North Carolina, Georgia, if you're Harris, you probably think maybe I got a better shot in North Carolina. I heard you guys talking about the split earlier, but the early numbers, and it's early, are good for Trump in Georgia.
So I want to bring in Frank Luntz, who is, a pollster legend, understands the country very well. And this
I'm gonna wait for his commentary. Then I'm gonna switch to TYT. We're gonna see what the leftists think.
Because I know you care about this stuff as well. My producer, Ben Norbitz, is tracking allegations that come up of funky stuff at the polls and what the realities are. So there's stuff that's running around on social media that we can correct very quickly. In Nevada, there has been a significant level of rejected ballots due to matching signature issues in a county that is a Democrat stronghold. Now, I went through this today when I was voting. This is a thing, signature matching. I know it harkens to the issue of voter ID, but that's not my point, not tonight. So they are going through that process. Voters can take steps to cure the rejected ballot through November 12. So the idea that there is nothing you can do, that's not true. In Milwaukee, Wisconsin, there was an issue with ballot tabulators. All right, the doors weren't being properly closed. What does that mean? They have to retabulate 30,000 votes. The suggestion it won't be able to happen, untrue. They're going to be able to get it done. They're still on time. Polling.
I ain't gonna lie, Chris Cuomo, you taking too long with this damn question, okay? Too many contexts right here. Sorry, guys. My wife just brought me some food. She know I'm gonna be here for a while, so she decided to give me some dinner. Appreciate your wives, people. But yo, Chris Cuomo, you still talking? I need to hear Frank Lunk so I can go to TYT and see what people I heavily disagree with has to say about this coverage. Okay, here he is. He's about to ask him right now. Let's go.
At this point on Election Day.
It's almost exactly what I expected, and it's what the polls showed. The fact is, there has been no last-minute surge for Trump, no last-minute surge for Harris. In fact, all 7 states, I believe, by the time the counting is done, all 7 of them will be within 3%. Some of them are going to be within 1%. That's how close this is. So we're not going to get a result tonight or tomorrow night. I don't want people turning
Tomorrow
up the
night.
channel, so I apologize for that. But everything says that this is going to take a while to do. And
doesn't it baffles the mind that America, we're supposed to be the best country in the world, right? We're supposed to be one of the top developing countries, one of the highest, the top global powers in the world, and we can't decide our election within a day. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. I digress.
That when you look at it, probably the key vote that will determine this is going to be Hispanic. What they do in Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nevada. In the end, they may make a small percentage of the population, but they are essential in whoever getting a majority of the vote. And one last group, Dearborn, Michigan, Arab Americans, Muslim Americans. There could be up to 100,000 voters considering whether or not to participate. We do not know what the turnout is among those people right now and whether or not they skipped the presidential ballot. But make no mistake, they in Michigan and union members in the industrial states and Latinos in Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, and Pennsylvania, those are the key votes, and that's going to determine who wins and who loses.
Frank, you brought up Arab population.
Did I see my eyes, or did Ohio? I saw Ohio up with Trump up like 5 or 7 percentage points. I might have to go back and check.
As a member of the Mishpucha, what about the 300,000 or so Jewish voters around Philadelphia who may have hard feelings about the hard left?
And in fact, let me put some statistics behind it. I've seen polling within the Jewish community that shows only 60% going for Harris, and that's historically very, very low. Traditionally, Democratic, Jewish.
They already called it?
Vote Democrat.
So West Virginia, Trump, they already called it for Trump with 3% of the vote in West Virginia.
25. So if it really is 60-40 in Pennsylvania, that's going to make a big difference. And that's why we are, even now with the polls closing, we are still wondering what's going to happen when this is all over.
What is your biggest thing to watch? You said the Latino vote. Specifically, are you looking at a number of counties? Is this going to be another one of those races where it comes down to
Trump's up 9 in Ohio,
counties
guys.
in the country that determines the race?
Exactly. It's specific groups in specific regions in specific states.
It just jumped to 12%.
The other states really don't matter. And I'll be watching that, but I'm more concerned about what you just described in the opening of this segment. The fact that we're already seeing some irregularities, at least accusations of them. And I'm most concerned that the American people trust the electoral process and have faith and confidence that every vote from every legal voter is counted and every count is verified.
So the decision desk is saying that Georgia and North Carolina are too close to call. Not sure what's like so close to call. Let me just this holds across swing states. Hey, here's some snippet, guys. I found some interesting. Here's an interesting clip. This is a 19-second clip. I think you guys would be happy if you're a Trump guy. You're happy about this. Apparently, there's a 20-point swing from independents in Georgia heading to Trump. This is an interesting one to watch.
Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia, Jake.
Wow.
Joe Biden won independent.
I had to hear that again. Wow, 20-point swing from independents. If this holds up across all the swing states, guys, hey, look, clean sweep. They say black people don't vote. Well, we voted for Trump. Oh, sorry, guys. Let's look. Breaking Trump. Oh, nope. Legacy me hope that a hoax that they keep Donald Trump Jr. away. It won't work. Let's see. Okay. So let's check out what clip from MSNBC, because I'm not watching MSNBC. I am not watching MSNBC. I can't put myself through that torture. I'm already going to watch TYT after I show you guys some of these clips. And then we'll jump into another real-time coverage.
70 million plus that will be voting for a man who said he was going to assassinate for treason the chairman of the Joint Chiefs because he didn't support him on January the 6th, who has said just in the recent days he was going to execute Liz Cheney with a firing squad, 9 guns pointed and shooting at her face. A man.
Everyone knows, like MSNBC is like the poster child of everything else people think of the mainstream media. All these things been debunked already. If you watch the clip, you obviously can tell that Donald Trump didn't want Liz Cheney in front of a firing squad. He wanted her to be in the front lines of a war, to illustrate the point that it's easy to want a war that you're not going to be accountable for, right? And that was the point Donald Trump was making. But here's the media hacks. Here's the left-wing media. Here's MSNBC. And this is why a lot of people are calling them out now. That's why I can't watch them.
Man who has said that he was going to shut down CBS because he didn't like how they edited an interview. A man who said he was going to be a dictator from day one. A man who said he was going to terminate the Constitution. A man who said he was going to use the Army and he was going to use the National Guard on his political opponents. I literally could go on all day. And yet you talk to Trump voters and they'll go, he didn't say that. Wait, now I didn't hear him. And then you say, well, here's the clip.
You know how you break that, Joe Scarborough? You actually play the clip. That's what you actually do. But, he won't, because he knows it's not going to help his little narrative here. Just in, Arizona voters said that he is voting for Trump, says he was deceived by President Biden and Kamala Harris. And this is exactly the story that many people get that are switching, like Biden voters switching to Trump voters. This is the same thing that happened in 2016 when Obama voters went for Trump. The same effect is happening again. This is why I say this feels like 2016, right? But let me play this one more clip, and then we'll go into TYT's coverage of the election.
You just voted for Donald Trump. Walk me through why you cast that vote.
Yeah, so just seeing what's been happening in the past 4 years. I voted Democrat the past 4 years, and I'm really disappointed in the administration, how everything has been going. I was in the mortgage industry for quite some time, and that hurt us pretty bad. I lost my job because of it, dealing with the recession and everything. And I know that everyone's saying we're looking for solutions from every party, right? But in actuality, the solutions they came up with were no solutions. It hurt us even more. Now you have to have a son with parents and daughter. All the families get together to be able to even afford a home or even afford a rent.
And this is why the exit poll says that 25% of black men voted for Trump. You see this Latino looking dude. I'm sorry, I'm assuming your ethnicity, sir. Right? This is why men are going for Trump. Yo, the turnout is crazy. All right, TYT. Let me prep myself. I I'm going to progressive wonderland right now. So no, Anna's not too bad. So I think it won't be too bad. I think Anna won't be too bad. So give me a sec, guys, while I try to prep this thing up. Try to get their coverage up. That's one thing about Google Chrome. When you don't use a tab for a while, it turns it off, and it's annoying.
That is,
Okay.
my God. He's pragmatic. He understands
Here you go,
that they're
guys.
not likely to do well if women win. But like, imagine saying, I want one side. Like, I'm excited to see women flooding the polls, but I want men to vote too. I'm one of them. But they're very clear that they want only the specific voters that they like to vote and cut out as much of the rest as possible.
So I want to go to some of the people
we already
who are
got the woke
expressing,
talking points, huh?
opinions about
Okay. Why?
Michigan, the Arab vote, the Muslim.
Okay. While TYT's talking, the fact of the matter is, if only men vote, it's a problem for you, the left. If only women vote, it's a problem for people on the right. Right? So this pretend game of pretend, we want only one gender to exclusively vote. Yes, you do. Because if it came out, let's say, hey, men can't vote and only women are allowed to vote, you'll be very happy with that arrangement. Right? But hey, whatever. I already started pausing, but I already knew I was gonna start doing this, bro. All right, let's hear it. Because at the end of the day, look, I try to listen to all sides. Right? We went through News Nation. If you just got here, I went through News Nation. I went through Sky News, which is more on the internationals coverage of our election. I believe I did a little bit of Daily Wire, but then Jordan Peterson went on this long-winded talk, and I was like, I don't know if you guys want to sit here and listen to that. Let's get to TYT. So I'm gonna turn it off. I'm gonna unmute it now.
It's a super hard question. So on the one hand, logically, that makes sense. And then Democrats would have to be worried about appeasing Arab and Muslim American voters and maybe not killing their family members and funding that their slaughter, et cetera. And maybe that happens, but usually what happens with establishment Democrats is they'll get angry at Arab voters and Muslim voters. And then they'll say, it was your fault. And you made us have Trump. That's it. We're not doing anything for you. Well, then you're going to lose the next one and the next one and the next one. But establishment Democrats never learn that lesson, especially when they lose. Their go-to move is blaming the voters.
But
and we're sick of it.
If Kamala wins, though, there will be a lesson. And that lesson is we can just ignore the progressives. They're going to vote for us anyway. And who cares about the Muslim American and Arab American votes in regard to, Gaza and Israel and all of that. We can win without them by appealing to moderates or even some of the moderate conservatives.
This is my argument also for why I say that black people, like the black people, should still, even if you don't like Trump, this is my argument for why black voters should continue to vote and vote for Trump. Because if you show them that, hey, these people are sitting out, and let's say the Democrats still win or the Republicans still win, you kind of expose that your lack of leverage politically. If black votes just like, we voting for Trump and the person wins, then people are like, oh, yo, they're open to us catering to them. They're open to our ideas. So we will make more of an effort to go after them, right? And the Arabs are playing the same way that I wish the black community would play their voting game, right? My argument is, my middle ground is, if I can't have 60% of the black vote Republican, I would rather have majority of the black vote be swing voters. One election is Republicans, one election is Democrat. Always keep them guessing. And you would be in a stronger political position if that was the case. This is why I get mad at people who try to get, especially these black liberal women, who get mad at black men that are open to supporting Trump. You need more of that, because at the end of the day, political leverage, there is no political leverage in loyalty. And essentially, that's the point Anna Kasparian was making with the Arab vote. That, you're gonna let the Democrats lose. The Democrats are gonna blame the voters. But no, end of the day, if you lose, it's your fault. Democrats, the reason why you lost people's vote is your fault. Your messaging. You didn't know how to apply your messaging correctly. You had Obama out here patronizing black men, and then y'all want to get mad at the black men. And see, black liberal women do the same thing. You want to get mad at black men like me who voted for Trump, but you don't want to look at your candidates and see what they were doing that pushed us away. Make it make sense. Instead of making a better case, you want to make excuses for the Democratic Party. And you want to claim that we're the coons. In my political estimation, black Democrats are the coons, for the most part anyway. But I digress. Enough of me ranting. I'm trying to listen to them, but I always, come on. We're not like the left. We like to listen to other people who disagree with us. So let's listen. They spam their merch.
Who love war. It's full of people who either have family members or they themselves suffered multiple deployments to the Middle East. They have soured on the notion of U.S. intervention or U.S. involvement in foreign conflicts and stuff like that.
But I don't think this would be about involvement. This would be about who is worthy of life. I mean, when he goes on the stage and calls Chuck Schumer a Palestinian or whatever, you know, or talks about, I'm going to deport pro-Palestinian protesters, he does that not because he has some sort of strong personal attachment to the issue. He does it because he gets applause for it.
No, the point I'm trying to make, though, is the war hawk Republican is less appealing to the Republican base. So I do think that there's a significant contingent within the Republican Party, meaning the voters, who would be supporting.
And this is why Liz Cheney doesn't have any weight. This is why Liz Cheney lost her electorate. And this is the funny part. I laugh about these leftists when they're trying to sit here and they think they're the party of change. When AOC, they had this opportunity too. You had an opportunity and you got squashed by the establishment in your party, right? And now y'all still supporting that party. Y'all still doing all this, which is undermining your own political leverage. And then y'all want to sit here and pretend that, oh, Trump's the bad guy. No, Trump's the change. Trump's the reformer. Trump's what you need to actually create change in the system in the first place. But y'all don't recognize that because Trump is not the populist that you want him to be. He's not a socialist. He's not a progressive. Therefore, you do what progressives always do. Align because your common interest is power. I digress, though. I digress.
I don't like them. I don't care about them at all. They're not me, so I don't care, right? But when you get to war, they're like, no, I don't want it. I don't want it. And so
I understand generally what you guys are saying about their stance on war, although again, they don't necessarily seem to mind when Trump talks about like bombing northern Mexico or whatever. But I do think that there's an interaction between whatever their position on intervention is and their position on who they see.
It's so interesting how it's like many people on the left don't understand deterrence, right? End of the day, if I am not a threat, for instance, what stops someone from trying to make a fight with you? If you don't show a willingness to fight somebody, you open yourself up to be bullied more. This is something like, this is why bullying, being bullied actually gives you an opportunity to learn valuable skills, like how to stand up for yourself, right? How to fight back, right? How to not back down to intimidation. Bullying gives you an opportunity to flex these skills. So when Trump is saying these statements, it's used more as a deterrent for someone not to try him. And that's the purpose. That's the point. All right, let's get back. I know I keep muting it, but I just can't just let it slide and not say something about it.
What the hell is this? And so let's hope we never find out, because I don't want him to win. But if he does, that'll be something to note and something to look out for and something we're going to track as we go. And you guys know, of course, the live show is every day, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. All right, we're going to go soon, but I wanted to give voice to some conservatives in the audience. So real quick, Osman Hamdi wrote in, I love you, Anna and Cenk. I've been a huge supporter for you guys, but I'm sick of establishment Democrats, and I no longer believe Republicans are the problem. I voted Trump. I want the Ukraine war to end. I want the border to be closed. God bless America. Okay, so that's an interesting voice out there. History Speaks says, what's most depressing about Democrats enthusiastically backing Cheney is it shows that they were never morally serious in their opposition to the Iraq war, torture, and the suspension of habeas corpus. Shepperton Studio says, Anna, I'm British, a Trump supporter, but I love you. And so there's a lot of people.
Wait, hold on. British Trump supporter.
British American
wrote in.
Hell yeah, I love robe life. I'm all about that robe life.
They said the robe party will invoke mandatory robe life.
Oh my God, you've got my vote. Okay.
Anti-freedom. Some of us like pajamas.
Okay, but
okay, I I'm just jumping around now. I'm gonna look at what Valuetainment got going on. I know he was bragging a lot about his new thing, so I wanted to see how they're covering the election, how their setup is, how their format is.
Decision, and it was a big
I hope you guys
decision all the way up to the
sorry
end.
guys, let me get this under control. I hope you guys enjoying the watch party so far. So I want to break down some numbers real quick. So in my state of Florida, right? This is as of 7:59 a.m. We have estimated 66% of the vote. And I remember if you were here earlier, I already called the Florida for Trump already. And I don't know why Decision Desk is so hesitant to call Florida for Trump already. 67% as the time of me repeating just now. Trump is up 11 percentage points above Harris, and they still have not called the state of Florida for Trump. Trump got it already. It's 11%. I guess maybe they're waiting for a miracle. Who knows? Who knows what they're trying to do? So I just wanted to put that little tidbit in there, right? And that also bought me time to switch over. So let's play it. I'm gonna hit it live and see how PBD is covering it. Now you want to freeze on me? I honestly. And we should be going live soon while I'm waiting for this thing to buffer.
Before I leave, I got one more thing to say.
That's Lil Pump? Is that Lil Pump?
Freedom, vote for Donald Trump. But if you want censorship and all this bullshit and immigrants crossing our fucking border and committing crimes, and vote for Kamala Harris. But we're here to fucking save America. MAGA 2024.
That's Lil Pump? PBD, hell nah.
Pat, I love you.
PBD got rappers up in here. That's crazy. Sorry for the cursing, guys. If you hate cursing, I had no control over what Lil Pump was gonna say. It looked like Lil Pump. I don't know. These rappers started looking the same.
Appreciate you.
Thanks for being here, Pump. Give it up for
Yep, it's Pump.
everybody.
Lil Pump.
So, I'm going to go to this next clip. Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey comes out yesterday. And here's what she said. Oprah Winfrey comes out yesterday and says the following thing yesterday. Rob, if you got the clip, folks, you got to see this. Because after you watch this, I'm going to show you a different clip of what Oprah said. But go ahead and play this clip, Rob.
We don't get to sit
Raise the audio.
out. If we don't show up tomorrow,
listen,
it is entirely possible that we will not have the opportunity to ever cast a ballot again.
And this is the kind of fear mongering that got my mom.
I get tired of seeing the country ripped apart.
Why would you not?
I just don't think.
This kind of got what my mom all riled up, and oh my God, if Trump wins, there won't be a country. We won't have rights anymore. I'm like, Mom, relax. And this is the kind of messaging, this is what happens when all you hear, all you listen to, people trust these people. People of legacy media. My mom's a boomer, if I remember correctly. They trust the mainstream media. They trust the TV. And the fact that they take advantage, these people, these hacks on legacy media, they take advantage of the trust that many Democrats have in them, because Democrats are the only party affiliation that trusts the majority of them trusts the legacy media at 58%. Democrats trust the mainstream media, legacy media at 58%. Everyone else, majority of them do not trust the mainstream media, do not trust legacy media. This is why. Come on, man. This is ridiculous. Let's hear what the panel has to say.
Do you know the story is that at that time, it was supposed to be Trump running for office with Oprah Winfrey as his VP. Really? That's kind of how the story was about. And how do you go from that, being a good friend, to saying if he gets elected, what's the level of Oprah Winfrey to be able to influence any votes today? Do you think she's able to flip, or does she get the same audience that listens to her?
I think Americans are more and more I think a celebrity endorsement can be a liability. Most Americans realize that someone like that is so out of touch, has zero in common with anybody, So when was the last time she flew commercially? Really? Like you're going to take your cues from somebody like that?
Huh.
So I think
Good
it's
point.
just incredibly condescending. And it's very interesting to me that the left has always tried to garner as much support from celebrities that are totally out of touch. I mean, I think it's actually, I think it really does work against them. It really does. I mean,
Okay, so let me ask you this. If Oprah doesn't work for you, how about J-Lo crying? Anybody saw J-Lo crying? Does J-Lo crying influence you? I mean, she's in pain, guys.
She's in pain that she might get caught in the Diddy allegation. That's what she cried about. So I'm gonna break some stuff down with you guys now. North Carolina got 6% of the vote in, and right now Harris leads by 4%. Right, with 5-6% of the vote in, I guess they're counting in the early vote first in North Carolina. I'm just trying to see. They're showing a clip. You guys probably seen that clip already. I'm trying to see what else. Give me a sec. Trump right now, Trump's projected to get 105 to Kamala's 31. They have Texas shown as blue right now, which is laughable. With 12% of the vote, Trump is down 1% in Texas, but that's only 12% of the vote. Trump already caught up with 1 percentage point. Most of the votes is coming from Dallas, so you know that'll turn red for him pretty soon as well. What else? We got Virginia. I'm still waiting on the ones I'm really interested in seeing is Chicago. How less blue Chicago becomes. I'm using Chicago in my analysis, in my purview, in my perspective, as the bellwether state to see where directions that Philadelphia, Wisconsin, and Michigan could go. So in Virginia, which is something that we all considering right now, with 27% of the vote in, Harris is up 9 percentage points, right? So hopefully that Trump can close the gap. But, you know, with 12% of the vote in, 27% of the vote in for Virginia, it might be a tight one that might go down to the wire based on what I'm seeing anyway. But Patrick Bet-David's stream, I mean, maybe I came in at a bad time, but I think the format's interesting. But I want to give it a couple more minutes, and then we'll go back to maybe Sky News. I'll go backwards. I'll go check out Sky News, see how the international commentators are looking at our election.
Probably footage of me doing God knows what, and I was involved with a lot. Please vote for Kamala, because they'll probably protect me when shit hits the fan. That's what it is, bro. And yeah, you guys ready for a fact? You guys ready for this? Donald Trump was endorsed by RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, Tucker, Dr. Phil, Buzz Aldrin, everybody. And guess what Kamala got? The Diddy list. Period. That's the Diddy list. I'm sure.
He went exactly where I thought he would. Breaking right now. After I called it a long time ago. As a Floridian here, you know, I think I'll know my state a little bit better than the decision desk analyst. When you can replay the tape, I think with 20% of the vote in Florida came in, I already called Florida for Trump. With 71% of the vote in, Florida's already been called for Trump. Yeah, with 71% of the vote, Florida's been called for Trump. So, yeah, that's another one in our column. So Trump is one step closer, or one state closer. So they're gonna add that in. I'm guessing.
So we have several calls, and then we have some very important in progress. So let's start out with some calls that have been made in New England. We start here.
Yes. So we are taking a look, and we can see that for the states that were called by...
Can you guys hear Amy or no? You can't. Amy, grab the mic and put it a little closer to you.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah. You got to hold it up and bring it to... Yeah, there you go. Go for it.
Talking to your shoulder.
Okay. All right. As long as everyone can hear me. So we have several states that have been called. We have, when it comes to Donald Trump, states that we're calling over there. We have the state of Tennessee, which has been called for Donald Trump. Yes. We can see here that Trump has taken 69.4% of all of the votes.
Nope.
And then we move down and take a look at Alabama. Now,
That's going. That was
Alabama
obvious.
has also been called for Donald Trump.
Not even votes in.
Yeah.
It's crazy when you do stuff like
on
that.
our system. And then from there for Trump, we also have Mississippi for Donald Trump.
Mississippi.
Shout out Mississippi.
So that means Josh
Awesome.
Hawley won that one.
And then finally, guys, we have Oklahoma, which was called for Donald Trump. Now, many of these are really significant because these states were not called at the time the polls were closed in the previous election cycle. So we're seeing a lot of momentum for Donald
Probably
Trump
from the exit
very
polls.
early in the game. So this is very exciting, everyone.
I have something to read.
So right now we've got Trump 105, Harris 35. As you can see, the VT News finished map. But now let's go take a look at a couple states that is very important how they're coming out together. We first go to Georgia. 36% has reported. Here we are. A long way to go in Georgia, but very promising.
Yes, it is.
And the statistics.
Yeah, with 25% of the black male vote, if this holds, my God, black women will be bad. At least the liberal ones.
The suburban areas strong. Says the urban areas going the other way. We also go take a look at
Tom, if you can do me a favor, speak into the mic. When you go up, we can't hear you. Speak into the mic.
Okay. And then we go to North Carolina here. North Carolina tight as we expected, waiting to find out how much of the hurricane-affected areas here have a full voter turnout. Mail-in ballots, there is a lot of concern there. So right now, about a 40,000 vote difference, but based on where these are, a 59% probability for Donald Trump. However, a long way to go and a lot of votes to be counted. We're going to be coming back to Georgia and North Carolina because those are key states. And we're still waiting as Pennsylvania is yet to have reported anything of yet. So can we just say together?
Yeah, because Pennsylvania, they're not opening till 10. I think their polls don't close till 10 because they had a lot of voting machines go haywire. A lot of their voting machines went broke. So I think that's one of the reasons why they're not really counting their votes yet. So I think it's gonna be a long night. I may not even be up with that live stream, but we'll see. We'll see. Let me know your thoughts, guys. Let me know what you guys are thinking, what you guys are seeing. If you want me to check out a stream also, I can jump to it as well. Just let me know in the comment section what you guys want. I want to really get more interactive with the engagement here. Kind of just want to get your thoughts, your ideas, what you guys are saying.
Like the hunchback of Thomas Ellsworth. Just hold the mic, like if you can bring it a little closer, that's okay. At what point, which states, if he wins, which 2 or 3 battleground states you could say it's over with?
Pennsylvania is a huge one.
Pennsylvania and North Carolina.
Pennsylvania and who?
And North Carolina.
And
Carolina.
And North Carolina, but also Wisconsin. I'll read you something that Clay Travis just tweeted. Listen to this. Trump just flipped the gambling odds in Wisconsin. He's now favored to win 6 of the 7 swing states in gambling markets. Keep voting, pour on more steam, and sprint through the finish line. Damn. When the gambling odds are that strong, that's interesting.
These are good signs for Trump. Great signs. I'm gonna jump to Twitter real quick. I think I want to hear, since we got a lot of people reactions, a lot of information just got dropped. 25% of black men in Georgia went for Trump, which is gonna be huge if that is maintained, right? The black liberals are gonna be mad for a long time if that continues, right? So CNN released an ex post prompting Chris Wallace to say it would be a miracle if Harris could win with that kind of headwind. Interesting, but take this with a grain of salt. One question found that most Americans were dissatisfied or angry with the path of the country. I think I shared that again. So I want to check this out from MSNBC. This part, you're probably going to get clips from me with MSNBC because I ain't going to sit here and watch them in live coverage on this stuff.
Let's talk about gender writ broadly, though. Is there certainly has historically been, and is there, against her case for election, which will rely heavily on women and the fact that there are more women voters in the United States than men,
Okay.
is that running into headwinds because there are a lot of men who just simply, black and white, men who just simply don't trust a woman to be chief executive, commander-in-chief. They just don't want to vote for a woman.
Whatever excuse you want to tell yourself, MSNBC, but the reality is her policies does not benefit men in general. When it comes to illegal immigration, you have these illegals. A lot of these illegals are disproportionately male. A lot of the dudes that's crossing the borders illegally, a lot of these people who are crossing the border illegally are men. That means they're coming for our jobs. We competing with them. They're laying us off to hire them for cheap labor. That's a knock against the American worker. Like, make it make sense. But no. Men don't want to support a woman. Get out of here, bro. I'm tired of this. It's almost like an excuse. They're trying to use their gender as a shield from criticism. Huh? But hey, I'll leave it. Nate Silver just called. It's a Trump victory. Nate Silver just called it. I don't know what he's called, but here's a 14-second clip. I wonder what got this guy so excited. Let's check it out.
One more time. As we were coming into the day, you had your projection above 70% for Hillary Clinton. Where is it right now?
I mean, I would look at betting markets, which say that Donald Trump is a narrow favorite to win the Electoral College.
Okay, Nate Silver, thanks very much. As we saw,
George don't look happy. George don't look happy at all. Okay, guys. So we got to type. So I want to get some more analysis. Luckily, this is why I like Twitter. Some people had caught some analysis, while we were here stream jumping. So let's check out some analysis.
That's right. We're seeing some really interesting trends in a lot of key battleground states. Let's start with Pennsylvania with its coveted 19 electoral votes. And I want to focus for a moment on Erie County up here. This is a crucial swing county. It goes Trump in 2016, narrowly back to Biden in 2020. Now, I want to go in even further than that. This right here, this is Mill Creek Township, District 2. Polls are showing momentum toward Harris in areas like this. But to really understand what's going on, let's go even closer, zoom in a little bit more. Right here, right here. This is 114 Hilltop Lane. Now, I want to take us...
Isn't it crazy that, like, a lot of these states that go blue is like these little pockets of an area that just decides where the whole state goes? I just find it interesting. That's all I'm just saying. I just find it very interesting. That's all I'm saying. Densely populated.
Here, bear with me. There we go. So this is Nick Camden, 37-year-old registered independent. He goes Hillary in 2016, Trump in 2020. Which way is he going to go in 2024? Really hard to say at this point. It's pretty early.
Well, this must have came out early, but if you guys jumped into the stream, there was a poll that already showed that independents, at least in Georgia, broke 20% towards Trump. So in my estimation, he's going Trump 2024. Because end of the day, majority of Americans do not like the direction that the country's going. And that is with what? Democrat leadership. So I don't understand where is this positivity, where this hopium from the Democrats are coming that they think an independent is going to jump. Yeah, I'm going to get more of the same, even though majority of Americans say we're going in the wrong direction, even though majority of people want mass deportation, even though majority of people say that Americans, there should be voter ID and only Americans should be voting in American elections, but Democrats have all these laws that allow non-Americans to participate and vote in our elections. I don't see how a rational independent voter is going for Harris in this scenario anyway, based on the story he's trying to portray here. I digress. Let's continue. I'm interested in the breakdown now.
But we know it's going to be close.
And Jason, what are you seeing inside this person that might indicate movement one way or another?
So this is just a very ordinary Rust Belt body, small town values, predominantly white. It's got the lungs, it's got the vascular system, the heart. But I actually want to show you what's in here. This is the neocortex and the amygdala. These are areas of the brain responsible for regulating emotion and memory. Associated with social.
What the hell's going on, guys?
The origin of...
What?
Thank you, Jason.
It's a meme, guys. I got memed. Oh, well. I got memed. But this is just to illustrate something that there's no way in hell I see this going the Democrats' way, man. There's just so many factors. There's so many metrics that I can just list off the top of my head, especially if immigration is a top issue. So, hey, it's crazy. So let's see. Let me at least have this up so you guys got something to look at. We'll see what Twitter got. Let's see what people saying on X. Thanks for the clarification. Dana Bashi is concerned that Kamala may not have enough time to introduce herself. Well, one of the things I also stated in previous videos, in hindsight, 2020, but I mentioned how Gavin Newsom, I think Gavin Newsom generally did not want to run in 2024 because of the fact that he wouldn't have enough time. I said, yo, you only have 3 months to make your case? No one's going to get that short end of the stick. And I think that's one of the reasons why the Democratic Party was stuck with Kamala, because people with any chance of actually giving Trump a run for his money, they're like, yo, there's no way I can make a case for myself in 3 months. And now in hindsight, you want to sit here and complain about, oh, Kamala didn't have enough time. Hey, you guys are the one who didn't want to have a primary contest. You could have had RFK as your running. He could have been running in 2024 because he was running against Biden the entire time. But nope, you went with Kamala. So you reap what you sow. So let's see what CNN's take here is on this clip.
My panel, and this just run down, starting with you, Audie. What are you looking for? Obviously, there's so much, but like, just give me one.
I would say that 2020 was a historic turnout. I mean, the highest since the 1900s. So if it doesn't match that, who stayed home and why? And I think so many of our questions will come to that. Which group stayed home and why?
Donald Trump has been running for 2 years. Kamala Harris has been running for 107 days. So one of my big questions is, particularly with her candidacy, is whether that was just enough time to introduce herself
No, it wasn't.
to the country.
And the fact that, and she did it to herself too, because end of the day, like Kamala did the basement strategy like Biden, acting like she's the one who's been in who's been in politics for 8 years, who's been nationally recognized by people for 8 years. You can't run that strategy, especially if you only had 171 days. But she didn't make an effective strategy in context to her situation, and now it's backfiring. Now they want to complain about it. But I digress.
And to candidates who were dead set on voting for a Democrat, weren't so sure about him, or whether she could have used a little bit more time.
My panel, and this is.
She could have used him a little bit more time, but hey, you guys decided to, how you say it, just anoint her as your nominee, and now y'all reaping what you're sowing. I'm gonna show you one more clip, and then we'll go back to some news coverage from Sky News to see what any new developments coming on. I'm also checking in on my phone on the decision desk. North Carolina, Trump is starting to slowly cut into that lead, but Harris is still up 6 percentage points over Trump in North Carolina with 10% of the vote in. So, I'm keeping track of everything going on. So if I see anything break, if I see any new things come in, I'll let you guys know. So let's continue with the clip.
The math doesn't work. The Democrats are down 1.7 million early votes in the battleground states. In urban areas, they are down 1.4 million votes in the battleground states. Among women voters, rural voters have overperformed early by 300,000. Democrats have to win their races early. Republicans generally win them on election day. And the margins don't add up right now for the Democrats in any of these battleground states.
Ooh, the math ain't mathing. The math ain't mathing. Bakari Sellers, the math ain't mathing. You got George. I'm going to keep saying it till I'm blue in the face. If you're just joining me, an interesting development has happened. Something that I wish for a lot in this channel has happened. 25% of black men in Georgia went for Donald Trump. Remember I say I just need 20%? I just need 20% of the black vote. Just 20%. And I'll be Gucci. And it seems like my prayers have been answered. So I'm going to jump into news coverage from Sky News. Let's see what they got going on right here. But before I jump in, some poll numbers just came in from Ohio. We already know Ohio's kind of been called for Trump, I believe, if I remember correctly. Let me see. Nope, Ohio has not been called. With 30% of the vote in, Trump is down about 8 percentage points, 7 percentage points in Ohio. Right, with only 30% of the vote in. So we'll see. We'll see about that. Also, there's some Michigan finally dropped something. Early vote with 4% of the vote in. Kamala Harris has 61% of the vote in Michigan as of right now with 4% of the vote. So we'll see if Trump can cut into that lead. Let's see how that is. So it looks like, she got a good safety cushion when it comes to early voting here with Michigan. So I'm going to just leave it at that. I'll be keeping an eye on that. But here's some coverage from Sky News, international news outlet. Let's see how they're covering it.
Cheating in Philadelphia, also Michigan in Detroit, they say is totally unfounded. And if anybody's got any problems, they are to come to them with them. But there's no evidence of cheating. They have no idea where this idea has come from that seems to be in Donald Trump's head and no one else's. And we've heard from officials in Detroit saying the same kind of thing. So pushing back pretty firmly, the Philadelphia officials, against this talk of fraud and abuse, which is exactly what we heard from Donald Trump 4 years ago. A bit later, I think, in the process. And the problem for officials across Pennsylvania is this is one of the swing states. It's hugely important. It has 19 electoral college votes, but it's also likely to be one of the slowest states to declare results because the rules here mean that you can't count mail-in ballots. You can't do anything with them until the morning of election day. You can look at the envelope and you can send them back.
This is, and then this is an Australian news channel, just to let you guys know. So I said I wanted an outsider's perspective, but make it make sense. We're not going to count absentee ballots where there's a deadline to return them. There's a deadline to request them where you could already start counting them early. And then you're going to wait until after the election to start counting them instead of counting them during election after no one can come in anymore to vote. Make it make sense. And you wonder why people have doubt over the integrity of the election. It shows a lack of care from these Pennsylvania officials that they still allow these things to go the way they've been going. So in 4 minutes, the next polls are about to close. So I'm going to let the commentary continue a little bit more. And then I'm going to switch back to Twitter for the next 2 minutes. And then we'll go into the News Nation and see what they say when the next polls close.
Certainly, it's not just a presidential race. Of course, we know that there is a race for both houses of Congress and in some states a governor race as well. And NBC, our colleagues at NBC have projected that Josh Stein, the Democrat, is to win the governor race in North Carolina. Why am I telling you that? Well, that is interesting. It's not unexpected. It's interesting, though, because there was one massive controversy over the governor race there because the Republican candidate for governor in North Carolina was Mark Robinson. A guy called Mark Robinson, the lieutenant governor currently. He was embroiled in a massive scandal.
Up to no good.
Up to no good. He made remarks
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes, fair point. Remarks on an online pornographic site where he self-identified as a perv, called himself a black Nazi. I mean, it was a disaster for Trump because Trump had endorsed him so forcefully. So I think he's lost. I mean, that is a projection. He is not going to be the governor of that.
So in North Carolina, Mark Robinson, it seems like they projected him to lose. We'll see. They seem fairly confident about that prediction. I'm also looking at North Carolina right now. Let me give you guys the data points here. In North Carolina, Trump is down 4 percentage points to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has 51% of the vote. Trump has at 47%, with 11% of the vote coming in. And Sky News decided that Mark Robinson is not going to win. I didn't check the gubernatorial race because right now I'm just focusing on the general election right now. So that's what Sky News is predicting. I have 2 minutes. So before they drop the next polls, it seems like Pennsylvania, they already have some of the early voting coming in with Pennsylvania as well. I just saw it on my phone. And it looked like, we already knew she was going to have a blue wall coming in. So Kamala Harris with 6% of the vote coming in, 68% to Trump's 30%. Well, remember, guys, this is still early. Only 6% of the vote in Pennsylvania. This is probably early voting and mail-in ballots and all that jazz. So let's go back to Twitter. Oh, sorry, guys, X, and see let's see what real-time stuff we got going on here. Important video if you want to watch. No matter who wins, half the country, as you said, is going to be at least partly disappointed. We're all fundamentally on the same team, however we vote. If you vote the wrong way, in my view. Okay. Just in, Jake Tapper visually stunned after seeing a 20% swing by independents from Biden in 2020 to Trump in 2024 in Georgia. Georgia looking pretty strong. I don't know why it's flipped. I was more confident in North Carolina than I was in Georgia, but Georgia ended up being the state that I have now after the polls are coming out. I have more confidence in that. Like, make it make sense. Okay, here's the weak man. Just in, male Harris supporter, while standing next to his daughter, suggests he would vote. He voted for Harris so he can have abortion, so she can have an abortion someday. Like, imagine that. Like, I wanted to make this point for a long time, but I want you guys to hear this voter out, this male Harris supporter voter out, and then I'll give you my thoughts after the clip.
Did you bring your kids here to vote today?
Just the spectacle of it, I guess. It'll be a historic day, I think. First woman president, first black president. Second black president, first black woman president.
You guys already know my thoughts about this. Mixed kids, I have mixed kids. My kids ain't black. Mixed people ain't black. They're mixed. She will be the second mixed president, okay? The second non-white president, if you want to make yourself feel better. She not black. I'm sorry. I don't believe in the racist one-drop rule, okay? Let's continue. Let the man continue.
I think it's really important.
Did you think about your kids as you made your decision?
Yeah, I did. I have a daughter, and I think she should be making decisions for herself and her life, just like everybody else.
So as a father, right, imagine saying that, hey, I want my I want my daughter to have the ability to abort, essentially to kill my grandchildren. That's essentially what he's saying. Yeah, I want my daughter to have a right to kill my grandkids. Like, make it make sense. Imagine if my wife told that to, if my father-in-law told my wife that, yeah, you can have an abortion. I'm trying to protect your right to kill our grandkids. The grandkids that you see grandparents with their grandkids, they spoil the hell out of them. I'm looking at my mom like sideways. I'm like, you never did that to me in my childhood. But you want your daughter to have the right to abort your grandkids? The world, hey, look, like Jordan Peterson said in his commentary on the Daily Wire commentary, it's the stories we tell ourselves, right? So, who cares? We'll see. Byron Donalds killed 65%. He killed in his congressional race. God damn. So I'm going back to News Nation. You guys seem to love News Nation's coverage. News Nation, I think, had a fairly balanced coverage of the election. Well, we got early voting already coming in from not Arizona. We already know about Arizona, but from Michigan, not Michigan. Yeah, Michigan. Also Illinois, Chicago. Damn. In Illinois, Kamala Harris is at 61% with Trump at 33% with 2% of the vote already in. I hope that closes the gap because, like I said, Illinois, Chicago is going to be my bellwether state, the state that I'll be looking at closely to determine, okay, where's the wind's going to go? Because if that leans left or if that leans more towards Trump than normal, then I can take that as a sign of, oh, okay, the tides are turning. We already see one good sign in Georgia where 20% of the swing voters are breaking for Trump. And I hope that's the case for every swing state, actually for every state across the board. But I digress. Here's News Nation, and let's listen into some of the commentary.
The Civil War, so maybe you have to take it with a grain of salt, but I do too. I think people in this country may deviate one way or the other, go off on a half-cocked situation, come back with a screwy theory. Finally, though, I think so far we've been able to come together in something that is something that makes it work, and I think it'll continue to work no matter who's elected president.
Sam Donaldson, you once told me that Winston Churchill once said, always don't count out the United States. You can count on them to do the right thing after they've tried everything else first. Sam Donaldson.
That's right. That's what Churchill said.
Appreciate you very much. It's great to see you. It's great.
I just want to add it into, with 51% of the vote, Georgia, Trump is up 10 percentage points. Why isn't this has been called already? Now, maybe they're waiting on some other county that heavily swings blue. Maybe that's what they're doing. But on this channel right here, I feel confident with 51% of the vote, with Trump up 10% in Georgia, that Trump I'm calling Georgia for Trump on this channel. I could be wrong. Obviously, I could be wrong. This is just me. But 51% of the vote, she has not made a dent into that lead yet. It's safe to say that Trump won Georgia. So I'm calling it here before decision desk. Maybe it's risky, maybe it's not, but hey, that's just how I'm seeing it right now. So let's continue with the coverage.
So I just would not be surprised if this goes a few days, a week before someone will declare victory. But whether someone actually concedes is a whole different story.
All right. So what are you seeing tonight that makes you so optimistic?
Well, I think you guys have hit on a couple key points there. Some of those suburban areas that are coming in around Virginia, as well as Virginia is likely going to go for Harris. But that's a really important point, the fact that it's so close when a lot of the Democrat voters counted. So that race alone is going to be closer. And in many ways, that's still a bellwether, however other things will go. The probabilities you guys are showing on your screen now on Georgia, North Carolina, very strongly look like they could potentially go for Trump.
Yeah, just to break it in for you guys, with 14% of the vote in North Carolina, Trump closed the gap. He's behind Harris by 0.4 percentage points. So it's a good sign in North Carolina. Like we'll see over time. We'll see how things progress. So I'm gonna give it 30 more minutes. I'll give it a couple of more minutes. Maybe I'll try to get the Daily Wire crew back in and see some of their perspectives here. So bear with me. But here's the decision desk. I'll let them continue their commentary.
High voter turnout across the country usually means people are energized for something new.
And what are the voter turnout numbers in your state, your home state of New Hampshire?
Huge as usual. We always have one of the highest voter turnouts in the country, so we could break a record. It's not easy to break a record here because we usually have numbers that well north of 80% in terms of turnout. Right now, a lot of folks are watching not just the Trump race here. That's a steep hill for him to climb. I think it's going to be close, but it's going to be tough for him to win here. The Ayotte race, that governor's race, is very pivotal. She's doing really, really well, substantially better than Trump is in most of the towns. Towns she'd typically lose, a Republican would lose big. She's losing by smaller margins. So a lot of money went into that race, a lot of national attention, but she was just a phenomenal candidate, and all the signs are pointing very favorably that that I can go into the sunset with a smile on my face.
All right. Well, you can also celebrate your birthday. Happy birthday. I know.
Imagine election day. Your birthday's on election day. Oh my God, that must be an anxiety-filled mess right there. Give me one moment, guys. I'm just gonna sit here, try to see what the Daily Wire got going on. Hopefully, they don't destroy my stream because ever since I took off Daily Wire, my stream has been running a lot more smoothly. So I'm gonna give them a second chance. I really want to hear what Ben and the gang are seeing with the election right now. Currently, they seem to be counting the early vote because in Michigan, 6% of the vote is in. Michigan, Harris's have an 18 percentage point lead. No, so Trump can eat into that. Like I said, in North Carolina, it's already leaning towards Trump. Virginia is a race I'm closing. Trump's only down 2 percentage points in Virginia with 41% of the vote in. So he's closing the gap in Virginia. He already closed the gap in North Carolina. I'm expecting the same thing to happen soon as they start counting the red states in Michigan. Nothing from Wisconsin yet. I'm pretty sure they're going to be the next batch of people to come in. I am waiting for the coverage. Give me 1 second as I try to find the election blog and see what the Daily Wire crew has to say. I think they finally fixed their website because it's not choppy anymore. Finally. God, I was getting annoyed with them. All right, so let's hear what the crew in the Daily Wire has to say, and I'll let you guys know if I see any changes on the decision desk side. Oh, and now you want to buffer while I'm waiting.
That they're willing to do that if that's what it takes to win. But when you get to the stakes in the election, I just want why do I want Donald Trump to win? I mean, obviously, I liked not being engaged in wars. I liked decisive action to actually defeat ISIS. I liked killing Soleimani in Iraq. I liked the tax cuts. I liked the judicial appointments. I liked the executive orders. But I really want Trump to win more than anything for these two reasons. I want the left to have to wake up in 4 years and see Donald Trump leave office. Because they've essentially said that he won't. I mean, they've said this guy's Hitler, he's a fascist, he's a dictator. If he comes into power, it's the end of everything. So in the same way that I want to get to whatever the day is when it's too late to save the planet from global warming, just so they have to stop talking, like either way, they have to stop talking about it.
They're going to keep talking about it.
I also want to, but the number one reason I want Donald Trump to win is because I want an end. FDR got elected to a fourth term. Let's not elect Barack Obama to a fourth term. Barack Obama has essentially been the power in the Democrat Party for the last 16 years.
What do you guys think? In the comment section, the chat, do you agree with that synopsis by Jeremy Boring that Obama's essentially effectively FDR when it comes to influence in the in the Democratic Party and in our elections? I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. I think that was an interesting angle that he took there. So 21 minutes until the next polls are closed. So I want to listen in more on their commentary, and then I might jump back to Twitter just to see what's going on as I'm keeping an eye on the electoral map.
Authority in that party. I want that to be gone. If you defeat Kamala Harris now, in 4 years, the Democrats are going to have to run an actual candidate. And an actual candidate will have their own opinions and their own ideas and won't just be a puppet for Barack Obama and his former staff. That's why Barack Obama doesn't want that to happen. That's why he wanted Joe Biden, even though he hates Joe Biden. But he liked the fact that Joe Biden was already dead. Yeah. He likes the fact that Kamala Harris maybe has never been alive. So it would just delight me if we no longer had Barack Obama.
The chief reason I would want to see Trump win, there are many, many reasons. You named most of them. But the chief one is because without violence and without violating the First Amendment, I want the news media to know how much we despise them, how much we distrust them, how much we see them lying. I do not know how to send that message any better than to reelect Donald Trump and to say, you know what?
Because it means they were irrelevant.
They were irrelevant, yeah.
Yes. Oh, my God. I think that's the biggest reason why I personally vote for Donald Trump is the protest votes. I said that, right? I think that's why many men are voting for Donald Trump because they're like, yo, we're tired of the stooniness. We're tired of the condensation. We're tired of this elitist attitude like, oh, you should know. You should agree. We know what's best for you. I'm tired of this posturing from the legacy media. Donald Trump is the biggest F you can possibly do during election day. And I think this is why a lot of independent voters are breaking for Donald Trump by 20% in Georgia, just to clarify, in Georgia. But this was the point I was saying. Like, we can't reward, as American voters, we can't reward the Democrats and the media with the tactics, the false framing, the dishonesty, the fear-mongering, the dramatization of Donald Trump. We can't reward this behavior any longer. It's time to put them in their place. It's time to put the media in timeout. When my son's acting a fool, when my son is being disobedient, causing trouble, breaking stuff, wrecking stuff, causing chaos and disorder in my house, it's time to put my foot down and put him in timeout. We need to do the same thing to the media. We need to do the same thing to the Democratic Party. And this is the lesson. This is my greatest pitch to independent voters. And I think many independent voters are thinking in the same line I'm thinking. We need to put their ass in timeout. Hey, don't get me started. I'm all about holding people accountable. But I digress. Let's continue.
Religious group. There is no part of me that understands why that is a beautiful idea.
But Dennis, don't you think that Valium-addicted, brain-dead, young women of mixed ethnicity deserve to see a president who looks like them?
It's been too long, really. You know?
Isn't it to get certain insinuations out of your commentary?
Isn't it time?
You get this, the argument, the one that drives me, we want a Supreme Court that looks like America, or we want a this that looks like America.
Right.
Wait, I know I'm one of the 10 million people who've asked this question, but it's nevertheless worth asking. Does anybody rooting for their NBA team care if the team looks like
exactly? Like the identities politics stuff, it gotta stop. It gotta stop, Democrats. It gotta stop. Come on now. Dance with Incel says they better not cheat in PA. Well, I'm looking at PA right now. PA, they counted. Is it like they're counting the early vote first? Kamala Harris has 70% of the vote. Good night. Love you. Sorry, my son came in. So, yeah, my son came in. PA has, Kamala Harris has 70%, and Donald Trump is at 28%. So, they're doing early voting first, 11% of the votes coming in. Hopefully they're not doing it. I mean, they extended the voting hours, so it seems like I didn't hear too much, something that's really that off-putting just yet. So I'm just really more concerned with how the absentee ballot votes, right? Which is what I'm really annoyed with. The fact that, there's a deadline, they're going to be over soon, and you don't want to count those. Decision Desk has called 11 states for Donald Trump, giving him 111 electoral votes. Florida, South Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, Indiana. I already said that. I already kind of did that. He's projected winning in Missouri. Exit polls show 70% of North Carolinians don't like the country's direction. That's a good sign in North Carolina. I'll wait one more time. Rick Scott won re-election. Harris still leading Trump in North Carolina with 11% of the vote. Exit polls show that Pennsylvania voters care more about the economy than abortion. So this is a good trend in Pennsylvania. This is why I said I think given enough time, it's going to be a close race, and I think Donald Trump's going to win it by maybe 2 percentage points, right? I'm trying to see something. Florida's Osceola County is neck and neck. Oh, I know. I'm familiar with that area. It's near my area. Florida's Osceola County went for Biden by 14 percentage points in 2020. Trump and Harris are now neck and neck with 85% of the results in. Also noting, Osceola is about 40% Puerto Ricans. Democrats messaged heavily to that demographic in the closing days of the race after a comedian at Trump made a off-color joke. And it seems like, yeah, it's a close race. North Carolina is gone for Kamala, I think. I don't think so. If I can show you the map, I'll show you. Now polls closed. Amendment 3 has failed. Amendment 4 has failed. Yep. Yeah, Florida's it's a red state. Florida's a red state. Here's the exit polls. Here's what I'm referencing right here. This is huge, right? And I North Carolina, I don't want to write it off right now because I'm looking at it right now. I have the real-time data. So they're a little bit behind me because they're getting it. They're being a middleman. So they're streaming the information from the decision desk, and then it's gonna be updated later in their platform. I'm doing it directly on decision desk, and in North Carolina right now, Trump just took the lead in North Carolina. By you want to know how many percentage points dances with incels? 6 percentage points with 24% of the vote in. Donald Trump's up 52% versus Kamala Harris 46.2%, right? And this is all on the decision deck. I don't think it won't be able to focus there. But yeah, Trump's leading in North Carolina right now if you're looking at the polls. So I think there's a good chance he gets it. I'm not going to call it soon, but Georgia, I'm already calling it for Trump. In my view, I'm already calling Georgia. 55% of the vote, and Trump increases lead in Georgia. Here I said Trump was up 10 percentage points in Georgia. Now he's up 11 percentage points in Georgia with 55% of the vote. Decision desk, just call Georgia for Trump already. It's Trump's country now. It's Trump's state. But being led by the black men vote, 25%, breaking for Trump, wow. It's crazy. A hurricane, what are the odds? A hurricane formed on election night. Guys, what are the odds? What are the odds? Okay, I'm done. I've been liking the Daily Wire's coverage of things, so I'm gonna give them another chance. So let's listen in more on their conversation.
In that state. And Brian Kemp, by the way, did that in Georgia too. Like seriously, full credit to Brian Kemp, who Trump crapped upon for literally years. And Brian Kemp went out and he's been stumping for Trump. I mean, he's been doing the work. So
hey, sorry guys, I gotta give you some news here. So Decision Desk has called Virginia for Harris with 45% of the vote in, and it's close. To me, I wouldn't have called it, but maybe they know something that I don't. So Decision Desk has called, I repeat, Virginia, VA, for Kamala Harris with a difference between them by 2%. Trump is only down 2 percentage points with 45% of the vote, and they're already calling VA for Kamala Harris. So we'll see. We'll see. Just because they call it, it just means they're doing. Look, guys, don't take what these people say as gospel, right? Just like I made the prediction. Hey, Florida with only 27% of the vote. I said, yeah, Florida's going. Trump got Florida. I could have been wrong. They could be wrong here too. So I don't know what they're doing, where they're basing that on. Because to me, it looks like a close race in Virginia. Because look, it's only by 2 percentage points. So I don't understand how they're already calling it with 45% of the vote in. But we'll see. Hopefully they're wrong, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. So I'll go back. They bring a new guest into the panel rotation. So I'm gonna let this go. Let me know if you guys want to switch. I can go switch to TYT if you want. News Nation. Let me know what you guys are feeling. So I'm gonna continue with Daily Wire until someone says otherwise.
They've had it now for so long that it is beginning to erode Texas. It's not, I mean, it is still decidedly a red state, but it is purpling up. And Ted was trailing behind Trump in the state in poll after poll. The Democrats decided to run Colin Allred, who is something of a cultural figure. He was obviously a Tennessee Titan NFL football player. So the kind of guy who could get some sizzle down in Texas, and it became the most expensive Senate race in the country.
That's what he said.
They spent an enormous amount of money trying to unseat Ted. And one of the reasons Ted is vulnerable is because Trump kind of shivved him at the RNC, back in 2016. And because Ted has played so hard himself with people like Mitch McConnell and his colleagues in the Senate that they didn't give him a lot of support from the institution in this race. And so I do think that at the beginning of this race, and even as recently as 6 weeks ago, there was a lot of very concerning polling for Ted coming out of Texas. I got to get involved in that race actually in my own way, not as a representative of the Daily Wire, but as a friend of Ted Cruz, and I wrote an ad for him, which I think turned out.
So Illinois got called for Kamala Harris with 12% of the vote. So they called Illinois for Kamala Harris. She's up by 14 percentage points. Look like Indianapolis is not going red, but I just want to see how less. I thought New Jersey was gonna. Yeah, no way. New Jersey's pretty safely red. New Hampshire got called for Kamala. Let me see. I'm looking at New Jersey now. Vermont. I'm looking for New Jersey. How are you seeing that? It's lean. It's that's New Jersey. Where are you? New York. I don't know how you got New Jersey already when New York hasn't even been called yet. Haven't even been closed. The polls there hasn't been closed yet. Let's see. Trump's closing the gap now in Michigan with 8% of the vote. He's only down 15 in Michigan. He's only down 15. Only. Oh my God. So yeah, it's starting to tighten up a little bit. She got 67 electoral college votes to Trump's 111. So
yeah, always with the proviso that exit polls are chicken entrails. But the Pennsylvania Independent Voter exit poll out of NBC News, Trump 50, Harris 44. If that holds, Trump's going to win Pennsylvania. He's going to win the presidency.
Wow.
So, let's hope that holds. Well, meanwhile, Brent Buchanan from Signal, he is with us, and he has some updates from Georgia. Brent, tell us all about what's happening in Georgia as more of the vote is coming in.
Well, we're starting to see some of the northern counties begin to report, which is what we had talked about earlier. And so we look at places like Cobb County, Georgia here is beginning to report. So this is a very large county that in the past has voted for Joe Biden. Let me look at the numbers here. So this was a...
Yeah. What they're saying is true. With 63% of the vote coming in, Trump lost his lead a little bit. So Trump was up 11 percentage points. Now Trump's only up 4 percentage points in Georgia with 63% of the vote in. So, but I already made the call. I'm going to go down with the ship. Hey, I called Georgia for Trump. So we'll see how that turns out.
Across Georgia specifically is that there are some places where she's doing better. She's improving upon Biden's margins. The vote share is higher. But then you're starting to see some of these rural counties come in also, too. And so we've got Forsyth County here as an example. And this is a county that Trump won by 33 points. And currently he is up by 37. So you can see you've got kind of a counterbalance effect here of two northern arc Georgia counties. One
Red America is getting redder and blue America is getting bluer, is what this tells me.
That's a really good point. And then you throw in, again, let's go back to Fayette County that we were talking about earlier. This is a county that Trump won by 7, and now you can see how tight this margin is. And so if we're talking about blue and red America, Fayette County
it's
is
only
the county
14% of the vote. I'm not really stressing.
Blue and red America, and it has shifted somewhat in her direction. So overall, we're seeing a lot of the same trends in that the rurals are doing better. But this partisanship gap of if you were in a blue county, you're voting even more heavily blue, at least in the swing states. And again, I go back to what you brought up in the last segment, talking about Loudoun County. That's a really interesting place because they had 220,000 votes in.
Yeah, Dances with Incel says, look like it's going to be a tight race after all. It is. And here's what I'm saying. With 47% of the vote, Trump just took the lead in Virginia, but by 0.1 percentage point. So Virginia might be a close, tight finish. And I hope it leans towards Trump in that tight finish in Virginia. But Decision Desk has called it for Harris. I hope they're wrong here, right? But it's a close one. It's going to be a close call. Now with Georgia, they're cutting into that lead a little bit, but Trump is up 5 percentage points right now. He just increased his percentage point just by 1%. So we'll see. But I'm confident in my call. I think Georgia, that's Trump country. That's going to go to Trump. North Carolina, I still don't feel comfortable calling it just yet. I want to see a little bit more being reported in before I weigh in on it. So
very strong Republican votes, but it's not showing up evenly across the country. And so I'm really interested to see what other states that aren't like a Florida as they come in. We're sitting here at Georgia in total of about 63% reporting. This margin continues to get closer as the votes are counted.
Yeah.
And I think this is going to be a really indicative state as we begin to go through the night. But it feels a whole lot like 2022 right now, where Republicans are performing very strongly, but it's not necessarily netting us yet in the places that we need it to net us vote. It's just increasing our margins in places like Florida and Loudoun County that actually don't matter that much overall.
So, well, let's talk about sort of the question of voting by race. We've seen some exit polls that show that Trump is performing strongly so far in Hispanic districts. There was an exit poll that somebody had cited earlier that suggested that he was doing well with black men in Georgia. Well, what did the turnout look like? Do we know yet in terms of exit polling or any other data what the turnout looks like racially in a state like Georgia, which is obviously a very heavily demographically black state?
Yeah, a lot of those counties haven't reported yet, especially the rural black counties. So if we come down to some of these counties down here, so Coffee County, we can look at some of the census data of what this looks like. I mean, this is 28% black. What's really interesting is that this county actually looks a whole lot, or at least racially, like the state of Georgia. It does over-index on Hispanic and under-index Asian, but it gets the black percentage about right when you're thinking about what the voting population is going to be. And then as we look at the results for Coffee County, it hadn't come in at all. So there's just several places where there's not a ton of votes. I mean, they're expecting, 16,000 votes here for Coffee County as an example, but there's just a lot of holes in the map still. And even when we look at places like Fulton County here, 74% reporting. I mean, this is turning out pretty much like you would project. So this Fulton County is Atlanta, and then goes into Buckhead and a little bit.
Yeah, Atlanta, these densely populated urban centers, bro, they annoy me sometimes. But what are you gonna do, right?
Some good Democrat data points. If I had to compare the two, I would say that there are more good Republican data points so far coming in. And they tend to look like it's trending even more so that direction.
We do have a couple of calls from the Associated Press. The Associated Press is saying that Virginia is going to go for Kamala Harris, and they are also suggesting that I believe what was the other state? There's another state they just called for Kamala Harris. Illinois, I believe, Massachusetts, New Hampshire. New Hampshire is the one that was sort of my outlier. There goes my map.
It would have been fun.
My map was in my dream map. He wins New Hampshire. They've called New Hampshire for Kamala Harris as well. So, what exactly happened in New Hampshire? Because there.
So some like my map is still standing. I think for the most part, Trump has not lost none of the swing states as of yet. They projected that he's going to lose Virginia, even though he's leading right now in Virginia by like a 0.2 percentage points. But it's very interesting, right? Trump is now up 0.3% in Virginia. So it's a close race. It's very heavy, very heavily close. Let me know your thoughts, guys. I might switch off the stream to another like News Nation or something just to see more coverage. I might try Valuetainment again, see what they're up to. But for now, I'm gonna give Daily Wire maybe one more minute, and then I'll switch over to maybe Sky News.
Large amounts of spendings went compared to races that didn't have a lot of spending. And you saw, if it was a red seat and it didn't have any spending, you actually saw severe drops in Democratic turnout because they had no reason to show up. Like they knew it was going to be a guaranteed victory. And so places like New Hampshire are a really good example where not a whole lot of money spent, not even a ton of money in the congressional races comparatively were spent. And so it's just giving you what you would expect it to give you in a final result.
Well, Brent Buchanan will check back in shortly. Our election map coverage this evening is made possible by our sponsor, Lumen. Hack your metabolism with one simple device to understand your body.
All right, no ad reads for me. All right, guys. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna surf Twitter real quick, and then we'll jump to Sky News. Actually, I did Sky News already. Maybe let's see what TYT is saying. Let's see. So, here goes. You guys can see. The quote is fabricated. This image is being shared frequently with statements that mark my words. The prophecy has been fulfilled. Florida just became the first state in the nation to defeat an abortion initiative that would let the taxpayer-funded abortions. Oh, yeah. Congrats to my state of Florida. I also voted no on that amendment as well. Also, no to weed as well, because for some reason, I see a lot of people that get into weed, no motivation, very like docile. I think if we do more research on marijuana, I think people are going to find out that it has a more of a negative effect on people from a recreational point of view. Now, if it's medical, I have no problem if it's medical uses, all that stuff. But from a recreational point of view, I think it makes people too docile. And I noticed that a lot. A lot of people I personally know that they smoke weed and do all this stuff, they're a lot lazier. They have a problem with motivation, right? It's just my personal anecdotal like kind of experience with marijuana. I know it's not for everybody. I know everyone has a different thoughts when it comes to marijuana, but exit polls with Pennsylvania's voters. Greg Foreman says the whole independent breaking for Kamala theory from liberal media seems to be falling apart. Seems. And I think Pennsylvania is a big bellwether. Wow, Donald Trump has a shot at winning Virginia. This is a state Biden won by 12 percentage points, and now it's this close. Trump is literally within a couple points right now. So is Donald Trump going to win Pennsylvania? Even though Decision Desk kind of like here, Decision Desk called it for Kamala Harris. I don't know how they're doing that. When Trump's within striking distance, Trump's currently with half of the vote already in. Trump is up a full percentage points over Kamala Harris, and they called Virginia for her. I hope they're wrong. I don't know. I'm about to call it for Virginia, but no, we'll wait. Florida's poll closed 37 minutes ago, and they already have 73% of the vote counted. This is what happens when you have highly competent executive leadership like you get with DeSantis. Yes, DeSantis bros, we know. I voted for the guy. He's my governor. I know how great he is. Y'all can't have him. So that's my little inside joke. Abortion in pot has failed in Florida. Just in, the Trump campaign is reporting very low turnout in urban areas in Georgia and North Carolina. Also, they're seeing a low turnout of women as well. Fantastic. I hate to say it, but it does sound like good news for Republicans. So I'm going to shift to TYT, my favorite left-wing media people. Let's see what they have to say. Hopefully, you guys, you must understand, we have to see how everybody's seeing this.
Yeah.
How everyone's seeing this election.
Tim O'Malley, appreciate you wrote in, regardless of the outcome, we need TYT to speak truth to power.
Hold on, guys.
And that's exactly what we're doing. In fact,
pulling it
I
up right
launched
now.
last night in the bonus episode for members.
Oops, sorry.
The populist voting block. I want to do a populist revolt no matter who wins, whether it's Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. I did it before the election, so you know I wasn't BSing you. And you should go check that out on tyt.com. My guess is whether you're a populist right or populist left, you like that plank, and let's be a voting bloc that actually demands that our politicians get it done. By the way, today,
there's a lot of calls, by the way.
Yeah. All right, let's do the calls. We'll come back to Sherrod Brown. We got to take a break after the calls, and we're going to bring in Senator Nina Turner from Ohio as well. John,
Super
let's do
fast
the calls.
Okay, Trump has won Louisiana, not surprising. Harris has won New York. Trump had said that he was going to win it. Some Republicans said it. That was never going to happen. He did, however, take Nebraska, and unfortunately for our prior call, we got one wrong. he has won South Dakota.
Oh, wow.
Okay, not surprising. That was just a graphic mistake.
So, yeah, he's with 0% of the vote, guys. New York's been called for Kamala Harris, so we'll see how that plays out. Yeah, we'll hear more of their commentary. That was the only one that I was different from. Just showing support. Trump must win. I appreciate that. That super chat. Dance with incels. I appreciate it a lot.
You look at the percentages next to us, guys, on this bar. So the higher the percentages, now Pennsylvania is up to 15% reporting, the more reliable that data is. We'll be right back.
Okay, so TYT decided to take a break on me. So I'm going to jump to Valuetainment. See what they got going on with their stuff. So New York got called with 0% of the vote in. I don't know how you do that. At least wait until 10% come in, guys. At least with 0% of the vote. But they can't call Texas for Trump. Texas got 58% of the vote. Okay, finally, they just called Texas for Trump with 58% of the vote. Trump is up 8 percentage points, I believe. 7 percentage points if my math is not. Oh, actually, yeah, about 8 percentage points. Sorry, guys, my math ain't mathing today. Oh my God, what the? Okay, guys. Sorry, like Valuetainment, YouTube's messing with me again. Give me 1 second as I try to get full screen going. So we got Texas, got calls for Trump already. They still I don't know how they called it with this close. With 50% of the vote in, they call Virginia for. I'm still on it. Yes, I'm still stuck on Virginia. I can't believe they called it for Harris with 50% of the vote, and it's close by 1 percentage point difference. Make it make sense. But I digress. Let's see what Valuetainment is up to while TRIT is taking a break. We'll give Valuetainment a chance with their commentary. I don't. Yeah, the buffering, guys. You can please bear with it. I know.
On this before we transition away from this story.
Well, look. I mean, if anybody has looked into the history of the Ukrainian-Russian conflict at all, I'll just say this: Vladimir Putin has wanted to make a deal the whole time. The whole time. What's his name? I always butcher his name. He's like Norwegian or something, but the head of NATO, Stoltenberg or something like that. He said, in his own words, he said that Vladimir Putin told NATO that if you just put it in writing that Ukraine will never join NATO, he won't invade. And he bragged about how he said, no, we won't be bullied around by Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
So we said, screw you, we won't put it in writing. And then Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, that's the perspective many people have about the war with Ukraine, is that these people have a vested interest in continuing the war, and I tend to agree. That's what Incel says. I hate Adam Shifty. Yeah, and this is the kind of thing that many men are concerned about with Kamala Harris, is that she's the go along to get along gang. She's establishment, right? So establishment, like, hey, we benefit from war, so we want war, right? What do you think is going to happen? More war. So
like this. Can Mexico join China's military alliance? Fuck no, they can't. There's no way we'd allow that to happen.
I'm sorry about the cursing, guys.
When the communists tried to put nuclear weapons in Cuba, Jack Kennedy said he will blow up the world if they do that. Because, sorry, that was our red line. We cannot have your weaponry in Cuba a few miles off of our coast. We're taking that as a preemptive nuclear attack. And he meant it. And then he got on the phone and he made a deal, and we pulled our missiles back from Turkey, and they pulled their missiles back from Cuba, and we went on. This was Vladimir Putin's point. You can't have your military alliance in our biggest, most strategically important next-door neighbor. Now, I'm sorry, but that is reasonable. That's a reasonable request.
I can't find any fault with how Dave Smith present the argument here. I believe that, if you're being practical, if you're being rational, not emotional, right? It is reasonable for someone to be like, yo, I don't like guns in my house. Don't bring guns into my house. If you bring a gun to hit someone's house when they told you and prompted you not to do it, they can take that as, hey, they can interpret that in a negative way, like, oh, you're trying to do something to me. Right? And this has been known by many political thinkers, many political historians that has followed what's been going on in Russia. right? Dave Smith, yeah, I don't like him. Yeah, Dave Smith, I understand. He's not everyone's cup of tea. You know, he comes off kind of arrogant sometimes. But what he laid out there, I'm familiar with, especially with the history of Russia and all that stuff. How their number one line was, "Don't put your nuclear things next to me." Right? And the example he did with the Cubans putting missiles in Cuba, that's a perfect illustration of exactly of conveying his point about how Putin can feel threatened about it. And also, I saw on Twitter somewhere, Putin also acknowledged the fact that, hey, yeah, I would prefer Donald Trump only because I know he will be willing to discuss stuff with us, discuss terms with us. He said currently with Biden and Harris, all they do is give money to Ukraine without facilitating any conversation with us to end the war. Right? And in this watch party, I'm trying to give you guys as much perspective as possible. So we got a balanced idea of how, no matter the spectrum, we get an idea of how everyone's kind of viewing the election, how they're seeing the election, and how they're looking into the election. I'm gonna just go in one more time, and then we'll switch back to TYT.
All right, and if we can get Ricky's mic over to Matt. How you doing, my man? So, Matt, former Marine, 3 tours. You're hearing this conversation about war. Where do you stand? What's your position on what Trump's going to do if he were to win in regards to Russia and Ukraine?
PB, when you're looking at the military's ready to rock. That's our commander-in-chief. We're ready to go at a moment's notice. But when I'm looking at this situation, we're always thinking about, when we're always deployed, we're thinking about what we're fighting for. We're fighting for coming back home. We want to fight for our brothers in the foxhole.
Not to be disrespectful to the guy, I just wanted to give my updates here. So with 68, this is Georgia, with 68% of the vote already casted, Trump is maintaining his 5-point lead over Kamala Harris. I'm feeling more confident about my prediction. I called Georgia like with 50% of the vote already in. So I'm feeling more confident about my Georgia pick. In North Carolina, they haven't called it yet, but 41% of the vote is in, and Trump is still up 4 percentage points. I want to wait a little bit longer before I feel confident in giving a prediction. So we're going to switch back to TYT. They should be back from their break already, if I'm checking correctly. Please like the video if you haven't already. I just wanted to, it helps with the stream, it helps with the engagement. Right now, TYT got an ad going on right now, so I'm going to wait it out before I share the screen with you guys. But what else would I want to highlight here? Michigan. Let's see what Michigan's doing. So with 10% of the vote, Trump has cut into that lead a lot. He was down 30 percentage points in Michigan. With 10% of the vote coming in, Donald Trump's only down 9 percentage points. So that's still that's still not enough to really see how accurate that is. Let's see Pennsylvania. Let's see what Pennsylvania has. With 19% of the vote, Kamala Harris is up by about 22 percentage points. She has 60% of the vote, with Trump only having 38.4% of the vote, but that's with only 19% of votes being casted. So that's still too early to call. Let me go back to Virginia, which was fairly close. Even though I'm gonna keep reiterating this again, Decision Desk has called Virginia for Harris already, which makes no damn sense to me when it's so damn close. I'm going to keep talking about this. This is probably going to be my pet peeve the entire live stream. But with 53% of the vote, Donald Trump is up by like half a percentage point. 49.4 percentage point versus Kamala's 48.9 percentage points in Virginia. And they called it for Harris? How, Sway? How you do that? How you do that? Right? I don't understand how they do this. Like, New England got called for Trump. That shouldn't be too surprising. Wisconsin's finally polls breaking in for Wisconsin, right? With less than 1% of the vote, Trump is up 67.7 percentage points versus 31.3 percentage points of Kamala Harris. But that's only about 600 votes. So that's not a lot of votes. That's a small sample size of stuff that's already got called in for Wisconsin. So we'll still need a little bit more time before we say anything about that. Wyoming already got called for Trump with 0% of the estimated vote. Like, make it make sense. 0% of the polls have been reported, and you're already calling it for Trump. But I digress. So TYT's back. So here we'll hear some of the left-wing perspective on the news coverage here.
Thanking all the folks who gave through tyt.com. Anybody who gives over $100, I call personally to thank. You give over $250, we give you a TYT hat. That's both cool, but the whole point is, if I see you in the hat, I appreciate you because I know you made our election coverage possible. You made this year possible, and you allowed us to stay in business, and we appreciate you guys. So Nuck Mario, John Bear 3000, Anonymous, Democratic Mama of 6, VCM Public, Stone Spirit, Jim Jam 1, Naviet Mailman, or Navy Vet Mailman, I should say, V Raver Monter, Rush K, People Power 100, Mora 83, Not Brontosaurus, and Rogue. All thank you guys, and 20% off on monthly memberships for 1 year tonight on the Young Turks website, tyt.com. And I want to thank Brent B, Eric Sertic, Mariam, and Samira Bassi on.
Hold on, let me stop this guy real quick. Let me see what he's doing.
As we were talking, Texas has been called for Donald Trump.
Duh.
So important race there, because we already had that in Trump's column. The important race is Cruz versus Allred, but Cruz doing pretty well there right now. Not over, but it looks good for him.
And right now that puts him at 177 votes in the Electoral College to Harris's 99. And I am hearing that Trump is calling to stop the count.
Yeah, well, I mean,
you sure about that?
But are you?
Sorry, it's a couple hours off. He'll get to it soon. Don't worry.
They're making these bad jokes. So I think that's Iowa. With less than 1% of the vote in, Trump's up 30 percentage points in Iowa. I believe that's Iowa. Let me check. Let me double check before I give out misinformation. Yeah, that's Iowa. It's next to Wisconsin. This is craziness, bro. And they say that Harris had a chance of winning it?
Saying that they were going to declare victory before all the results were in. To which I replied in my office, of course. And this is much more, that's already concerning. You shouldn't do that. And that's why people don't trust Donald Trump. But he was also reporting that House Republicans might not certify the election if Trump loses.
Hey, Jink, I just got something from my team that they just sent me a text and says an NBC News exit poll in the state of Wisconsin shows that Trump has doubled his support among black voters in the state. Woo! Now, it's just an exit poll before our viewers.
I'm praying.
However, wow.
Yeah, hey, look, I told you, I just need 20% of the black vote. That's all I need. That's all I need. And we can make some big changes here. We can get some respect on the black vote. I just need 20% of y'all to vote with Donald Trump. Just this one time. And you're going to see how differently the Democrats will treat you. They're going to worship the ground y'all walk on. I promise you. I'm going to start out, guys. But, hey, that's a good sign. Grain of salt, but that's a good sign. Let's continue hearing the commentary. This is the left. The left are freaking out now. That's the left.
Tonight. And again, as this goes on, there's still that blue wall. And for Democrats who are watching this and are worried about North Carolina and worried about Georgia, places where there was promise and remains promise, certainly in Georgia, that's what was expected today. The blue wall is supposed to carry Harris. And John Ralston, the reporter and the publisher of the Nevada Indy, the executive editor there in Nevada, who knows that's.
I don't know why it sounds like a bunch of cope. With 69% of the vote, Trump is up 6 percentage points in Georgia. So Harris is closing the gap in Georgia. So it's tightening. Right? In North Carolina, it's tightening a lot with half the vote in. I mean, Trump's only up 2 percentage points. So I'm waiting on more data to come in, right? Let's check Iowa, 9% of the vote in. Harris has 59% to Trump's 39% in Iowa. Wisconsin, let's see what Wisconsin is doing. Trump has 60% of the vote compared to Harris's 38%, with only 2% of the vote counted. Of reported votes counted. So we'll see. Michigan, the lead is still 12%. Trump's still behind by 8%. with 11% of the reporting. So, they're taking their sweet time. But until then, if I got more for you guys, I'll break it in through the coverage.
But I guess it is now fairly definitive that in Florida, both the marijuana legalization and abortion rights ballot measures have failed, like votes in the Senate fail. They had majority support, but the majority doesn't matter because the Republicans are anti-democracy.
What?
So overall, really bad.
So when you don't get your way, it's anti-democracy. The voters voted on it. They didn't want it. On to the next one. You have another chance to put it on the ballot again. And if it fails again, you're going to blame them. It was popular. Just because something's popular doesn't mean it's good. And I'm tired of this crap. And it's the same ish they pull. This is why I want Donald Trump to win the popular vote. Honestly, this is one of the main reasons, because progressives love to pull this crap. Oh, it was popular. Okay, but why didn't it pass then? It must have not been popular enough. Or maybe you're doing a selection bias. You was picking from a swath of people that you knew it was going to be popular with, and you tried to, I guess, cascade that against over the entire state. So let's hear them coping over the fact that this stuff failed in Florida.
Both abortion and marijuana would have won easily in Florida if we had a real democracy and you had to get past 50%. So what else is DeSantis going to do? Okay, I don't like any you guys having any goddamn power. I'm going to make ballot measures.
We're not a democracy, though. But this is the funny part. They'll say that America's a democracy, but then they say if we ran it like a democracy, because we're not one. We're a republic, representative government. They put it on the ballot. Representatives, aka the voters, who voted, didn't want it. Period. Done. Finito. End of story. How is that anti-democracy? These people, anytime they don't get their way, it's always woe is me, playing victim.
The right to vote, only to have the governor of that state with the legislature change the rules of the game and have what I would call, and other historians call, a modern day poll tax. So they always want to talk about unfairness and rigging, and they certainly do a lot of that. It is an abuse of power. I wish Florida would wake up and just, I don't even know how they.
Who are you to tell me as a Floridian how to vote? I don't see no value in marijuana. I saw no value in abortion. I think actually abortion is an ethical problem. I don't think people should have the right to just kill their grandbabies because they feel like it. Sorry, kill their children just because they feel like it, just because the child's inconvenient to them. Hey, you got 6 weeks, figure it out. Be more responsible. Close your legs. Instead, you want to cry how life is unfair. Look, I'm about to tune out TYT real quick. I'm going to give him 1 more minute because I'm trying to be fair here. I'm trying to listen to all perspectives surrounding the election.
The Democratic Party is really angling to the right, center right party right now.
So look, guys, right now election is still 50-50. But if the Democrats wind up losing, both progressives and the MAGA are going to want to hear what I have to say, because it isn't going to be being mad at Trump or being sad. And that was a misnomer about 2016.
Hey, one of the reasons why I wanted to listen to TYT is that in real time, if a big enough impact happened, he'll give us a clip moment, all right? But it looked like he ain't trying to go for it, fam. Oh, sorry, guys. I don't know why he's not playing. God, I'm president.
Who did a coup attempt against America. And you guys are at 50-50. But I'll save that for later in the night.
Stop crying.
When you were talking about the Wisconsin thing, I wanted to go back to that. Can you say that number again about the exit poll in Wisconsin?
Yeah, and Jinko, I'm pulling that up again. I would like your opinion about if Democrats win, though, they're going to think that they did everything right. And that is my biggest fear, that they won't learn any less.
See, you can't make a progressive happy. They win, they going to think they did everything right. They lose, they didn't do nothing right. Like, why y'all don't run? Oh, yeah, you did try to run, and your popular ideas didn't win. Make it make sense. That's what Incel says. PA is going up by the minute for Trump, it seems. All right, let me go check PA. They finally called South Carolina for Donald Trump. It's about damn time. With 60% of the vote in, South Carolina got called for Trump. 58% compared to Kamala Harris's 39%. PA, let's look at PA. Wow. With 23% of the vote, from what I'm seeing, maybe my decision desk here is not like updating fast enough. But from what I'm seeing here, with only 23% of the vote, Donald Trump is down 16% from Decision Desk HQ. So I know he's cutting into the lead, but he's still pretty much down. I'm still waiting for it. There's only 23% of the vote in. So West Virginia got called. Let's see how Virginia's doing. Harris took the lead again by 0.1 percentage points in Virginia with 56% of the vote in. So it's close race, guys. Close race.
Is not interested in learning lessons. They're interested in only one thing: the money, Lebowski.
No, the power.
Okay, so they're just going to go straight to the donor class anyway. They're never, ever, ever going to learn. You have to beat them in a primary. There is no convincing people.
And here's the funny part too about this whole like Democrat stuff too. You guys want to do progressive taxes and stuff, which in my view, in my estimation, further ties the Democratic Party to the donors, because they know the donors are the ones who are going to pay most of the taxes. If you look at how much of the tax revenue, how much the top 20% of taxpayers contribute to the tax revenue of this country, with a progressive tax, you essentially tether the rich to become some type of autocracy in this country. That's why I prefer a flat tax. That way, the distribution of where the income is coming from is more widespread. Yes, rich people will still contribute more to the tax base, but it's a lot fairer. You get me? It's a lot more spread out. Everyone's contributing the same percentage of their labor, of their money, of their time into the government. But when you do these progressive taxes, I think it makes the Democratic Party and the government more dependent, more tied to the wealthy, rich. And this is why they always get these tax loopholes that Donald Trump talked about in 2016. And then these progressives are going to cry and get mad when these progressives have not shown any proof of concept. Trump was able to come in and populism won in the Republican Party. Where's that same energy for the Democratic Party? There is none. They essentially anointed Kamala Harris, and y'all still sitting here supporting her because Donald Trump is bad. Donald Trump's evil. I'm changed. And then y'all still complaining and itching about them. But I digress, man. Hey, listen to TYT honestly makes me frustrated sometimes, but I have to, because I have to see what they're thinking about, how are they seeing things.
Hillary Clinton by a clip of 81% and white men 32%. So when it comes to chastising black men, rolling over on them, I mean the black men in my life are not vibing with the Democratic Party. I got two conservatives that I love, and both of them are just not feeling the Democratic Party because they don't see themselves in the Democratic Party. And as for black men who want to rock with the Democratic Party, I mean, I was just at church this Sunday, family, and this young man his name is Chris. He just came back from the federal pen. He is an entrepreneur. He's trying to rebuild his life. Well, I'm old enough to remember how the Democratic Party wanted to paint felons as somehow a bad thing. People shouldn't have a second chance because they're trying to get at Trump. Meanwhile, back in the hoods, when you do that, you hurt black men, you hurt other men of color, and you hurt poor people writ large. And what this young man said to me, and he was in his 30s.
Okay, I'm done. First of all, here's one thing I will say. Majority of black men are not criminals. Majority of black men do not relate to that story that she just finished telling. One thing majority of black men do relate is we do know somebody that, he's trying to get a second chance. He's trying to fix his life. He's trying to get back in the straight and narrow. And we can understand that, that attempt at getting redemption. But like the things they talk about, and this is the funny part, it's the same thing with this narrative. This is why I say progressives, liberals, sometimes they're passively racist, is that they automatically assume, yeah, criminal justice reform, black men care about that. We do to a degree. It does affect a large minority of us, sure, but that's not the majority. And to pretend that the majority of black people are criminals is insulting to me, honestly. But I digress. I think I'm gonna switch to News Nation. I need to get more center now. I'm going more center left is how I see most of News Nation's cast, and then maybe we'll jump back into Twitter, see how people on social media is reacting to what's happening so far. So, without further ado.
and look where we're at in Georgia. Okay, so going in statewide in Georgia, the win probability for Trump's actually come down a little bit.
There you
We're
go.
up about 80 before. We're at 72. So it's like a 70-30 chance as we see it at DDHQ right now for Trump to win the state. I'll back up here and go votes remaining. This is what I was talking about, Leland, that, Gwinnett County, certainly a place Harris hopes to do well, and DeKalb County at the bottom there, another place where Harris hopes to do well. I think DeKalb, Chris was saying earlier, that was one of the places they had to extend the voting hours, right? So we'll see how it goes. But here's the thing: as we come to the full map, this will be the final point. Again, you don't want to overemphasize it, but if the trends stay, Kamala Harris isn't out of this by any means. She still has the blue wall to rebuild. We've got real votes coming in Pennsylvania now. I can give you guys a few, just an early look with all the obvious caveats if you're only at 25% of the state, right? So Harris is tracking at 56-43, but I think it's more interesting to go counties, right? So we can go out in the western part of the state in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County's coming in. I'll historically compare it to the past, and where are we in Allegheny? Almost half the vote. She's tracking ahead of Biden in Allegheny County, which is obviously good news. And then we've got to go over here and go Philly suburbs. This is Chester County in gray. That means nothing's in. There are other Philly suburbs that are coming in. Bucks County, bring up Bucks County right around Philadelphia. These are good numbers for Harris, but it's very low vote totals. Okay, so she's tracking ahead of where Biden was. That's the most conservative of the
It's also a little bit
counties.
of a reflection of what they had said about turnout.
That's right.
Because both sides were saying different things. Remember, Bill O'Reilly came on and said they told him it was low around Philadelphia. The Democrats are saying they actually did very well. The early vote numbers show that it's certainly not underperforming. They're ahead of where they were 4 years ago. Quick on North Carolina.
Yep.
They are not within the margin of less than 1% protest margin, right? North Carolina, the person who loses by less than 1% can file. She's not within that range, though, right?
No. So Donald Trump's now with 54%.
Oh, they called North Carolina for him.
And I know, I guess was it O'Reilly was saying earlier they thought they win by 3, but 51-1 to about 48 right now. So
So North Carolina got called for Trump. Interesting. Let me see. Yeah, they called North Carolina for him. So Virginia, that would be, if Trump can surpass expectations, that would be a good call for him there, because right now with 59% of the vote in Virginia, Trump is up 1 percentage point over Harris. But they call Harris to win. So this can go either way. I think that's a good 50-50 state. And I think that can be a very momentum, like that can change the whole mood of this election if Trump can, I guess, prove decision that's wrong in the race. But I want to hear more commentary on Philadelphia, because that one I'm very interested to see what's going on.
And it's like in the Pittsburgh area, even when we go out there to these red counties, it's like, where's Trump's numbers going to be in a place like, we've talked Westmoreland earlier, and so far he's a little below, right? So if Trump's a little below his numbers in the red and Harris is above her numbers in the blue, that's the night she's going to want to have. Now, I said obvious caveats at the beginning, for the reason that it's early. It's 25% of the votes in. A lot of this could be early vote. Weird part about Pennsylvania is they're county by county.
Yep.
So sometimes you don't. Some counties will come election day first. Some others will come early votes first. So
That
it's
make
a
no
little
damn
confusing
sense.
that way.
It's a mash state. Some of them have an order to them. For instance, New York State, which I can hazard a guess about, the upstate comes in first, then the population centers south in the state come in. Pennsylvania's a little different. Counties
in many ways
have different. Yes, counties have different efficiencies, so you can't say.
Colorado,
Harris
that was
wins
obvious.
Colorado, no surprise there. That was 10 electoral college votes.
But it will be interesting to look at the numbers there and see how well she did within the state, because that's part of the untold story. We're seeing Trump, when he wins, is performing and then some.
Right.
We'll take a look when we get the numbers in Colorado, see how well she performed in there in terms of relative strength.
Look, and that Colorado does not necessarily reflect Nevada and Arizona, but it is informative to your point, especially when it comes to Latino vote. And
Well, you got the Latino vote. South Florida already proved it to you. That's why I was looking at Osceola County with the 40% Puerto Rican population. That's why it's damn near neck and neck in Osceola County in Florida. That just proves to show, like, nothing really, like the comedian joke or whatever did not hurt Donald Trump. So I don't understand why they're doing all this stuff, right? We got Michigan, We got Georgia. Georgia's 73%, 6%. Trump's still holding his 6% lead, right? I called it when Georgia was 50% in, so I'm still standing by my prediction. So far, she has not won a swing state yet. Virginia has 60% of the vote in, and Trump is still up 1 percentage point. So I'm thinking they're probably playing the odds that maybe they have not counted a blue county yet in Virginia, and that's supposed to heavily go against Trump, I'm guessing. Pennsylvania, still not enough to make a judgment call on it yet. Michigan, Trump is still down 11 points or 9 points now. Iowa, I believe Iowa, they still have only 13% of the vote counted. So it's still early, but right now, based on currently everything that's been called for Trump, it's Harris 105 versus Trump 210, which is pretty good. Right? And I don't know how much, wait, let me see. How much is Georgia's electoral college vote? How much that will give whoever wins that state? Oh, it doesn't tell me. This doesn't tell me. Can someone let me know in the chat how much electoral votes that Georgia will give Trump if he wins it? Because it doesn't tell me here in the decision desk. But no, Trump's got a good chance. 210 already. So let's listen in.
Soon when word starts to spread around the headquarters.
You know, between Trump and Vance, for the last 14 days, they had 14 events in North Carolina. It was a sign. I mean, both campaigns spent an enormous amount of time in that state because they both recognized its importance, particularly Trump. Harris still has a shot at winning if she wins the entire blue wall, those 3 states. But Trump winning both North Carolina and Georgia, if that happens to also be called in his favor, is a big deal for his campaign.
Absolutely. I remember he won North Carolina in 2016 and 2020. It's the only swing state he won both times there. It was about a percentage point, though, when it all came out. And I was looking at the numbers that we have so far. I know that they could still change a bit, but it looks like he may have done better this time so far. And again, he put the work in at the end. I mean, he was here nonstop. I think people were surprised that he was having rallies day after day in North Carolina. The polls were showing he's doing well here, but he just kept coming back.
I think the Trump campaign knew it was important for their path to victory. All right, Brian Enton, let us know once you break the news to the folks behind you what DDHQ just called in their favor. Thanks so much. And we are going to take a quick break. We will be right back. Don't go away. More results, more vote tallies coming in.
So yeah, more votes tallies. It seems like interesting things are going on right now. Let's see what how the Australians are viewing this election. Let's see how they're viewing the election. So let me swing over there. Let me get the live stream there set up. I might go back to the Daily Wire crew. I think I enjoyed their commentary a lot about the election a little bit, but I want to see how the Aussies are seeing us real quick. So let me unmute them. Okay, let's unmute them. And I paused it.
The only watch party that's taking place in Washington, D.C. There's also a separate, smaller watch party at the Conrad Hotel, not Market Hotel, in the centre of town, where a number of big-ticket Democratic Party donors, as well as friends of Kamala Harris, are gathered. But at some point this evening, we expect her to appear on the stage behind me. People here hoping that she may well be returning to this university as America's first female president, but it feels like, given how close this race is right now, that could be a long way down the line.
Okay, Martha, thank you very much indeed. So we are waiting to hear really from North Carolina. That will be key, obviously, and Georgia as well. And we wait too on Pennsylvania. That may be some time. You want to say something?
I was just going to say that the Reuters news agency is reporting now that Donald Trump has won North Carolina. I should stress that we're not yet confirming that at Sky or with our partners at NBC, but different news organizations have different methods and have different ways of being comfortable in saying something. But it's certainly interesting that Reuters has come to the conclusion that they believe Donald Trump has won there. And
you see what I'm saying? Like, it's even if news desk says that, oh, Kamala Harris is projected to win Virginia, doesn't necessarily mean that's the case, right? 60% of the vote is in. Donald Trump is up 0.3 percentage points over Kamala Harris with 60% of the vote. Yet they already called it. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know what they're referencing, but to me, it's too close to call, right? But they decided to call it, right? So, it's just what kind of risk people are interested. Like me, I'm very confident in my pick. Georgia's supposed to go to Trump. I'm just waiting for them to catch up and realize the greatness that is Talks with Kenny. I'm messing around, guys. I'm joking around, obviously. But thanks for sticking with me. It's 2 hours and 39 minutes. I can't believe I've been doing this for 2 hours and 39 minutes. But time flies when you're trying to figure out who's going to be president of your country, huh?
Actually, which I know is very much on the minds of network executives, particularly, is this business of calling states and calling them at a particular time, because it matters so much here. It's we again, viewers in Britain won't necessarily understand the system here. You don't have a returning officer who stands up and declares the results in a particular district or whatever. These results come in, and there is no official body in any state until the votes have all been tabulated that says here's the result until the actual final result is known. So what happens is as this goes on through the night, networks say yes, well, Trump's going to win Florida, or Trump's going to win North Carolina, or whatever. But they can do that it can be quite controversial. Most famously, we all remember in 2020 when Fox News, of all places, called Arizona for Trump, for Biden, sorry, relatively early in the evening, enraging the Trump people, because they felt because it does carry a kind of a certain authority when the television networks say that's the result. People tune in and they look at the numbers, the electoral college numbers, and they say, okay, that's the result, even though there could still be outstanding challenges going on in those states. So this is going to be again, it's going to be close again. I think we can say that tonight. It's going to be a story of the night.
That Donald Trump has outspent.
We just want to make a point here. We can't call.
So Georgia got 16 electoral votes. So yeah, that's going to be pretty huge if Trump can net that. I'm very confident in my prediction. I think Georgia is going to win. So far, nothing has deviated slightly from my purview, right? Currently, Michigan, Iowa, and Wisconsin are currently blue, but I think that's just early voting. So that could just be what's skewing it currently in that manner. But let's listen into what they're saying, because I'm kind of into what they're having discussions about here right now.
Not certain that Harris's team did as much, but it would not surprise me if, in fact, Donald Trump won North Carolina.
Well, I mean, but we have to say, if the Democrats won it, that that's a big deal, isn't it?
Yeah, remember, this is the only one of these 7 states that Trump won in 2020.
In 2020, it was the only battleground state that he actually won. But just to your point there about calling states and what Mark just said, I mean, given the territory that we are in this election and 2020, it is about being very careful at this point in time and having all the information that we need.
Yeah. Let me give you a couple of other
that's the
updates.
difference.
Well,
I think that's a different perspective from an American and an Australian. Y'all seem more cautious about our election, while we over here willy-nilly, yeah, it's Georgia, yeah, it's this. So it's interesting to see how the international people more on the European Union side, how hesitant they are to make calls compared to us Americans. So that's a little bit of a culture shock. I'm like, oh, journalists don't want to give their opinions? What, journalists? They want to wait until all the information is more definitive before saying something? What?
We get some clarity on what's going on in North Carolina. Abortion clearly on the ballot in some states, and we now know that in Florida, a ballot measure that would have enshrined abortion rights into the Florida Constitution has failed. So a majority of people in Florida sticking with the 6-week abortion ban that will now go into effect. Now, this is clearly a blow for abortion rights campaigners. Up until that point, ever since the point at which Roe versus Wade was overturned here at the Supreme Court, abortion rights campaigners had won a series of measures in states across the country, sort of overturning the decisions that were made here at state level. But that is not the case now in Florida. Conversely, in New York, the opposite has happened, and they have voted in New York to allow abortion. I'll get more detail on that in a moment, but to allow abortion there, or to continue to allow it, I should say.
So I think it's a constitution. I think I'm a New York resident voter. I think it's to actually enshrine it in the Constitution. I think it's a
Right, okay.
So, New York has very, very liberal abortion laws as it is.
Yeah, I was thinking as I was saying it, I was thinking,
It
so
says
it's
the
actually enshrining it. Right.
The amendment to New York's constitution is what it is.
Yeah. Got it. But the Florida thing is clearly a blow to pro-abortion campaigners.
Yeah, very much so. And we were just talking there about New York. Let's go to Lewis because he has some updates on the situation in New York. As we said, we called it for Kamala Harris, but there are interesting House races that we're looking at here as well, aren't we?
Yeah, none of those have come in yet. We'll be waiting for some time for those. But we can see, I mean, look, New York is a solidly Democratic state. It has been since the 1980s and even largely before then as well. 42% of the vote now in. Kamala Harris ahead by 64.5%. How does that compare to 2020? Well, actually, it's quite a bit up so far on Joe Biden's total in 2020. But as we get more results in from upstate New York, we'll see Donald Trump make up some of that margin. But it doesn't really matter.
So Dance with Incels tells me that PAs look like it's coming up again. I'm gonna give it a little bit more time. Hopefully, let's see. Maybe I'll switch around. Maybe I'll go to damn, I did Valuetainment, Daily Wire. I'm gonna check out the Daily Wire folks after this. So I'm gonna give it some more time. I'll look into PA and see how that's coming about.
Until 2020, but then, of course, voted for Donald Trump instead of Joe Biden. But here, this is a sort of pattern that we see across these states, which have generally become more Republican. Donald Trump adding to his total on 2020, 55% versus 53%, so doing pretty well. Kamala Harris not doing as badly, though, in some of the places where the Democrats...
So since they're talking about Iowa, yeah, so you're right. With 33% of the estimated vote reporting, Trump's cutting into that league again. Now he's only down 9 percentage points. So he's 200,000 votes away from Kamala Harris before he can catch his up. So hopefully as more votes come in, Trump continues cutting into that league. I'm going back to VA again because I think this will prove how accurate the polls, or not polls, how accurate Decision Desk is. 62% of the vote just came in for Virginia, and Trump is still holding a 0.1% lead. So it's going to be a close one. I think it's going to be a close, tight finish for VA when it comes to the vote. They're talking about Georgia, so I want to hear their little commentary on this and see what perspectives that they can give us.
But they are really important because millions and millions of Georgia's population lives there. We are actually seeing a swing to the Democrats in these places. So Kamala Harris is actually doing a bit better in some of these counties than Joe Biden did. And Joe Biden did very well there in 2020. So we talked about the red mirage earlier. Right now, Georgia is 79% of the vote in. It's 52 to 48. As we get more of that vote in from these places, so let's see how much we've got left. Fulton County, 8% of the vote in, 72%, 72.6% in 2020. We can see here Cobb County, 18% as well. So there's still quite a lot of vote to be mined in Atlanta and in the Atlanta suburbs that might keep Democrats' hopes alive in Georgia. But my word, it's certainly going to be very close. And then just one other thing about Pennsylvania. Let's see, we'll check in how we're on there. We've got a third of the vote in there now in Pennsylvania. We can see Kamala Harris is at 51.6% versus 47.4% for Donald Trump. Joe Biden took this state by, by only 1.2 percentage points.
So Decision Desk might be behind because I'm not at that standpoint. Okay, now they just updated the numbers. So yeah, my report is saying like the Decision Desk is showing the same thing now. Okay, so yeah, so Trump cut into that lead. He's a lot closer now, 4% within the margin of error. So let's see where he goes.
Because they're often quite small sample sizes. But obviously one of the big questions coming into this election was, can Kamala Harris...
Look at that black vote, 20%. That's all I need, bro. That's all I need. Time to make a statement. We're not a monolith no more. Look at the Latino vote. There's more parity, and that's Wisconsin? I'm going to check out Wisconsin as this guy talks. I'm going to leave it here. I think they're spinning some good news here. Let's listen in.
That Donald Trump is doing a little bit better with white voters compared to 2020 by 1 percentage point. Latino voters, he's doing 1 percentage point better. But look at that. With black voters, he's more than doubled his support, according to this exit poll in Wisconsin. There aren't a lot of black voters in Wisconsin. There are some, particularly around Milwaukee. It's generally a white state. But if that were to be borne out, certainly in Wisconsin and other places, then it's entirely possible that we can see that would be extremely advantageous for...
Dancing with Isabel says, how is Kamala doing better than Biden in PA? Hey, the early voting numbers, right? Those early voting numbers really is helping Kamala's numbers there, right? White suburban women also It seems like. I think that's Trump's support. Let's listen in. I don't want to keep cutting him off.
Quite a bit worse than he did in 2020, 51% compared to 56%.
Hey, white suburban
and this
women.
is really interesting as well. Again, an exit poll in Pennsylvania, racial
the black
split
vote
here.
in
We can see
Pennsylvania.
here, white voters, black voters, Latino voters. Dark blue for Kamala Harris is 2024.
So white voters are trending more towards Kamala Harris. Black voters are still trending more towards Kamala Harris. No, less. Kamala lost support. She gained support with white voters. Kamala lost support with black voters, and she gained she lost a lot more support with Latino voters. So, hey, that's some strong signs depending
Democrats
on the
take
exit
the
polls.
Pennsylvania Latino vote in 2020. In 2024, Kamala Harris is getting 57% according to this exit poll. There was a lot of speculation about whether the Puerto Rico comment at Madison Square Garden, big Puerto Rican presence in Pennsylvania, big Puerto Rican population. If this exit poll is right, that doesn't seem to have damaged him whatsoever, certainly with the wider Latino vote in that state. And if that is true, and again, it has to be treated with a lot of caution, given how narrow Pennsylvania was in 2020, as I said, decided by 1.2 percentage points, that will be very, very worrying for the vice president.
Well, it does appear that things are quite narrow, Lewis. I'm just going to give us a bit of an update and get that up on our screen. Let's first of all look at Wisconsin because I'm just being told that it is too close to call. So as those votes come in, Wisconsin is now too close to call. Let's show you to Pennsylvania now, where, again, I'm being told too close to call. That big prize, Pennsylvania, as well as Wisconsin, those Rust Belt states that Kamala Harris desperately needs, which will help her path to the White House. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, part of that once so...
If Trump wins either of those states, I think you're going to start seeing meltdowns happen. I enjoyed Sky's News reporting. It's nice to hear, some slightly unbiased, news being talked about. So I'm going to go to the Daily Wire. I want to hear what they have to say. Let's hear some of their perspectives on it.
Trump winning 45% of the Hispanic votes.
So yeah, we're gonna go to Fast Talking Ben. He's gonna give us some insights. So let's hear what Ben has to say.
What are they left with? I mean, as we move forward, they might be able to sneak one out, maybe eke one out. But what does that betide for the rest of their agenda? And do we think that they swivel more to the center, or do they move further away? By the way, Trump has just been announced as the winner of Iowa, so sad news for the NSL.
What's the gap?
I don't have a gap yet.
There's
only
12%
of votes.
I called it a 10%, but like we'll
Donald Trump winning Iowa may be the political shocker. I'll tell you
of
the
2024 election. The poll, that outlier poll that said Kamala was going to win Iowa, it did spook me. I don't know. It
was designed to spook.
That was the whole point of it, and it succeeded.
And people kept saying it was a respected poll, but in fact, it has not been that accurate at presidential elections.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump is in the New York Times. The magic needle. Come on, needle. He is slightly favored in Wisconsin at this point as well.
Wow.
So it's possible that my original map was right, except for New Hampshire. So I'm still rooting for my original map, but now that I've lost New Hampshire.
If he breaks Wisconsin off from Michigan and Pennsylvania, that is a path to the White House as well.
Yeah,
then he's in the White House.
By the way, the Florida-Puerto Rican vote, this again, just to point out that the media narrative is not real.
Yes.
The Florida-Puerto Rican vote, Harris won the demographic 52-43 per the exits, 52-43 among Puerto Ricans in Florida.
Like, imagine it was that close, but they hear, oh my God, like this is the problem with liberals. Y'all getting offended on behalf of people. Like, what's best for them. No, you should be offended by those comments, Puerto Rico people. No, they're like, yo, we don't give a damn, bro. We can take jokes. There's a reason why we left Puerto Rico, okay? If Puerto Rico was good, we will be there. It ain't good. We left. And it was highlighting a problem that many Americans didn't even know about, the trash crisis. Hell, I didn't even know about. I said, what's this comedian talking about? Oh, look at the trash crisis affecting Puerto Rico. People in Puerto Rico had Trump flags in there. And you think he was going to be... liberals always got to be offended on behalf of other peoples. And that's one of the patronizing, annoying things about them. But let's go back. I see Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil, I have to ask. I was at the MSG rally when none of us were expecting you to be there. There was 8 hours worth of speeches. And when you came out, I think it genuinely shocked the crowd, not because we thought that you were a big leftist or something like that, but that it entailed so much risk for you to come out at this point. You've been a huge figure in media for so many years. What pushed you over the edge?
Well, I wanted to do something that woke people up because I think this has been such a divisive campaign. And, when I came out, I said, look, I'm not here to endorse, just to endorse Donald Trump. I don't like everything he says. I don't like everything that he does.
Nobody does.
And I'm honest about that. I'm honest.
That's with any candidate, right? And the fact that people have to say that about Trump is almost like, when you criticize, like, for instance, women or black people, and then you have to say, hold on, I love women, I respect black people, right? It's that kind of thing. Like that the fact that any kind of admission of positively supporting Trump in any way means you condone everything he does. Or if you criticize someone, you hate everything about them because of their gender or their race. Is this kind of stuff that I want to die in politics? Like, I'm tired of this stuff now. I'm tired of this reactionary, emotional narrative, like dramatization of our politics. I'm just tired of it, right? And I'm following the VA stuff very closely because I think with 64% of the vote counted, Trump is still holding a 1% lead over Harris. So I don't understand how Decision Desk is calling this race, that race in Virginia, when it's still too close to call in my view. But, I digress. Let's see what Phil's saying over here.
And I said one of the most important days in my life was 9/12/01. Not 9/11, but 9/12, because the morning after 9/11, we woke up and we were all Americans. And I hope that we don't have to have a big catastrophe for us to have that feeling again.
And Dr. Phil, one question for you is, obviously you really believe in individualism. That's something that ranks very high on your list. Many of the stats that are coming in right now show that we're watching a major political realignment in real time on a racial basis, that this sort of stranglehold idea that the Democrats were going to win enormous, overwhelming sums of minority voters across the spectrum, that's just not true. The biggest stat of the night so far is Trump winning maybe 45% of the Hispanic vote and up to 25% of the black male vote, according to Kirsten Solstice Anderson, my friend, the pollster over at Echelon Insights. She's done some exit polling suggesting that black men, 23%, are going to vote for President Trump nationally, which is an unheard of number. What do you make of this sort of political realignment?
Well, I think you're saying it exactly right, Ben. I think it is a political realignment because people are saying, look, I'm tired of people telling me that because I'm part of a demographically defined group, that I can't think for myself.
Exactly.
And you've heard me talk very loud and long about the fact that we have to teach critical thinking in this country again.
Oh, right? Especially in my community, in the black culture, you gotta tell these black women, like, yo, you stop trying to pigeonhole us in a box. Your party, your candidate ain't offering us anything beneficial. Not compared to what Trump's offering. What Trump specifically is gonna do for black people? I don't need him to do something specifically for me. I just need him to do something that all Americans can benefit from, where we all can take a piece of the pot and we all have the opportunity to be successful and great in this country. I want Donald Trump to create an incentive structure and an environment where I can prosper, where I can maximize my potential. I don't need them to do nothing for me. And this is the difference between a black conservative and a black liberal. A black conservative don't expect someone to do something specifically for their racial group. I expect the party to do something in general for the common interest of the Americans, and I can handle the rest myself. The black conservative creed is government do nothing for me. So when black Democrats come here wagging their finger telling me, Trump's not doing anything specifically for you, yes, that's the point. But I digress, just had to get that rant off.
While race isn't not real, it's not fixed.
Yeah.
And so we're told that
it's not definitive.
It's not definitive. Yeah, we're told that gender is fluid, but it's actually race that over time is fluid.
Yeah.
Well, we know that men are men.
Barack Obama is going to be very disappointed in black men because we know that he.
No, the brothers.
The brothers.
Those naughty, those naughty brothers.
Men, Democrats don't understand this. Like, there's nothing men hate more than being nagged. And Barack Obama is literally wagging his finger in the faces of black men, saying, "You need to get out there and vote." That, if you want to speak to men and motivate men, that's the very last way to do it.
No, you have to send Michelle to do that.
Right. Oh, it should have made it worse.
He lectured black men about how they were irresponsible and terrible, which, of course, is definitely what they want to hear from Michelle Obama. By the way, CNN is now reporting that Harris has some warning signs in Michigan. She's underperforming Joe Biden in places like Washtenaw County, which is a very heavily Democratic area. So, obviously, as goes Michigan, so goes the country.
No, I don't agree with you there, but it's good to know, not good to know, but yeah, Trump's closing the gap in Michigan, and the fact that she's underperforming in some counties in Michigan, it's some warning signs right there. Another poll is going to close in about 2 more minutes. So
and she made this claim about a week ago. I did not have the resources to fact check it, though my gut instinct tells me Kamala Harris has never once in her entire life been in the barbershop, and it would seem that the hard numbers we're getting here suggest the brothers breaking, at least in a significant way, for President Trump.
And by the way, New York Times Needle in Iowa, estimated margin, Trump up 9 in Iowa. So remember that time when he was supposed to lose by 3? That is an 11 to 12-point miss by Ann Seltzer.
Sorry. Trump just finished closing the gap. Trump is now within 1% in Pennsylvania with 40% of the vote in. So Trump is catching Kamala in Pennsylvania. So that's some good signs for him. Let's go back. I just wanted to throw that in there for you guys.
Jump in here and get you a couple of calls from our desk here because, Chris, you've got a couple of calls for us here.
Thank you, Dr. Phil. Merit TV now calling the state of Missouri. And at last report, we're getting really close to closing out Colorado. And at the top of the hour, which is now just 1 minute away, polls will be closing in Montana, Idaho, Nevada, most of Idaho, Utah, and Nevada.
Yeah, that's great. And, guys, if Ben, if we close out North Carolina for Trump soon, that can be a real building block
we've already called
in
it.
the March to 270. You've called North Carolina?
Yeah, we called it already. North Carolina's been called. So as far as we're concerned, we're not talking about North Carolina anymore. It's over. North Carolina's done. But basically, practically speaking, you take North Carolina off the table for Kamala Harris, and she has one path and one path only. That's the Rust Belt state. She has to win all 3 of them. And right now,
what if she wins all 3 but loses Virginia?
Well, right now, there are some more CNN exit poll numbers, again, with the giant grain of salt. This is the bimarital status. Kamala Harris is losing married voters 55 to 44. She's winning non-married voters by 55 to 41.
Wow.
Which is actually shockingly not horrific. Yeah, you would have thought that was like a 25, 30-point gap, by the way they were pushing this. Meanwhile,
wow, single women, y'all close the gap. Hey, I have faith in humanity again.
For males, and it is for females, 54 to 43 for Trump among males. It is 54 to 44 among females for Kamala Harris. So, again, this is going to be, if Trump wins, it's because men showed up to vote. Yeah. That's really what this is about. Men actually showing up to vote. So the kind of going theory of the Democratic Party is that women are high propensity voters, men are low propensity voters. They've constituted the majority. Women have constituted the majority of people who vote in the last several election cycles. Men showing up en masse to vote is a complete shift in the way that elections are done.
Can I just say, by the way, that we tend, when we talk about this, to sound like we're being very hard on women. I'm actually, I believe that it's a man's responsibility.
Love women. Are you kidding?
No, it's a man's responsibility to do things like vote. And we happen to...
Maine got called for Trump. Trump's at 220 right now. I'm just trying to see what else I missed. Oklahoma got called, I believe, for Trump, if I remember correctly. I've just been too busy looking at VA at Virginia and still in shock and awe. 65% of the vote is counted, and Trump still has a 1% lead. So that can change any moment, but I'm just paying attention to
tradition and decency in the way that it historically has. They've given up their responsibility in the household, which is something that the Kamala Harris... at least PACs aligned with Kamala Harris have been trying to openly exploit with their, hey, ladies, just don't tell your loser idiot husband who you vote for. And they've certainly given up their responsibility, their civic responsibilities. You know, you don't...
Yeah.
It used to be that one of the backbones of the country was men engaging in civic social groups.
Yes,
and
which have largely collapsed. There's an update coming out of the RNC right now. Michael Whatley, chairman of the RNC, says There were potential shenanigans in Pennsylvania, and the Republicans have just scored a legal victory. According to Chairman Whatley, Centre County officials were planning to stop counting ballots throughout the night in violation of state law. We, the RNC, threatened to sue. That was enough. Officials have agreed to continue the count as required. Our attorneys will continue fighting to quickly eliminate issues at the polls as they arise.
This is what you want to hear.
Well, speaking of Pennsylvania, our friend Ryan Gerdusky, formerly of CNN, he says that Lackawanna, Pennsylvania, which is the first county in Pennsylvania that is near to completion, that has shifted from a Biden plus 8.4 to a Harris.
According to Decision Desk, Donald Trump just took the lead in Pennsylvania with 42% of the vote coming in by 0.5 percentage points. Trump just took the lead at the time by, according to Decision HQ, Trump has a 0.5% lead in Pennsylvania. I repeat again. So things are starting to look up. Things are starting to trend. It seems like over time, Trump is catching Kamala Harris and passing Kamala Harris. So at the time of me, 10:03 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Donald Trump just took the lead in Pennsylvania. So I'm going to continue with this. I think this is an interesting discussion that the Daily Wire folks are having. So I want to continue listening in on this.
Thank you so much. And we are, in fact, paying all of our guests to say that, so, if you're wondering.
Yeah.
So,
well,
by the way,
I expect my $8 by the end of the night.
Dr. Phil, thanks for making time for us on this important night.
Well, thank you guys. We'll be in touch.
By the way,
Thanks so much.
Quick point to make on Texas. You know, we can take it lightly that Senator Cruz won his third term in Texas. Democrats dumped $80 million into that race. And so the fact that they keep pouring money down rat holes in non-competitive states because they get a little bit over their skis is quite a good thing, because all those dollars could have gone to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So the fact that they decided to spend it there instead is a good thing. The New York Times needle continues to steadily, slowly creep toward the right, meaning more toward President Trump, and it's entertaining to watch. And you know, we're going to have to at some point split screen what they're doing over at MSNBC and just find out how they're dealing with the emerging evening. You know, the New York Times headline right now is Trump wins Florida and Texas. Other big prizes still out, so they're not saying anything about North Carolina yet. Although, again, very likely that it's going to win. Moreno is up right now in the vote in Ohio by about 5 percentage points in Ohio.
Is this AP here?
Was that?
What are you reading?
I'm looking at the New York Times right now. In Pennsylvania, Bob Casey is up by 2, but only 43% of the vote in. So that is.
So I'm going to go do some Twitter surfing. I think it's a good time to go check on Twitter, what's going on in Twitter. We're going to see what's going on in Twitter, right? Because, you know, so many stuff is happening. Trump's at 220 right now, according to my calls. VA is still too close to call. The oldest fraud is the belief that the political left is the party of the poor and the downtrodden. Truer words have never been spoken. Thomas Sowell, great quote. Thomas Sowell, great quote. Let's see. Oh, there's some live coverage. Tucker Carlson, guys. I know some of you guys don't like Tucker Carlson, but I see RFK, you know. Check it out. Should I? Yes, I should. I guess I should. Let's see if I can get in here. It's buffering right now, so I don't think it wants me in there. Okay. Let's see. Well, I'll give it a shot. Why not?
So the party that's completely abandoned the working class base in this country. You look at the labor unions with Sean O'Brien, who's the head of the biggest union in our country, and who's a beautiful man, incredible man.
Excellent guy. I agree.
He's an insurgent. He came out of Boston. He overthrew the old Hoffa legatees of the Teamsters, and he is the most popular president that they've had in generations. And almost 70%, I think 65% of Teamsters are now Trumpers.
Yep.
This is true in labor unions across the country.
Yep.
Rank and file, the leaders of the union are often still Democrat.
Yep. Because they benefit.
Rank and file are overwhelmingly Republican. And that was not true when I was a kid. And, you know, one of the interesting things, when I was a kid, the Republican Party was the party that had all the money. Because they had all the big corporations on their side.
The country.
But now it's the Democratic Party. 7% of Democrat rich people who are Democrat identifies as Democrats. So this idea that Donald Trump's not going to do nothing for you, black liberal women tend to say in my comment section, and you know what I say? Them rich people ain't gonna do nothing for you because 70% of rich people are Democrats, right? Those white people ain't gonna do nothing for you. Those rich people ain't gonna do nothing for you, including Obama. The Obamas are worth what? How many $1 million? $10 million plus? Craziness. But I'm supposed to sit here worried about what the Donald. You worried about Donald Trump? What he's gonna do for me? Barack, how do third world countries with inferior technologies to ours manage to count their votes in one day? Respectfully, this is why people don't trust you. It took several days to count every ballot in 2020, and very likely we won't know the outcome tonight either. I hope we know the outcome tonight. I'm praying that we know the outcome tonight. The race in Pennsylvania is neck to neck now. Yes, of course it is. Let's play your commie beard. Too close to call. Good. Hey, Royce White. I'm praying for that man. Okay, here it is. Media is sharing their anxiety over the election. This is a clip I live for, right? I don't know if I'm gonna have a video out early in the morning, guys, because I'm gonna be pretty tired. I don't know if I'm gonna wake up 5 a.m. to give you guys some clips, but I'm gonna try my darnest. So here's the media freak having some anxiety. I think they're in Washington D.C.
They want some good news tonight. I can feel the anxiety in the crowd.
It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida, and that kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist-type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place?
Call everything I don't like fascist. Typical liberal talking point. Florida has already counted 100% of their votes 2 hours and 41 minutes after closing. Oh, my God. With no income tax. Ridiculous. We bigger than what? A lot of these states, and y'all still can't count y'all votes? True, if insane. New exit poll shows that Wisconsin, Trump doubled black support. This year, Trump is pulling about 20% of the black vote. Remember, that was my magic ratio. That was my goal. I say, hey, look, I just need 20%. I don't need 40, 60, because the black Democrats, y'all been sitting on your laurels too long. Y'all been sitting too comfortable in the same old. And y'all underestimated the fact that black people want change. That's crazy. Newsmax reports that Donald Trump has a good chance to win the presidency and the Senate. Here's all the bias, pro tip. If you peer bliss throws on the far left news right now, join me in watching them slowly realize that Trump's heading and their agony. Sorry, guys, I can't speak today. I know I've been going, 3 hours? 3 hours and 10 minutes? But I continue for you guys. Let me see. Okay, hey. Meltdown? Nah. No meltdown. No meltdowns yet, guys. Don't miss the action. So, some trends are happening now. So I'm looking at Wisconsin now. With 95% of the vote in Wisconsin, Donald Trump is up 12 points. And they haven't called it for Wisconsin yet. I'm calling Wisconsin right now. Donald Trump won Wisconsin. Put that in the bank. Donald Trump, you heard it here first in Talks with Kenny. Share it, clip it. I don't give a damn. Trump won Wisconsin. What? 70. Look, listen again. 90 with over 95% of the vote in Wisconsin. Trump is up 12 percentage points, and they still have not called the state. Like, what is this ridiculousness? It's almost like the media don't want to call the election for Donald Trump. That's what it's coming across to me right now. Tim Pool shares a post. Sorry, guys, I just took it off. Leaning Trump. Trump's winning. Oof. Chances of winning for Trump and leaning towards Trump. This is from New York Times. 77% chance. Republicans now 79 in on the party market to sweep the presidency, the House, and the Senate. Joy Reid's disgusted, guys. I gotta play it. I gotta play it. You know Joy Reid's my favorite news analyst here.
You just think about just the last 2 weeks and the things that Donald Trump has said into the TV that people could hear him say and do, the vulgarity in front of families with young children and the threats to do mass deportation and a violent start to his dictatorship on day one, and you name it. If all of that gets you half of the votes,
48, 49%.
what does it tell you? I mean, we need to really take a step back and think about what does that.
No, you media hacker, you MSNBC host need to take a step back and say, hey, maybe we dramatize. Maybe we're being too dramatic when we're here fear-mongering about Donald Trump. How about that? How about that? 22 Guru says, good looking out, Kenny. I appreciate you guys. I'm glad you guys are liking it. So right now, I'm calling it. I already called it. Wisconsin is going for Donald Trump. You got over 95% of the vote coming in. Donald Trump's up 12 percentage points. I don't understand why the decision desk has not called Wisconsin for Donald Trump yet. Iowa has already been called for Donald Trump. Donald Trump was winning it by 4% with only 26% of the vote coming in. So that lead is most likely going to increase. Michigan, Donald Trump closed the gap. In Michigan, Donald Trump's only down with 19% of the vote being casted. Donald Trump's only behind 3 percentage points, right? So we got PA. Let's see how Donald Trump's doing in Pennsylvania. With 48% of the vote, Donald Trump's Donald Trump's ahead by 1% in Pennsylvania. So that is the results that I'm seeing here. Just give me more. Just give me more time. Let's go Twitter surfing again, right? TYT. Do I want to go to TYT? See how they're reacting to the news that's being dropped? Maybe not. Let's see. Breaking. Colorado has just called it for Harris with 48%. Florida became the first state to have a pro-life win. That's good. As it appears slightly more like Donald Trump will secure a second term as U.S. president, the danger of neocons yet again infest his cabinets. Yeah, let's see. Okay, so here's I don't know who this is. CBS News saying that just because PA is taking a long time to count the votes, don't assume something nefarious is going on. It's hard to look. Don't try to control how people is going to react to you telling them that there's going to be delay in PA when in 2 hours and 41 minutes, Florida already counted 100% of their votes already. Make it make sense. But a state substantially smaller than Florida, you need more than 1 day to count your votes.
Want to turn now to Cecilia Vega, because Cecilia, I know you did some reporting in Pennsylvania. What are we learning about what may be happening in the Keystone State?
Yeah, we're just back from a reporting trip there. Look, this is the Holy Grail.
Oh, no.
Margaret said it at the top of the show with its 19 electoral college votes. And I think, Nora, to understand the significance of Pennsylvania.
So before these people, bro, I swear, I always get so mad at them. So apparently there was an error in Decision Desk's reporting of Wisconsin. So there's only 33% of the vote, and Harris has a 0.5 lead on Donald Trump with 33% of the vote. So should I just say F it and still stand behind my statements with Donald Trump winning Wisconsin? F it. I still stand by my statement. I still think Donald Trump's going to win Wisconsin, even though it's too close to call with only 33%. I already said it on the live stream. I have to live by the live stream. I have to die by my call. So here we go. VA, which has been called for Kamala Harris, which I find is asinine. 69% of the vote has been put for VA. Decision Desk has called it for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is still leading by 1 with 69% of the vote in, which is a travesty. But I digress. Let's listen to this clip here.
Pennsylvania. All you got to do is look back to the final day of campaigning. Both candidates there, Donald Trump telling everybody, if we win Pennsylvania, we'll win this whole ball of wax. Kamala Harris ending her final rally on the steps of the famous Rocky Steps there. But look, Al Schmidt, the Secretary of State, told me we are probably not going to know the results from Pennsylvania tonight. Delay does not mean anything nefarious is happening. Pack your patience.
Yeah, you gonna make people assume even more nefarious things going on with the way you try to how you say it, sugarcoat it, frame it. Yeah, it's funny. All right, breaking news. Florida counted 90% of their 90 million vote in 1 hour. Yes, you can do that. Yes, they did do that. It's official. Trump has taken the lead in Pennsylvania. This is how it's going. I'm just gonna refresh it one more time, and then I think I like the commentary from the folks at Daily Wire. I might stick with them. but I might want to see TYT. And Salzer 100% got paid to inject a hopium poll for Kamala Harris right before the election, and all the left-wing hacks fell for the psyop. Decision desk projected Donald Trump will win Iowa, right? So there you go. There you have it. Let me like it. Like hopium cope, cope, pure cope. That Donald Trump was gonna lose Iowa, right? And this is the type of stuff that we are dealing with. How's everyone's election night going? Pollsters just said Pennsylvania is about to break for Trump. I mean, if you got in Georgia 20% of the independent voters are breaking for Donald Trump, I think that's a good sign across all the swing states. And I already called Georgia in my purview. I already called Georgia for Trump. I was forced to make the call for Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin's going for Trump. I'm gonna go see what TYT is up to. Let's see how they're reacting to what's going on in the news. Trump's at 226,
They're
according
interested
to
in seeing what happens in this race, and
according
either
to
having Donald Trump there
trying
to
to
do
talk.
whatever they want him to do, or making sure that whoever isn't Donald Trump gets rid of him. So it's an unusual election that way, and I wish it was more.
So I was saying, according to the decision desk, Donald Trump's at 226 electoral votes. So he just needs what? 44 more electoral votes and he wins the election. It's leaning towards Trump right now. I'm starting to get more confident. So let's see how TYT's taking what's going on so far.
I do think that you also, I mean, you cater to that in whatever way you can. And the pollsters aren't the campaigns either. The pollsters operate independently from the campaigns, and maybe they are misguided for doing that. But I think that when you look at what the priorities of different voters are, you also do a post-mortem on this thing. So whoever wins tonight is going to look at what went well. Whoever loses is going to say, well, look, if it's the Democrats, we didn't reach black men. 25% of black men voted for Donald Trump. I'm making that up. But then you look at that, you look at what were you not doing right, and you try and fix it next time. But again, I agree with you. I think this is such an unusual cycle and an unusual election that to hold it to any kind of standard is, it's not even a cop-out to say that. It's just not what.
Yeah, it's probably just reality. But another reality is going on right now is polling just came in for Arizona right now. Early voting for Arizona is coming in. With 50% of the vote for Arizona, Donald Trump's behind 4 percentage points in Arizona, right? So, it's still halfway through. We'll see what's going on. New Mexico with 21% of the vote in, Donald Trump's up by 1 percentage point. I don't know too much about New Mexico's track record. I think they're a red state, but we'll see. Utah's already been called for Donald Trump, so that's one there. That's 6 electoral college votes there. So yeah, Arizona's gonna be interesting to see as well as they just as their counts come in 50% in, and it seems like Trump is behind 4 percentage points, so he can easily catch up to her. All right, hey, Arizona is the one I feel the most concerned about, honestly. PA's looking good. That's what Incel says. PA's looking good. It is indeed. I think Trump extended his lead a little bit. Trump's up 2 percentage points with half the vote already counted in Pennsylvania, so it's looking good. Let's see what TYT is talking about over here.
For it. And that was enough for them. Back then, that was enough for them. They don't understand his tariff plan, but they don't need to because they're going to vote for him anyway. And, around these parts, there is a lot of fear and there is a lot of Jesus coming from the conservative side. And that's
mocking. Look, I just finished playing a clip of a young woman who's voting for Kamala Harris merely because of the fact that she's voting for reproductive rights, even though there's no capabilities of them actually being able to codify Roe in federal law. And just because she's a woman, but you're here trying to progressives. This is my problem with progressives. You're here trying to chastise conservatives because of a lot of fear and Jesus. Okay. Keep it up, progressives. This is why when y'all claim to be popular, but every time y'all run for office or run for Congress, y'all always tend to lose. Don't know why. I don't know why. I wonder why.
But even if I was a Christian, I think that would still be disconcerting for me. And I know a lot of Christians or people who identify as Christians here in this country are not voting for Trump. So I can't imagine what it's like for them.
Well, I mean, good point about,
people who believe in Christianity, identify as Christians, not wanting to vote for Trump for various reasons. But I am curious because Trump did get some backlash from evangelical voters when he made it well, who knows what he would actually do if elected, but he keeps saying over and over again, I think abortion is a states' rights issue, states' rights, states' rights. I would not pursue a national abortion ban. That led to backlash from religious voters. Do you feel that that backlash still persists, especially in the state of Texas?
I want to hear her say. I want to hear this.
It's hard. It's hard to say because I really haven't experienced that backlash personally, and from what I've read and like I know what you're talking about, but I haven't really seen a whole lot of it here because even if he did get some backlash, they're still going to vote for him because they still believe that he's like this chosen guy. So even if it really doesn't matter what he says or what he thinks at this point because these people have invested so much of their lives into him. This is their third time voting for Donald Trump.
And this is your third time talking about Donald Trump. Hey, the media is just as invested in Trump as people are, as the voters, right? So here's West Virginia. Virginia's a tight one. With over 95% of the vote already counted in Virginia, Harris took the lead by 1 percentage point. Trump's behind 1 percentage point, but it's close. I think Trump's down like 3,000 votes. So it's a close one. Like this is a close one in Virginia. So if she ends up winning Virginia, that's going to be like, to me, I wasn't expecting them to win Virginia, but it would have been nice to have, honestly. Trump is still holds his lead with 52% of the lead, with 52% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Trump is still up 2 percentage points. Wisconsin, 95. Okay, so maybe it wasn't a typo, maybe it wasn't a mistake, but in Wisconsin, 95%, over 95% of the vote has already been reported, and Trump holds 11 percentage point lead. So I still stand by my Wisconsin call. They still have not called Georgia, even though Georgia has 83% of the vote, and Trump is still up 4%. I already called Georgia since 50% of the vote was casted, so Trump's going to get Georgia. Trump's getting Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania is still too close to call for my liking. Trump just closed the gap in Arizona, guys. Trump is within 1 percentage point behind Kamala Harris with 52% of the vote already counted in Arizona. So Arizona is going to be something I'll be watching closely. Let's hear what TYT has to say, and then I'm going to jump to Valuetainment, see how Patrick Bet-David is covering the election right now.
Lying about, I love this politician when you're texting everyone that he's a destroyer and I can't wait to move on from him. Like everybody is better protected from the truth and facts than ever before. Like it's hard to imagine what Harris would say that would get through the layers of Jesse Waters, Sean Hannity, all of that stuff. They still have to try. They have to. And there are some Democrats that do a good job of going on there. But like, has there ever been a politician that their own supporters are more willing to say, he doesn't really mean it. It's not really what he would do.
I think with Trump,
I mean, you're kind of doing that with Joe Biden, aren't you? I mean, y'all here saying, oh, no, he didn't mean all Trump supporters. He only meant that Trump supporter, which was the comedian. He was talking about the comedian. When conservatives were talking about the Joe Biden's mental decline before the media was willing to acknowledge it, you guys kept sitting down and saying, oh, look, these are edited clips. These are cheap fakes. Republicans are taking them out of context. They're trying to make it appear that he's senile, old, and mentally declining. You guys were doing that. And this is my problem with progressives and many people on the left, is that y'all do a lot of projection, and also y'all don't self-reflect. Y'all don't check yourselves before y'all wreck yourselves. Y'all want to make this claim that, oh, look, the conservatives are in their little bubble. But I'll say you're in your bubble. Because if you look at stats, if you look at the evidence, if you look at statistics, if you look at the data, Democrats are more likely to disown, unfriend, disassociate, block people of opposing political opinions compared to the right. So whoever's in this bubble, this information bubble, oh, you're more sheltered from information you don't like. It's the left, hands down. But this is the narrative they want to portray. This is why they're so surprised. Oh, how can half the country vote for Trump? They finally called, what they called? Iowa. They called something. Sorry, I just saw Trump's lead increase. Tennessee, Kentucky, Texas, Wisconsin, Wyoming got called. Well, Trump's at 242 now. Trump's only missing 28 electoral votes, and he wins the presidential election. Let's go. So they got to call Georgia. Wisconsin, y'all got to call Wisconsin. And Trump will be within 8, I think.
Let me just go with this other guy who is so much worse on those specific issues, right? That seems like a leap. But I think Anna's absolutely right. They don't see him as a politician. He has done an amazing job. I said from day one, Donald Trump is nothing if not a great marketer, and he's great at personal branding and selling that brand to people. And from day one, he came out and said, I'm one of you. I am this elite billionaire, but somehow I'm one of you. And he convinced the American people that because he was not an establishment politician, that meant he's like a normal person somehow.
And this is where progressives miss the entire point of Trump. Trump has results to also back up his bravado. And that's what earns the American people's trust. He pointed out how fake the media is. Hey, look, these people are manipulating you. And then he exposed the media. He highlighted to the American people that, look how these people are trying to manipulate you. Look what these people have got you to believe. The Iraq war was bad. We should have never been there. 2015, Trump said that in 2015 against the conservative Republican Party. He woke a lot of conservatives up with those statements, with those comments. And you want to sit here and pretend that, oh yeah, he's just faking it. Conservatives are so gullible. See, this is why I can't stand progressives. They're too arrogant for their own good. No wonder these people, these progressives, believe in eugenicsism. No wonder these progressives used to believe that black people was like based on their race, they were condemned forever to be lower class than themselves, and they were responsible for taking care of them, leading them, overseeing them. This is the crap that progressives spew. Progressivism leads to racism. You see how they look how they look at conservatives. They don't respect conservatives as equal and say, hey, these people have a different approach. They believe that Donald Trump offers a different solution to the problems that we're facing as a country. No. They're like, oh no, these people are gullible. I could not find a better place than her with your program, than here on your program on one of the biggest events in history. I appreciate that, Ronald Snyder. I hope you're enjoying yourself here. Sorry, I went on a little tangent there. We're going to go on PBD podcast. He's doing this fancy, like, kind of on-stage format. So, they got Vince Ellenson. You know, that's my favorite guy here. So, I'm going to hop in real quick, and let's hear what they got to say.
Lowest unemployment rates, lowest murder, lowest rape. Right? Am I giving us
Yeah, one of the lowest public debts. First of all, I'd like to say thank you, Patrick. Thank you to you for your commitment, for your service. He cares.
Is that the Poland prime minister, if I remember correctly? I hope I hope that's him. I don't know, but we'll see.
Yes. Who would have ever thought that the guy from Poland would come on election night to comment
I know
on
my
Donald
stuff.
Trump victory?
Yeah. See, I know my stuff. I knew that man was. I knew I recognized that man. I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate you guys watching it, watching the watch party with me. I hope you guys have been finding it insightful. I've been keeping track. My phone is dead. My voice is trying to go out. But I'm glad you guys are here with me. Let's check in what this guy has to say.
We work on that very hard. You, all of us, because we love freedom. We want to be safe and successful. And you, Patrick, you are a great example. Thank you.
I love it. I appreciate it. Thank you for that. Very kind words. I want to show you this clip. Dominic,
why do we
Dominic,
love
let
Trump
me do this.
in Poland?
Let me show you the clip first.
Yeah.
Let me show you the clip first. Guys, this is poetry. This is made for TV. Rob, play the clip. Go for it. Watch this, folks. Raise the audio.
Earlier, when you think about 100 unaccompanied children, 7 pregnant women on a ship adrift in the Mediterranean while politicians argued.
Oh, I hate this
Do
lady.
you not feel a sense of shame about that?
Well, first of all, shame should be a feeling present within the parents who are, in my opinion, I would say, unmature. They shouldn't take these children. They shouldn't be there.
Yes.
They shouldn't put their children in the risk
Exactly.
by violation of the regulations.
Exactly.
So that's the first question. Why these parents are not responsible
Exactly.
for their children and
absolving
getting
them of
into
accountability.
This kind of situations.
But
this
once
is
they
absolutely
are-
ridiculous that now.
Okay, but once they are in that situation, don't the politicians of Europe have a moral, humanitarian
No.
duty to step in?
No.
No. No, because
It's rational. And this is what I'm saying. These people weaponize your emotions. They weaponize your empathy to do things that will destroy yourself and the people that they claim to try to help. Like, what benefit it is to use the illegals as a vehicle to destroy this country just because of feelings, just because of a false sense of empathy. These are the worst kind of people. I digress, though.
killed in England, in everywhere else. You cannot cross the border only because it's 100 or 200 of you.
Amen.
Either the law applies or it applies.
So maybe we need to hire Dominic to be the border
I
czar
think that's Candace
of,
Owens, too.
Our border. Shoot, he may be able
Yeah,
to
Candace
do
Owens.
a better job than this other lady named Kamala. I don't know. But Dominic,
to be deadly serious, I tell you what the situation in Poland is. As Patrick mentioned, the lowest unemployment, 0 terrorist attacks. The only country in Europe without any terror attack.
Hey, zero tolerance. That's a zero tolerance border thing. I want to give a roll call. What's going on in the election right now? So with Wisconsin, see, they keep baiting me. I called Wisconsin already. I'll live and die by my call. Whatever. We have 51% of the vote. Wisconsin is within 2 percentage points, 0.2 percentage points. Kamala Harris is in the lead right now. For now, with 51% of the vote already counted in Wisconsin. Now, I'm going over to PA, Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's up 2 percentage points with 55% of the vote already counted in Pennsylvania. So things are looking good. They finally called Georgia after I called Georgia about an hour ago. They finally called Georgia for Donald Trump with 88% of the vote coming in, with Donald Trump up by 3 percentage points. So Donald Trump's at 242 right now. Let me go to Wisconsin. Virginia, over 95% of the vote has been counted. They already called the race for Kamala Harris. Trump is behind by 1 percentage points, but it looks less and less likely that Trump is going to take Wisconsin. Sorry, not Wisconsin. Virginia. Wisconsin, Trump is 52%. Trump just took the lead again. So Trump's only have 0.4% percentage point lead over Kamala Harris in Wisconsin. Now, let's go to Arizona, where it's very close, very tight. 53% of the vote is in on Arizona, and Trump's behind Kamala Harris by 0.4 percentage points. So it's a tight race in Arizona, but I like my chances. I like Trump's chances in Arizona, and literally, if I give it another hour, I can easily see Arizona getting closer to being Trump. So let's see Michigan. Michigan still has not updated its votes. There's still only 23% of the vote counted. Currently, Trump's behind Kamala by 5 percentage points. So with 24% of the vote counted in Michigan, so that can close the gap later on tonight. So I guess that's my round. That's my talks right now. So right now, Trump is already projected to have 242 electoral votes compared to Harris's 108. Not a good night. So far, Donald Trump has not lost a swing state, which is within my predictions from earlier. So we'll see what happens as the night go on. And I'm going to let this guy continue talking because, I wish we had a lot more politicians like him who look out for the interests of his people, regardless of how it looks or feels to a lot of these people who like to judge. Oh, what about that? What if they're already there? Don't you have empathy? Don't you have a duty? Don't you have a moral obligation? That's when they want to appeal to a morality, but they don't want to appeal to a morality when it comes to abortion. Make it make sense. The left for you. But I digress. I got to let my voice rest a little bit.
Go away, do not touch our children.
Yes.
Is that right? We don't care. It's like
I'll be back. I need
really
to get some
like
water.
This movement now during this campaign, I'm gay, not stupid. You know what I mean? We don't care who you sleep with, who you love, but do not come close to our children. And whatever happens in America, it happens in European Union 6 months later. So I know if he will stop this and he says, I'm going to stop this transition, craziness and madness, we're not going to finance it, we're not going to pay for it, it will be stopped in Europe. So what is this election about? For you Americans, it's about your family budget, inflation, World War III. It's about all of us. But there is a common ground between America and Europe. Like family. Family values, family safety, children's safety. World War III is one of the subjects. We want peace. And he promised to stop World War III. I mean, direction towards World War III. So it is important. I hope Pennsylvania, what is it now? It's 49%. If he takes Pennsylvania, we can open some nice bottle of some nice drink. So I'm happy to be here with you.
I want him to win both.
Patrick.
I love it. By the way, just so you guys know, very soon Dominic could be the Prime Minister of Poland. There's two names. He is either one or two of people that want him to be.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna go Twitter diving, guys. Let's see how people on social media are reacting to some of the more recent developments. Let's see if we can find some clips. See what's going on, what people are saying. The poly market has Trump up 90%. People are switching up their money. Compow. Hey man, when people put money where their mouth with, not the mouth. I can't talk. You know, it's getting late. What the hell? I hate the ads they have on Twitter sometimes. Kevin O'Leary torches Democrats for mocking Elon Musk's efforts to cut the government spending. And this is some of the things that can help with the. This is what led me to vote for Donald Trump too, is the fact that he wants to make the government more efficient. Especially if you look at the metrics, right? Chronic diseases going up, and you have all these Department of Health, Center of Disease Control, all these health organizations, all these health institutions, and chronic diseases is increasing in the country? Huh? The Department of Education, before it was created, we had the #1 education system in the world. After the Department of Education was created, we fell to 24th in 2008, and we're probably worse now. If you look at every metric, we invest more money in education. Yes, we get a worse and worse and worse product. What common sense reason would you want to pay more money to get a worse product or worse service? Everyone's going to be like, cancel your subscription. And this is effectively what the Government Efficiency Committee will do. And you have liberals online freaking out. Trump wants to destroy education. Can kids read right now? If you ask those kids in Chicago, can they do math? Can they read right now? No, but they can tell you there's more than 2 genders, though. They can tell you about BLM. They can tell you about anti-racism, though. They can tell you about gender ideology, though. But Trump wants to destroy education. You already destroyed education, lib. And there's nothing justifying keeping it. Not one metric education has improved since the Department of Education. Yet, you're mad that Trump wants to expand it? You want to be mad that Trump wants to cut it down? Because it's not doing nothing. We're wasting money just for an inferior product. Makes no damn sense. This is one of the reasons why Trump needs to win 2024. And it look like he got a good shot. Let's listen to what Kevin O'Leary has to say.
Here's the bottom line. There's very few entrepreneurs in history that have achieved as much as he has. You can't deny him that, whether you like him, you don't like him, whether you're Dem or you're Republican, doesn't matter. He has executional excellence in a way that very few have ever had. Steve Jobs had that kind. This guy's 100% signal. So he has an idea about government. I'd listen to it. I don't know why we wouldn't. It's free for all of us. This is a bipartisan mandate. If he says he can save $2 trillion in spending, I think he can do it, because I'll tell you, I know we waste money. I mean, it's bipartisan. We piss away a lot of money in federal government. I watch it happen. You watch it happen. I think if we just release the hounds, give him a mandate, because every mandate he's ever been given, he's executed on. Right. You name it. He's done extraordinary things. Why don't we use this? Here's the bottom line.
Exactly. But, the left hating on him. Crazy. JV, he's a guy I follow. I think he's in Georgia. He's from Georgia. This guy's from Georgia. We did it, y'all. Yo, black men. Hey, I don't care. Black liberal women, y'all can stay mad. Black women who voted Republican, 20%? Damn. The liberals hate to see it. Black Democrats hate to see it. Oh, black support for Trump is exaggerated. It ain't gonna happen. Majority of them still turn out for Democrats. Yep, they did. They sure did. But Trump flipped Georgia. Too bad I couldn't see the liberals seethe. New York Times needle now gives Trump an 84% chance to win the election. Just in, Joy Reid looks increasingly more concerned, appears to suggest that half the country is sick. You think just about the last 2 weeks, the things that Trump has said, who cares, and who cares, Joy Reid? This is crazy. Common sense. What's preventing you from voting for Kamala? Common sense. Oh my God. This is our election, folks. Too close to call. This is Minnesota. Damn. Hey, Joy Reid, Royce White. Look at this. Listen to the racists over at MSNBC as they first acknowledge the great replacement theory and then realize that brown people aren't actually their puppet. Mask off moment. Okay. I'll bite. Let's check it out, guys. I'll bite. Let's check it out. Because this is a common thing with liberals, right? They're all for black people and all this stuff until the black person decides not to think like them, not to agree with them, not to see things their way. Then you see their true colors. I've seen it from personal experience as growing up as a more conservative kid. Let's take a look.
The electorate, right? The assumption would be demographic change favors Democrats if it's becoming a browner state. There's a bigger Latino population, and we know from Paulo Ramos's amazing reporting on the ground in Texas, just because someone is brown, just because someone's Latino, does not necessarily make them an acolyte of the
Democratic Party. Exactly. Ding, 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 ding. This is why I want Trump to win. I want identity politics to be completely destroyed in our politics. Because I'm sick of this ish. Right? Black women, black liberal women, I'm sick of this ish. Oh, you black, you're supposed to vote Democrat. No. You missed me with that ish. It's like saying a black person is a criminal because they're black. It's like you saying that Trump wanting more police, more resources to policing hurts black people. Liberal, you're passively assuming that most black people are criminals. This is the kind of racism that you face when you're a non-liberal black person, right? And then they're surprised why 20% of independent voters in Georgia broke for Donald Trump. They shocked Pikachu face. They're like the Young Turks sitting here trying to make excuses. Conservatives are just in their bubble, their own information bubble. They're not exposed to ideas that's different from them. Already making excuses for why their ideas just suck. They complain how popular their policies are. The progressives always complain about how popular their policies are, but they seem to never be able to win anything. You notice that? Let's hear what TYT has to say, because they should be freaking out by now because Trump's at 242. Harris has not broke 200 yet. But I digress. Let's hear what the progressives has to say.
So, what I see every day is a lot different than I think what, anybody in a blue state would ever see. So I haven't noticed any shift because we were already super, super right-wing where I am. And driving through the rest of Florida, it feels kind of similar, I guess I would say. I don't think I've seen a cultural shift, but I mean, if you look at the numbers, our population's increased by over 900,000 people in the last 2 or 3 years. That's not an opinion. That's what happened. Okay, so we do have these people that have had this massive influx into the state here, and that is driving part of this shift. As for, you mentioned that the Democrats are the establishment. Sure, they run on that a little bit down here, but at the same time, the state of Alabama has had a Democrat as governor more recently than the state of Florida has. And everybody knows how deep red Alabama is. So this is entrenched, and people down here seem to be okay with it. That's just the way of life. They don't attribute any of the issues that they have whether it's economic issues, whether it's the natural disasters we face on a, monthly basis.
No one in Florida believes in climate change. I'm just going to answer this guy's question right now because he seems to be trying to talk as some kind of expert on Florida. Progressives, y'all don't understand the common person's plight at all. You sitting here worried about climate change. Climate change what? We always have hurricanes. We always have flooding. Miami Beach is a man-made island. Like, we always have, someone like me, born and raised in Florida. I was born in Florida, born and raised. I'm a native. Lived here all my life. Always dealt with hurricanes. Hurricane Andrew, we have not had a hurricane the size of Hurricane Andrew in a long time. Look up Hurricane Andrew. Destroyed South Florida. Oh, but these Helene, what else? The other hurricane that we just finished experiencing. I already forgot the hurricane. Imagine. Tell me you're a Floridian without telling me you're a Floridian. I already forgot about the hurricane. And you want me to freak out about climate change? Oh, there's an increase in property damage. Yeah, because the properties are worth more than they did in the past. But climate change. I'm not worried about no fake problems. And that's the problems the progressives can't seem to understand. Why the people don't agree with us? Duh. But our ideas are so popular. Popular to who? I'm done. I'm done ranting. Oh, sorry. I didn't put the volume up. Damn.
Carolina's closed from 7% to 3%.
Yeah,
Mecklenburg
okay,
County.
thank you.
Sorry to do this, John, but just Mecklenburg County is now heavily reported. Wake County still only at 37%. So that's why people are being a little cautious with what's going on in North Carolina. Still, the question is not, where the votes are coming from so much as if there are enough votes to overcome Trump's about 130,000 point lead. So you see Mecklenburg's at 86, and now Wake is at 80. Go back up to Wake. There is at 84%. So those are clearly Harris areas. Greensboro, if we can go over to Greensboro County or Guilford County, they're at 81% too. Those are the big number places. Are there enough numbers in that kind of a ratio, in that kind of proportion? I don't know. I don't know the math of it, but it's certainly why this race hasn't been called, and it's tightened significantly even in the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah. Yeah, and so what percentage reporting in North Carolina?
I believe it's like 85, 87%.
Okay, all right. Back in it in North Carolina.
86, yeah.
86. Okay, because
right.
closing 3% with 14% left to go to report, doable. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I'd rather be on the
unlikely.
Yeah, I'd rather be on the other end of it, but it's not undoable.
Sure.
So okay, so that's not bad. All right, let's go to Nevada and Arizona.
Yeah, well, Nevada, we don't have anything yet, unfortunately, so I can't tell you about that. But in Arizona, we've passed the halfway point. We're at 53%, and right now, Donald Trump is up by 0.2% of the vote, which is fascinating because, but we still have another half to come. But
like
Arizona's one of the states that he was, even in some of the instances in which Harris was leading in like all the swing states, he would generally be up in Arizona by a point or two. And at least as of right now in the count, it's obviously very tight.
Yeah, so yet another reason why I kept saying unpredictable, because he was supposed to win Arizona more comfortably, and she was supposed to win the blue wall more
what
comfortably.
Is he talking about? Democrats won Arizona in the midterms. Like, what is he talking about? The idea is you want to keep the ground that you earned, you took, right? Trump already flipped Georgia. I don't know if they know this yet. Maybe I already missed their reaction to that. But don't worry, someone's gonna have it for me in the clips in somewhere in Twitter. Let's hear it.
A lot of people would have said that Trump would win it, so it's not like it's a big, giant, shocking development. A lot of people would have said that Trump would win Georgia. So again, we come back to the blue wall. Again, Kamala Harris still has plenty chance to win.
Yeah, you have to understand too. There's not one state, I don't believe, that Donald Trump is winning or has won tonight that he didn't win in 2020, and he lost the presidency. So
I called it Georgia.
That does matter here. I mean, we're still looking at a map that is.
But they're talking about echo chambers, but they want to talk about conservatives running an echo chamber. Georgia's already been called for Trump already. How you say like Trump flipped Georgia, bro? 91% of the vote in. Trump's up by 3 percentage points. Like, what are they talking about? This is progressives for you. They're in an echo chamber, but they're pretending the other side's in an echo chamber. Make it make sense.
Yeah. By the way, Larry Hogan, I guess that has been called.
Yeah.
I don't know if we mentioned that.
He lost.
Okay, yes.
He lost. And notable, 2 African-American women will
Maryland
be senators. Lisa Blunt Rochester from Delaware and Angela also Brooks from Maryland for the first time in U.S. history in that esteemed body.
That's good history and also still deeply, deeply sad.
Well,
yeah. I totally agree. Okay, so I want to check in on the Nebraska Senate race in a second. But guys, this is definitely not a call. But if you made me guess right now who's going to win, Trump. Not only because he's leading in those states by a little bit, but Virginia is deeply concerning. Can you pull up Virginia? So when I was on break, I noticed Virginia, and that's where I was going to go next. And the fact that it isn't called yet when it was supposed to be solidly blue, or solidly blue enough that it would have been called by now, is very problematic. So read those numbers, John.
Yeah, it has been slightly closer than it is at this point.
Slightly.
She's currently up by about 2% with 79% in.
That is very bad news.
But Richmond is at 32%, right? These are very, very populous parts of the state. Richmond is at 32%. Henrico County is at 43%. You go down to Norfolk. Norfolk County is at 80%, but the counties around it, Chesapeake is at 23. Newport News is at 84. Hampton at 10. Go over to Roanoke, which is almost all counted at this point. So the places where there are significant numbers of voters,
so it could be more votes for Trump
around Richmond, Virginia. But if you look at Fairfax County, right, 91% of the votes are in. Harris won by 24%. But these numbers are not as big as they were for Joe Biden in 2020 in those parts of the state.
What's your excuses, Cenk?
So look, I've been 50-50 on who's going to win for the last 2 months or so, maybe even longer. And I've been 50-50 the entire day, the entire night. I am no longer 50-50. I think Trump has at least a 75% chance of winning at this point. So
I don't know where you get that, but okay.
I'm getting it from my experience in covering elections.
I know.
So you're losing. So you're barely winning in Virginia. You're losing in all of your blue wall states. And yes, you can come back. But look at the trend, Michael. I mean, if it was like spotty, okay, you say
this
spotty.
is where we were in 2020. We knew it was going to be a close election. You were right this morning. Yeah, it basically is.
In 2020, y'all won Georgia. Y'all lost Georgia. Y'all wasn't able to keep any of the states y'all won in 2022 and 2020. The trends are not in your favor. In Georgia, independents broke 20% towards Trump, a trend that you should assume is going to be highlighted in other blue states, in other swing states. The fact that 20% of black voters are supporting Donald Trump in this election nationally should be a trend line that you should be concerned about. The hopium. Hey, Cenk, I agree with you. I do think Trump's winning. I'm getting more and more confident as the night go on. I might be up here till 12 in the morning. Who knows? This is going to be my longest stream ever. Actually, I already broke it. I think the longest I did a stream was 2 hours and 30 minutes. I already broke it well over an hour ago. But let's see what Cenk got to say.
Say it's not arbitrary.
Yeah, and so guys, look, it's not like I'm shy about my opinions, and it's not like I was certain about anything. I've never been less certain in my life. So when you're trailing in all the states, you're more likely to lose than you are to win. Not rocket science.
But it's not linear. You go, Farron. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, right now when you look at it, because I've got the New York Times page right here. Yeah, right now it looks bad. I mean, anybody who's just tuning in or just now starting to look at results, I don't see how you do have optimism at this point. Until of course you drill down into each of those individual ones. So I do think at this point I'm maybe not 75%, but I'm 60 thinking that I think at this point this is a Trump election. Unfortunately, I don't know. All the numbers are looking way worse than what we had been told they could be. So if she wins, it is going to be such a razor thin popular vote margin. And I don't know that they're going to be able to pull it out at this point. I genuinely don't. I know we got a long time, probably some states we don't even know till tomorrow or after, but
Ridiculous.
yeah, my God, it does not look good right now.
I'm probably somewhere between all of you. I'm in the 68.2%. That's not arbitrary. I've
It is
done the
arbitrary.
Calculations. I would rather be Donald Trump in this case. Of course, in that event, I'd probably end up jumping into a volcano or something like that. But electorally, I would prefer to be him, which is definitely the case. I agree that simultaneously, Farron, you're right. It's better than some people said it could be. But we should also note, it's around where the pollsters said it would be. Maybe not in Florida. He did better in Florida than they thought, although they thought he was going to win Florida. He might be doing better in Texas than they thought, although they thought he was going to win Texas. But all of the polling for Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania was like within a point. Now,
yeah, not buying any of it.
Wait, not buying
exactly.
that it might come out to within.
No one's buying that. Look at Georgia, bro. Why have not talk about Georgia? That's what I want to know.
Seltzer, not full of crap. She's been terrific on
She's
in
full of
other
crap.
polls, but Seltzer was wrong about Iowa. So that big
Well, we
giant
don't know where
hope.
it's going to finish. There was a margin of error.
Well, she's not going to win by 3.
No.
That's what Seltzer said, and
She lost by 10.
Iowa got called right away. Not right away, but got called, in good order.
She lost by 10, almost 10 points, 11
look, the only
percentage
state
points.
where she seems to be doing a little bit better, and I grant you, Michael's definitely right about this. It is a matter of them counting the votes, not, it's not. There's the momentum thing is BS, right? There is no momentum after the polls close. But having said that, right now the only state where she seems to be doing a little bit better than expected is Arizona. And so if you're only doing better than expected in one state and you're doing worse than expected in all the other states, that's not good news. I'll tell you that. That's not complicated. So look, she can still pull it out. And by the way, Trump people, just because someone is trailing and then they come back and win does not mean cheating. It has happened, I don't know.
One
I feel like
time.
I've covered hundreds of elections like that. I'm sure I haven't because it's too many, right? But every election, someone's leading. Then the other person came back. And a lot of the times it's a Republican who came back. It wasn't rigged every time. So please stop listening to the
One thing I want to highlight here. This rigging stuff only happened in the 2020 election. That's the only time people complained about the rigging. This guy's sitting here trying to pretend that every time the Republicans lose, conservatives are saying it's rigged. Get out of here. Look at him. Look at him. Look.
I won. I don't care what the court say. I don't care. I won. Okay, it's about a 0% chance. Only a bitch like Trump does that.
Oh my
so
God.
let's keep it real on that.
Calm down.
So okay,
Calm
but
down.
that right now. Apparently, I think that there's a 3/4 chance that ridiculous clown of a man is going to be our president for another unbearable 4 years. Thanks a lot, Democrats. All right, but again, it hasn't happened yet. We'll get to it. But
4 hours
Farron,
for this.
Since we're running out of time here, and you're only on with us in this segment. Obviously, the Democrats have at least performed worse than they expected. So what is your sense of why?
Jeez. I wish I had a firm answer for that.
The outcomes of the governance of the Democratic administration. That is the fact that a progressive can't just call out is because of the outcomes, is because of their governance, is because of the results that they give us. All you have to do is look at the polls. Many people don't look at the approval ratings favorably on the incumbent party, the Democratic Party. Majority of Americans say we're going in the wrong direction. That should have been the obvious go-to movement. Let me see what this guy has to say, because this is going to be interesting to see how the left is portraying this.
The quotes from these people, the stupid things that they've said and done over the years, highlight their failures, show the footage of the Capitol riot, show the food and toilet paper shortages we had under Trump during COVID. I didn't have any of that, at least not where I live. If they want to think Florida's still a swing state, they weren't showing it here. So I think not being aggressive enough, and I've seen the people that have said, because Fox News talked about this a lot this evening, oh, well, she didn't do enough interviews. Well, I don't care that she didn't do interviews. That doesn't bother me. She doesn't owe the press anything. They're terrible as it is. Could she have done independent media?
She don't owe the press anything, but many voters still listen to the press. Many voters, as much as we don't like it, many baby boomers, many older Americans still listen to the mainstream media. And the fact that she has not gone to them, especially when baby boomers and older Americans are high propensity voters, they're active voters, they're reliable voters, they're engaged voters, and she didn't put herself in front of them, that has some part to play in why she lost the election or losing the election. Sorry, I don't want to get overconfident here. But this is a bunch of excuse making from the left, and they always want to cry about Trump being a sore loser, but they just don't want to self-reflect and admit that they just have a super bad candidate. That's it.
This current batch of Democratic leadership has to be defeated in primaries. They're losers through and through.
But you can't beat them.
They'll never learn any lessons.
But you can't beat them.
This campaign that Kamala Harris ran was insipid. Just a big nothing burger.
I could have told you that. I did a whole video on it. Like, yo, if you looked at 2019, what you expect? What you expect? This is progressives for you guys. They got no substance, no results. All they live in is this fantasy land in their minds about how the world is. Oh, we got popular ideas. People love our ideas. And then when they implement it in reality, and reality shows you, hey, your ideas isn't as popular as you thought it was, instead of accepting it and reevaluating themselves, they make excuses. Oh, it's the voters. I don't understand why people don't see it. Oh, it was rigged. Oh, it was some external factor that made it impossible for this to happen. It got in the way of democracy, even though America is not a democracy, it's a republic. And then the fact that it doesn't follow along with your idea of democracy proves that it's not a democracy, but you don't still complain about it. Okay, it's anti-democratic. We're a republic. What you expect? We run things differently than a democracy. This is the ridiculousness that I'm talking about. But hey, let's hear Shank.
Come back and read some more names. Wolfpack 56, Diva, Donnie, Danbert.
Yeah, he's doing his little shout out here. So let me go over the map. California finally got their polls closed. Obviously, that's going for Kamala. They already called it for Kamala in California. Arizona, Trump took the lead. Trump's up by 0.2% in Arizona with 54% of the vote. So Trump's closing in. PA, let's look at Pennsylvania. 67% of the vote is in Pennsylvania. Trump's up by 2 percentage points in Pennsylvania. So things are looking favorable for him in Pennsylvania. Let's see, Wisconsin. They're still calling it for. They haven't called it. They did called it for Virginia. Trump closing the gap still, but he's still behind Kamala Harris by 5 percentage points in Michigan. Michigan has 32% of the vote already counted currently. So I think that's my roundup for today right now, as of right now. So luckily, I want to hear what the folks at, let's see Sky News. I'm just going to jump to Sky News. Let's see how the Australians are looking at things and see if they finally grew a pair and finally want to make a prediction on Pennsylvania. I think they're still behind too. Their data thing is behind as well. But sorry, let me put the sound on here. Let's put the sound on.
And again, she's doing about 4 or 5 percentage points less well than Joe Biden did
in Pennsylvania
in 2020. And again,
in certain counties.
We can see as a result of that, or we can see the reason for that.
In Philadelphia, she's doing worse in Philadelphia compared to Joe Biden. Oh, that's not a good sign for her.
Latino voters, and Donald Trump is continuing to dominate among white voters. League County, another one there again. Kamala Harris is down by about a percentage point or so. Lackawanna County, again, the home of.
If only California was red, Trump would have already won the election.
2 percentage points. We can just see this pattern emerging again and again and again. On all of the key metrics, we see that Kamala Harris is underperforming in the key
you guys,
that she needed.
Sky News still doesn't want to call Georgia for Trump. They still haven't called North Carolina or South Carolina for Trump.
Anemically with the Joe Biden coalition of 2020. And let's just have a quick look elsewhere as well. Georgia, 88% of the vote now in Georgia. It's still too close to call. It is still absolutely possible that Kamala Harris, because she is holding her own in these places. Oh,
no, I'm calling it.
Just go back here. It's early in the morning, you know. We've got a bit of a slip of the finger.
Yeah, it's late at night for me, but I'm still here, bro.
Happen at some point, so I'm glad it's happened now rather than an absolutely crucial moment. Let's go back to Georgia. And circle is, we've been talking all night, haven't we, about what's happened in the Atlanta suburbs. We are still waiting for the remaining vote come in these places, but you can see she is running out of vote fast
Yep.
in Georgia. She is running
That's
out
why
of
they
vote
called it
fast, and
already.
she needs it. She needs it because she needs to make the 153,000 deficit up, and we can see 9% of the vote still remaining in Cobb County, 10% of the vote remaining in Fulton County, 11% in DeKalb County. It's looking harder and harder to see exactly where she can find the votes. Hour by hour, are staring down the barrel of a second Trump presidency.
Lewis, thank you so much for bringing
America
us
has
up to date
spoken,
there.
huh?
Well, let's go straight to Martha Kellner, who joins us. She's in Washington, but with the Kamala Harris camp. And Martha,
wanna
you
hear
have
this.
a bit of an update.
Yeah, a significant update here. The campaign chair for the Kamala Harris campaign, Jen O'Malley Dillon, has just in the last few moments sent out an email to campaign staff, which basically boils down to this. She is urging for patience and for caution as these results are coming through. She says that the Harris campaign still do see a path to victory, but essentially they see it through those blue wall states, through Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin. Just to give you an idea of what this email says, she says, we've been saying for weeks that this race might not be called tonight. Those of you who are around...
No, I want it called tonight. I ain't gonna lie to you guys. I want it called tonight. I want it called tonight. Wisconsin, don't fail me now, all right?
System works. She says, we've known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And she says they still feel good about getting there. They still see a path to victory through those 3 blue wall states. She also signed off that email to staff saying, we're built for this. Let's see the night out and we'll be back tomorrow. So the Harris campaign saying they don't
Trump's
expect
closing
a
the gap
conclusive
in
result
Michigan.
this evening, and that they're still cautiously optimistic about a victory through those blue wall states.
Right, Martha, thank you very much indeed. Well, it's interesting, isn't it, that the Democrats still seeing that path to victory, so still clinging to that blue
Hey,
wall.
hopium is a strong
I
drug.
guess you have to, don't you?
Yep.
At this
Considering
point,
what
I mean,
happens.
none of the battleground states have been called, so you're not going to
we called it.
put out a statement and say we're deeply...
Hey, we called it. He flipped Georgia already.
And said, I have a projection, and it's just crayons all over the place. But the reality is that there is still no clarity in the key states that will decide. Although...
Well, I would trust the leanings of people who's been following their own elections for a while, and they kind of know the trends in their cities already, right? If they call it, hey, look, they called the Virginia. Look like Virginia's actually going to go to Harris. There might be something to it if they feel that confident about it. They got more data than you guys. That's all I'm going to say. But not to call Georgia's asinine here.
This idea that Kamala Harris wanted to project herself as the change candidate, and whether she's been able to distance herself from Joe Biden, whose approval ratings weren't that high before he stepped down.
Can I talk a little bit about when I worked for Al Gore and he decided to run for president while serving as the vice president? It was a very similar situation where he was faced with wanting to embrace very key policies from a successful administration, but he wanted to distance himself from Bill Clinton, who had some personal challenges at the time. And so he too had to find a way to communicate where he stood on issues and distinguish himself from Bill Clinton. That's very similar to the challenge that Kamala Harris has right now.
I guess,
but isn't it? Sorry, but I mean, isn't it? It's about this whole idea of change.
72% of the vote in,
very
and Trump's
difficult
up
to be a
4%
change
in
candidate
Pennsylvania,
when you've been
guys.
Inextricably linked.
It's looking good. Looking good. North Carolina, too early to call, according to Sky News, but it's already been called by the decision desk that Trump's going to win that one too. So
turning the page.
Yeah, not change. Yes.
But doesn't it really come down?
I mean, but there is a broad. I mean, it's been a very tough year to be an incumbent, right? This is the year of elections around the world. We've talked a lot about that.
Yep.
In country after country, incumbent governments have been turfed out. In the UK, obviously, the Conservatives were turfed out. There was huge votes against. They managed to hold on to their majority, or bare majority. But in India, across Europe, you've seen governments turfed out. In German states, you saw those extraordinary European parliamentary elections this year, where the governing parties suffered really significant setbacks in South Africa, the African National Congress, you know, pretty well across the board. This has been, look, a combination of higher prices, kind of global turmoil that we're seeing. I absolutely don't dispute that has all contributed to it. And to be an incumbent in those circumstances, as Kamala Harris inevitably is, has been a challenge.
Inevitably, she is one. She's co-pilot.
Are you better off than you were 4 years ago?
That's it.
And the answer is
no.
Invariably no. You're in trouble.
But I think one of the things, though, that's interesting is, you know, the front cover of The Economist had a feature that said, you know, the envy of the world, America's economy. And the fact is that inflation has gone down. There is growth. There is innovation.
No. The rate of inflation has gone down. But inflation is hurting the American people. Americans comparing themselves, they were 4 years ago. We're not comparing yourselves against other small population countries like Australia, New Zealand, Europe. We're not comparing ourselves to y'all. We're comparing ourselves and our experiences compared to where we were last administration. And that's the calculation that people should be making. That's the calculation many people are voting on. And this is where a lot of these guys miss the point in their little ivory tower. Oh, inflation has gone down. According to what metric? The rate of inflation went down. Be more specific when you say that. It's so crazy how they just, you know, oh, we know what's best. We know what's best. Revised job numbers. 818,000 jobs that was overstated, aka they lied about. Private jobs in the private sector has declined more recently today, right before the election. And y'all sitting here, oh, the envy of the world compared to you. But we want to get back to where we were. We want to go back. Were you all better off? The minute Kamala, and I think if Kamala loses, this is what tanked her campaign. But what are you going to do differently than Joe Biden? Do you have anything in mind that you'll do differently than Joe Biden? No, nothing comes to mind. Final last words of Kamala Harris's campaign.
Their lives were like under Donald Trump. They do make those comparisons.
But also, you sorry, go on.
I just want to point to the kitchen table issues. That's really what it really comes down to, is whether or not people can just, like you said, go to the grocery store and feed their families, whether or not they're able to sustain just simple lifestyles. And what we're seeing is Americans are struggling to even make ends meet. That's what we're feeling right now, and that's how people are responding at the polls.
But inflation's down.
Beyond the economy.
Ridiculous.
It's about memory and recent memory. And a lot of people have a recent memory of chaos in America, chaos in the world. Now, you can attribute that to President Biden or not, but they see wars in Ukraine, in the Middle East. They remember the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. Yes, something that former President Trump had planned, but he now...
If I say, hey, I want you to do a task, right? Let's say, hey, look, this is the task. I want you to build a rocket. And I was planning to build that rocket, but I lost the election, and now Biden has in charge of building that rocket. How can you how you hold me culpable? Oh, Trump was the one who wanted to build the rocket. Yes, but you're in charge of executing the creation of the rocket. And if you create a bad rocket, that's on you, not on me. Sure, it was my idea, but you executed on it badly. And this is how many Americans see the Afghanistan withdrawal. I digress, man. I feel like I should be on that panel. Honestly.
Prove something that you can't prove that if Trump had been in the White House for the last 4 years, whether Putin would have wandered into Ukraine or not, who knows? But Trump is able to use that to his advantage.
He wouldn't.
And it appears that that's what he's doing.
Just like Biden used the fact that COVID happened under Trump's administration to his advantage, it's the same thing here. But here they are making excuses for the Democrats. Typical. Let's see how they're seeing things in West Palm Beach.
James, we were just speaking to Martha, and she said that, you know, there is some concern in the Harris camp, although they have put out a statement saying they're cautiously optimistic. Just give us a sense of how people are talking and feeling where you are.
Hi, Yalda. Yeah, on the cautiously optimistic stakes, I can tell you, advisors for Donald Trump, they have said that they were cautiously optimistic, and they have shifted their position, they say, to optimistic. I think that is reflective of the crowd here, several hundred now, inside this cavernous convention centre, the size of 2 football pitches. Donald Trump will be giving a speech later. He's currently in Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago, surrounded by close supporters, Elon Musk among them. Nigel Farage happens to have dropped in for the night. And they are confident, Yalda, I can tell you. And certainly in here, there are big TV screens with rolling coverage. Every now and again, results are thrown up and you hear the cheer. They're looking at Virginia. You're looking at the lead currently in Georgia and North Carolina, and to them, it's starting to smell like success. They've said beforehand that they would win the night, and they are starting to sense that. I think at one point, the rolling coverage stopped and they threw on YMCA. It almost reflected the growing confidence at this moment in this room. I can tell you that
they got good reasons to feel that way. They got good reasons to feel that way, guys. All right, I'm gonna go Twitter surfing right now. Thanks for coming along with the journey. Appreciate you guys watching. Hopefully the live stream has been entertaining enough. Hopefully it's been informative as I give day-to-day updates, not day-to-day, but hour, minute to minute. After my Twitter dive, I'm gonna jump into Daily Wire's commentary, see how they're seeing things. Right now, I'm seeing no like big updates yet. Yeah, I'll get back into the updates after a little quick Twitter dive. So let's refresh Twitter. I mean X. Sorry. Elon Musk just said game, set, match. Thomas Sowell quote from 2016. In one sense, Donald Trump's victory was a unique American event, but in a larger sense, it represents the biggest backlash amongst many elsewhere. Amongst smug elites in Western nations, where increasingly numbers of ordinary people are showing their anger at where those elites are leading their country. This is isn't that not Trump? Isn't this not the 2024? Isn't that what 2024 elections about? 74% of the American people believe that we're going in the wrong direction. If this doesn't speak to what the 2024 election is going to be about, is it going to be a referendum on Democrat governorship? As it turns out, X is not a bubble. It's a signal. It is. It is. It is indeed. Hoax busted. Exit poll, 60% amongst Latino voters. They're saying they supported Trump. Term limits. Oh, Minnesota's too close to call, but too close to call. My man's up 9%. This around. Okay, here we go. 2 minutes. 2 minutes of truth telling on CNN, guys. Let's hear what they gotta say, because I think I'm interested in this commentary right here.
72% of Americans think we're on the wrong track. That's devastating. Devastating for this campaign. Devastating. Trump's approval rating going into this election is the highest it's been. Retrospectively, Americans think more favorably of him today than they ever did in the entire presidency.
Then why is the race tied, Dave?
Dave, I don't
explain why the race is tied.
I can't explain it, but I'm saying these numbers, the economy.
Race is tied.
No, you're talking about the economy, right? People, it's nice to worry about the democracy, but if you can't pay for your food,
I agree with that.
And that's why she spent so much time talking about it.
She closed out talking about the economy, not even saying his name. He was talking about Van Jones, among other things.
Listen, I'm wrapping myself in this poll. Look at this. I'm just going to hold on to this tightly right now because this is great news.
We'll see what you're wrapping yourself with.
This is great news for the Trump campaign.
You see how cocky he is? Look at the cocky ass. Sorry. Almost went hood, guys. You saw the cocky Democrat? Oh, we're gonna see how you feel at the end of the night. How you feeling? I need an update clip.
Right now, because this is great news.
We'll see what you're wrapping yourself with.
This is great news for the Trump campaign.
All right, Van, let's hear from you. Hi.
It's only we have time.
This is what happens when they give us caffeine. You guys are coming in hot.
10 more hours.
But listen, I do see it differently than you do. People are angry and people are dissatisfied in large part because Donald Trump has created an environment that is so toxic for people. You have people.
No. Wrong. Van Jones, you're wrong. It's because of the media. The media created this toxic narrative. The media created this division. Because the way you reacted to Trump created this environment. Don't put all the blame on Trump's feet when you have a part to play. Mainstream media hack, CNN anchors, political pundits on the left especially. You played a part of how people perceive Trump. 87% of coverage, 89% of the coverage on Donald Trump is negative by your colleagues, Van Jones. And you're going to sit here and play it at Donald Trump's feet because y'all take what he say out of context? Should we go back to the Liz Cheney story again? He make a point about how it's easier for you to start a war when you don't have to be involved in it personally. And let's see how you like it if you had to send her out in the war with a gun facing 9 rifles, and y'all made it out to be, oh, he says he wants to execute Liz Cheney in a firing squad. Your media did that. Your media created that division. Your media created that perception. And you're gonna sit here and put the blame at Donald Trump's feet. Oh, you should have worded it better. You should have interpreted it better. Always casting the blame on someone else and not looking at accountability for your own actions, your own deeds, your own contributions to the toxic environment in our politics. This is not only a referendum on the Democratic Party, but also the media as well. This is the biggest FU that the American people could ever give to the mainstream media. I digress. Let's continue.
People who are literally afraid of whatever happens this election. There are people who are afraid that if he wins, he's going to do bad stuff to them, and they're afraid if he loses, his supporters might hurt them. That is a part of this overall. So people's dissatisfaction with the status quo includes dissatisfaction and anger.
I think, listen, Van, you said this before. You said this before. So I'm going to steal your own line.
Please do.
People are dissatisfied. That right check, wrong check number is so bad because when the check engine light comes on in their car, they get pissed off because they can't pay for it. Sure. That's why they're dissatisfied. You know that's why they're angry.
Can I just make a point about this? I think the brilliance of the way Harris finished this campaign is she attached Trump's character issues, the fact that he's absorbed with himself, focused on vengeance, and she really asked the question, who's going to wake up every day trying to address the problems you care about?
Trump. Not her. Trump. Trump is going to address the problems you care about. Because his revenge is addressing our problems. That's what the mainstream media don't want to piece the thing together.
72%
Trump's revenge is the remedy. Cutting down the government, saving us $2 trillion? Huh. This is crazy. Look at this. Look at what this how out of touch this Emma, I don't know who she is. Oh, Majority Report, of course. I have so many of these saved, and I guess I'll just release one after another whenever the mood strikes. F it. My final electoral college prediction is that Harris sweeps all 7 swing states. Where, Felicia? So far, Trump has gotten he's looking good in every swing state except Michigan. But Michigan, that vote count is still coming in. And right now, Trump's chances of winning the election has risen to 83%. I'm going to switch over to Daily Wire's coverage. Let's see what Daily Wire has to say. Give me a sec, because for some reason, whenever I share screen, it buffers long. So let's see what
you can't be psychotic enough for the psychotic.
So let's see what the Daily Wire got going on over here. And 35 minutes until the next poll closes.
In practice for every single person involved. And so in Pennsylvania, you have a large Jewish population who's rightly outraged about what happened. And I suspect that in places like Michigan, you have people who are outraged that the people actually dying in the war are their kin. And what they would like to see is some kind of American leadership that helps, well, A, they could have prevented this, which you had in Donald Trump, to his credit, or could bring this to an end, which I think you will also have in Donald Trump.
You know, when I was at MSG, I saw sitting 40 feet away from people, 40 feet away from each other, a woman in a hijab, and then just across the way, a guy is holding up an Israel flag. Yeah. This is so funny. They're so close to each other. Why are they both here? Did one of them get tricked or something? And you think, no, it is actually rational.
How close together were they?
They were pretty close.
That's like the width of Israel.
I just wanted to give a little interjection here. So I'm looking at Pennsylvania very closely. 75% of the vote is already in, right? So I want to wait until about 90% of the vote comes in counted for today. And if Trump has at least 5%, I'm going to call it for him. If 90%, here, mark my words, 90% of the vote gets counted and Trump has more than 5 percentage points ahead of Kamala Harris, I'm calling Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. And therefore, he wins the election technically, right? Because wherever goes Pennsylvania goes the election in this electorate anyway. So I digress. Let's get back to hearing the commentary from the Daily Wire crew.
basically what we're saying, and this is true also of the hijab-wearing woman and the Jew at the MSG rally, and all of these different people that we've seen. Again, we've said this a million times, so we don't have to reiterate it, but Trump is imperfect, and yet he represents a certain bullish Americanism that everybody responds to viscerally. And one of the things that has come under question with the influx of indiscriminate illegal immigration is how much racial diversity can that Americanism actually sustain?
Yeah.
And now, if it turns out that Latinos are flocking to Trump, it will turn out that, in fact...
Well, speaking of assimilation, Michael Knowles is going to leave this broadcast and go over to Timcast. Our friend Tim Pool is broadcasting live from DWHQ, and Michael is no longer going to be a member of this team.
He will reassimilate.
He will reassimilate.
How do you like that?
These guys. All right. I'm going to jump over to PBD, Patrick Bet-David's podcast, see what he has going on over there, see if I could hear some other people's commentary. Oh, they're doing some Fox News reactions as well, it seems like. Give me a sec to get it going. For some reason my stuff doesn't work with the screen being shared. It's slow. Okay. I paused it. Of course I did.
Campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall, blue wall. And this morning, we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map. But it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route.
And by the way, she's not a Trump supporter. She can't stand Trump. So just so you guys know, the person I just talked, what did you just get? You just got it saying Kamala Harris's camp is not responding?
Yeah, apparently Kamala Harris's headquarters is no longer responding to the news and giving statements right now, so they are feeling a bit
Not
glum
confident.
over at the Kamala HQ.
Hey.
Not what we're getting. Not what we're getting in this room, so.
Can you imagine, like, right now, they're sitting there on the other side, wondering what went wrong. Lex Friedman just tweeted, Rob, something very good. Lex, if you can go to Lex's tweet, the last tweet that he just put up, he said something very interesting. And by the way, I think the game is changing.
Yep.
Guys, you realize right now we're at 257,000 people live watching this podcast.
Wow. Nice.
Hear me out when I say this. For those that are watching, we thank you for watching us. But ask, why are you watching us? Why are you here?
Authentic
None of us
commentary.
are from Columbia.
Honest.
We didn't go to Yale.
Don't matter.
We didn't go to Harvard.
We want to hear what
We
other
don't have
people
a
are
journalistic.
thinking.
I don't know if you do, Dave. I don't
We
think you
want
do.
normal, right? We want to hear what other Americans are thinking, because we have noticed for too long that the journalists, these people who are, I got a degree in journalism, I graduated from Cambridge, I graduated from Yale, Harvard. These people think they know what's best for you. And this environment, independent content creators, media, budding media companies, we represent the wisdom of the crowd, right? Because you can write me off and say, oh, Kenny's biased. Oh, there's no growing support for black men going towards Trump. Oh, we'll write Kenny off. Then you run into Terrence Williams. And you're like, oh, shit. Oh, there's another black man that's supporting Trump. Then you hear ABL. Oh, there's another black man supporting Trump. Then you hear Brandon Tatum. Oh, my God, there's another black man supporting Trump. Then you go online and you see Greg Fordman going, oh, my God, there's another black Trump supporter. What the hell's going on? And then you start realizing there might be something to this black men going towards Trump. And then election day happens. In Georgia, Trump gets 25% of the black male vote. But you saw the signs, but you ignored it. Because this is stories that a lot of people tell themselves. That's just what Liberal says. It looks like victory's in sight so long as they don't cheat while we sleep. Yep, this is how it is because I got 30 minutes. I gotta go to bed soon, guys. I'm sorry because I got work early in the morning, right? But as far as I can tell, if Trump builds a sizable lead, that's why I said if Pennsylvania not closes, 95% of the vote come in because remember they still have not counted the absentee ballots yet. If 95% of the vote comes in and Trump's over 5% in Pennsylvania, I'll call it for Trump, and Trump barely wins it after the mail-in ballot, the absentee ballots is counted. So I'm gonna hear some of the commentary as I smooth through the map again to see what's going on.
With fake news media. The nice picture, white teeth, it's not enough. People want honesty, Patrick. That is why you, Joe Rogan, candidates, and people with a huge audience are changing this country because people are fed up with fake news media. Thank God for your job.
And I was going to say, like, 250,000 people watching this. I mean, I feel like no one has had a more tumultuous year than me, right? And what this year has taught me is that at the end of the day, the American people literally do not give a single shit what the mainstream media says. They just want authenticity, right? And one of the things about what you have done, and I have thrown this credit to you publicly 1,000 times, is that you actually host all viewpoints. You're not in the business of selling propaganda. I mean, I was speaking backstage with Adam. Adam and I had disagreements about various things. We both agree that all opinions should be represented because we want to empower people to think. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I want you to actually hear a perspective that you haven't heard before. And we believe, we don't look at the audiences and go, we're so much smarter than you. You know, we know what you should be thinking and listen to us. We don't ordain ourselves kings and queens.
That's the problem.
The media has lost that.
Yep.
They've completely lost that. They've lost faith in the American people, and the American people have lost faith.
I don't think they ever had faith in the American people. I think they believe as long as the American people believe in them, that they can lead us to some utopian promised land and that they know what's better for us. They know what's best for us, right? These people think they're our parents, right? You saw Joy Reid. She was like, I don't understand how half the country could vote for Trump. Well, it seems like you don't understand anything at all. And this is the problem. And I'm glad this is happening. And right now, I know, Kansas was cooking, but I got to interject here. Trump just took the lead in Michigan with 39% of the vote already being counted in Michigan. Trump just took the lead by 1%. Trump 49% with Kamala Harris at 48%. So that's good. Wisconsin, Trump is still leading in Wisconsin with 71% of the vote. So my prediction for Wisconsin is about to come true. If it hits 80%, I'm pretty confident that Trump takes Wisconsin. Pennsylvania, 76% of the vote comes in. Trump is still holding strong with that 4% lead in Pennsylvania. I still wanted that 5% just to counter out the absentee ballots that's going to come in. Arizona, with 55% of the vote in, Trump is still up by 0.2%. So, it's a strong showing, bro. 87%. They have Trump's chances of winning the presidency at 87.2%. This is massive. And I think Trump still has the popular vote, actually, by a couple million votes. Maybe I'm miscounting. I'm probably miscounting. That's what Incel says. Some ideas are just too stupid to even consider, like sex changes for kids. Imagine that. And the media sit here try to actually attempt to get you to believe that. They say, no, you're masters. The arbiters of truth is telling you that men can be women. Then the guy, remember the French, in the Olympics, they let a man fight against a woman, and as long as he identified as a man, and they had this whole thing with the test, and it just got confirmed that he was a male. He was a biological male. Duh. We all knew this. But these officials, and they're hiding behind their positions and their authority. This is why the fallacy of authority exists. Just because you're in a position of authority does not make you the truth teller, the arbiter or what's fact and not. And this is what we have faced in the mainstream media. The mainstream media uses their positions, they weaponize their positions to push off a preferred worldview. This is what I accuse Jen Psaki of doing, Joy Reid of doing, many people on MSNBC of doing. And they're mad that it's not working. They're throwing a hissy fit right now. Mainstream media Enjoy it while you can, because I think after Trump's presidency, after 2028, I don't think legacy media is going to be. It's still going to be relevant in some pockets of the, maybe some pockets of the country, but for the most part, their influence will be in the gutter at this point. But I digress. Let's see what Patrick's got to say here, because he looks like he's passionate right now.
Tucker is 2-3. Theo Vaughn may be one of the best podcasters out there. Funny as hell. Top 5. This guy Sean Ryan coming out there doing interviews, blowing up all over the place. Yourself. All these guys, why are people going to them? The market is shifting, disruption at the highest level, and a lot of these guys are used to doing this. We just got a report right now. They don't know how to do this. And American people just want to do this because you know what this is? By the way, if we right now were having dinner, our dinner sounds like a podcast. People would sit there and say, wow, what was that all about? It's a great conversation. This is what America and the world is begging for.
Yo!
Mainstream, they're done with you. You are manipulating and they're done. The market is no longer working and they're walking away. Not because we have some fancy degrees, because people trust being real and sincere. Very simple, and the market's always right.
Yeah,
you wanted to say something.
That's like one of the best rants I've ever heard, 100%. And if I could just add to that, right? Why is it, and this is the really interesting question here now, right? Because obviously you have, look, Donald Trump, the entire corporate media told you for 8 years that this guy was a Nazi and a Russian spy and a whole bunch of other lies that all basically meant you are not allowed to support this guy.
Yeah, you're not allowed
and he's
to like
about
him.
to be reelected for a second term, it looks like. So that is obviously a huge rejection of this media apparatus. Of course, he did all the big podcasts. Trump did. Kamala Harris didn't want to do them. That's going to be a big part of the story here. But just one step further, right? Why is it that this happened? Think about the advantage that the corporate media had on people like us. They were years ahead of us, and they had billions of dollars of budget. Listen, Pat, obviously you got a few bucks that you made all this happen. This is pretty cool. But you don't have the budget that CNN has or the New York Times has. You have a fraction of the budget of those giant players. So why is it that the ratings for this show are crushing all those guys right now? And this is it. It's what I told Chris Cuomo when we debated, if any of you guys happen to see that. Our currency is the truth. That's our value. And the corporate legacy media has lied about everything.
And they keep continuing exposing themselves as the liars that they are. And I'm glad this is happening. I'm glad people are waking up. I'm glad that the American people is, as it seems, if everything keeps trending the way it is, Trump's going to be reelected. And I always talk about this in my channel. This is my form of activism, right? I'm busy. I'm a father. I have kids. I have a wife. I have a lot of obligations. I don't have the time to be on the street waving signs at people, knocking on doors, trying to convince people to vote for Trump. This is my way of doing it. Hey, here's my ideas. Here's my books. Here's why I'm reading books by Mark Levine, why Democrats hate America, right? Waging wars against the citizens of America, and then you think you're going to come out okay on this one? Legacy media? Make it make sense, Joy Reid, MSNBC. Ridiculousness.
Who can stand Trump? By the way, Tom, you know what this reminds me of? 2016, you and I are on the phone at 3:30 in the morning. You're like, look at New York Times. Can you remind me of that story? Can you stand up so we can see you? Because only I didn't want to say the word because I want to offend. People could see you. Just stand up so they can see you, Tom.
I usually answer the question with, I am standing, but
go ahead.
We were watching the New York Times, and we saw the New York Times meter in about 20 minutes just move back as the blue wall was not a blue wall. Remember? That didn't come true. And I said, Pat, go here and watch. And we're watching it, and it says, all of a sudden it says 75% Trump. How is this possible? And then the Wisconsin votes and the Michigan votes and the Pennsylvania votes came in, and we were like, oh my word. And that's where it came in. And that's where you've got right now. You've got the New York Times that now is saying an 89%
Trust me,
chance.
they
89?
don't want to report this. I'm telling you guys right now, all of these guys are begging to save their jobs.
Yep.
Some of these guys internally, they're sitting this. They want to vote for Kamala, but they don't want to lose their $5 million salary. And if Kamala's president, their salary drops. If Trump is president, they got somebody to talk shit to for 4 years to get advertisers. Deep down inside, these guys want Trump to win. When it comes down to their bank account, they just don't want to say it in front of their friends. Some of these guys.
Conflict of interest. They probably secretly voted for Trump. Let me go through the. Let me go through the map again. Let's see. So Kamala's at 200 finally. She finally broke 204. I guess they called Oregon. They called Oregon for her. What else they did? Something else changed. I'm not sure what changed, but they have her at 204 with Trump at 246. So they're still racing for Pennsylvania, the 3 walls. Right now, Trump's leading in all of them as of right now. 72% of the voting's been counted. Trump has a 3% lead in Wisconsin, right? Michigan. Trump has a 1-point lead with 41% of the vote already counted. And in Pennsylvania, with 80% of the vote counted, Trump is still holding on to his 4% lead in Pennsylvania. Arizona, I'm flipping through there right now, still at 55. I guess there's some stalling with the vote count. So we should be expecting a big vote count coming in soon for Arizona. But Trump is still in the lead with 0.2% of the vote. So let's see what TYT is doing real quick. And then we'll shift back to News Nation and see how people who are legacy media adjacent are reacting to what's going on. So right now we'll see what the progressives, the leftists are, how they're taking what's going on as the developments continue over the night. Bro, sometimes
agree with you that hurt. And in fact, I got into giant fights with leftists online, and I said this exact thing would happen.
Sorry about that, guys. It seems like buffering is happening right now. I'm just trying to check over North Carolina.
And they said, "Oh, you're crazy. The country loves this idea, and we'll win anyway." And they were comically wrong. So I'm with you on that. Now, having said that, I don't think that's the main problem at all. I think that hurt, but it's not the main problem. The main problem is that Democrats take donor money and deliver for their donors and not for their voters. And Congressman Cohen, you've been on the show many times. You're obviously, as anybody can tell from this conversation, a plain talker. So let me do plain talk back to you. I don't think that the Democrats get it at all. I think they're gonna go kiss more donor ass. They're gonna leave their voters behind. And like you said, they're gonna whine. And so does anybody in Congress understand how much the country hates the establishment and how the Democratic Party looks like they're the establishment?
Well, no, I think that Citizens United is awful. And it's terrible that Trump has Peter Thiel and Elon Musk jumping around showing off their poopik and thinking.
Well, you guys got George Soros. Like, complain about the billionaires you got on your party. You got Oprah, billionaire. LeBron James, billionaire. Right? Look at all the Hollywood celebrities that controls storytelling, institutions, media is behind you. If you look at these people who run banks, 94% of their employees donate to the Democratic Party. Like, what are you talking about? You are the establishment. Democrats are more establishment than Republicans. It's just the populist energy is taking over the Republican Party. And this is the hubris of the progressive. They're thinking they're so enlightened. They're so much smarter than people. But in reality, I don't know, what are you guys? You just idealist. Idealist that's living in an unpractical reality. You're being unpractical with reality. And you're getting angry about the fact that the reality is not reflecting what you want it to reflect. So here's News Nation. I need to get back to a more centrist channel before I lose my brain. And you can see the DC crowd right now. They don't look too happy. It's starting to remind me of 2016 Hillary Clinton rally. Let's take a look, though. Let's listen in on what News Nation has to say.
With a
blank slate. Everyone said she had to introduce herself. Nobody gets the opportunity to introduce themselves with a month of the most fawning media coverage in the world, okay? 4 months out from an election in any way they want. She got to choose who she created herself to be, and the media was ready to accept whatever she was. She created that.
Don't say that media writ large. We
Yes.
didn't do that.
No, I'm not saying
No, media at large. No, media at large.
We're media writ small.
Okay,
Yes.
whatever we are, we're part of the media. Some factions of the media.
No,
There was an
most of them.
enormous amount of fawning over Kamala Harris when she took over. Fine, but the main one goes to Kamala Harris. And we got main 2 goes to Donald Trump. There we go. No surprise there. But I think I don't think she had nearly the difficult job people said she did. She just was unable to connect to voters. She was unable to get people in rural America or traditional America to think that she cared about people like them and she understood people like them.
Well, we don't know the outcome of these states, right?
No.
And this will determine
88% win proposition. Ooh, boy.
the feelings about America within the electorate have been consistently upside down for the duration of this election, okay? That is a strike against the incumbent.
Sure.
The reason for that is not that we are involved in a foreign conflict and that it seems to have posed a domestic disturbance. 1976, Carter. You got the Iran hostages and you have the resulting OPEC squeeze, so you have the gas crisis at home, both on his watch. Similarly here, everything that's going on has had a finger pointed at Biden and Harris. She is against somebody who is the ultimate disruptor and the head of the grievance movement. That's why I say she has a tough task. And that's why when you look at the polling, it's so tough that even with Trump at the front of it, sure, he's got his 30% built in, but you've got 70% of his vote that holds its nose. And they want to admit it, they don't want to admit it.
70-50.
She had it. She has a tough task on her hands tonight. We'll see what she can do.
You know, you do have to, regardless, you have to, after January 6th, people wrote him off.
Y'all
Nobody
wrote
would
him
take
off.
his call. He went down to Mar-a-Lago and
Yeah, y'all wrote him off. The media, the political class, but the American vote was like, nah, we ain't done with you yet. This man literally went through a hero's journey. Donald Trump went through a hero's journey. Bro, I would not be surprised they make a movie about this man. Won, lost, and then you won again? That's movie material right there. All because of the failings of Biden and Harris. If Biden and Harris had did just a half decent job, they didn't F up too bad, Donald Trump would not have the ability to do what he's doing right now in 2024. Believe that. So as much as you want to blame the American voter, all this stuff, y'all trying to sugarcoat your own failings, your own inadequacies, it's Democrats' fault. Because you did a bad job. And karma finally came and bit you in the you know what. Because y'all got arrogant. Y'all got cocky. Oh, we return to normal. Oh, we're going to unite the country. Did you unite the country, Biden? No. You demonized half the country. And I warned about this when I was a smaller creator. I had these troll comments making fun of me. Oh, look at you. You tap dancing for the white man. You tap dancing for the Republican Party. Republicans are extremists. And I was saying, yo, how is this uniting the country? You're not living up to the campaign promises you promised on the first day of your inauguration, Joe Biden. And now look at y'all. Anxiety. Look at the face of these people in Washington. Anxious, praying for a miracle. When you should have looked back 3 years ago. Hell, even 2 years ago. You had an opportunity to change your fate here. Because what's going on in 2024 is the result of the 3.5 years that you did. This is the result of all the decisions that Democrats did over the 3.5 years that you've been in office. And this is the result. I'm done.
Georgia, we didn't think we were going to win North Carolina. We got to hold the blue wall. This is where we thought we would be. Is that your take as well as a Democrat?
It never changed in one moment. I think that holding the blue wall is going to be a tough job. You know, it's kind of crazy when you look at Pennsylvania and you see that Allentown, with lots of Latinos, voted for Donald Trump. And this will come down to places that people around the world have never thought about, where the most powerful person in the universe, who heads the richest country in the history of the world, and the largest military ever assembled, will be elected by people from places called Delaware County, Montgomery County, and Allentown, Pennsylvania. Very crazy.
Very crazy because?
Because it's not the way it was supposed to be. The Democrats, we've talked
Supposed
about
to
this
be.
before, Chris, I think,
No.
on your program.
Everything's earned, nothing's given.
Class. They're the party of, we don't know
Hank,
whom.
hold on a second. Trump wins Nebraska 3. Remember, Nebraska and Maine apportion the delegates, so we'll hear the second part of the Nebraska one. They'll come out soon, I'm sure. Maine split between Harris and Trump. Go ahead, Hank.
The Democrats have lost their way. They're no longer the party of the working class in this country. $1 billion was spent here by the Harris campaign. The Democratic operatives should really be ashamed. You know, when I did this stuff and I was on the road, my partner and I at the time, Jerry Austin, people thought we were out of our minds because all we did was fight. The Democrats don't fight. The Republicans do, and that's why these numbers are what they are tonight. Now, the Democrats are likely to lose this election. Why? Because it shouldn't be so close. That's the difference here, Chris.
It shouldn't be so close. Why?
Yeah, why?
If they're the party of the working class, can you tell me why Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are even close?
Well, who says they're the party of the working class?
Then that's my point. They're not anymore. Where's the union vote, the things that kept the
95. Y'all haven't been that party since 1995. Since Bill Clinton. After that, y'all started shifting away, becoming the party of the elite, the party of the famous, the party of the celebrity, and the party of the rich. The rich kind of control both parties, but still, it's less so now. Now it's like the rich is accountable to the working class, right? And that's what the Republican Party has become to. I called out this political realignment. America first. Yeah, you're a rich American, but you build your companies here, right? Bring value to the country that helped you produce this company, that allows you to cultivate this environment where you could send rockets to Mars and catch it with chopsticks, Elon Musk. Give back to the country that helped you facilitate this environment and help the country prosper. That's the contract between the rich Republican and the working class Republican. The working class conservatives with the rich conservatives. You do what's in the best interest of our country. You help our country be great. You keep your companies here. You hire American. You produce American. You manufacture American. This is the contract that's happening in the American First Movement. And liberals and these Democrats, they can't even see it. They can't see this agreement that's happening in the background. Only in the American First Movement where a former Democrat, a Kennedy, a billionaire, damn near genius, could all be voting for the same guy. From different walks of life, different religions, different classes, we all unite because we all have a shared common interest. What's in the best interest of this ship we call America? Because if America sink, we all drowning. And that's the reality the Democrats don't want to acknowledge. Because them allowing these open borders people, these illegals are coming in here, it's like putting stones on a ship. Eventually, we're going to hit our weight limit and you're going to sink the ship. Come here. We're like, no, we can't take any more people on the boat. We can't take any more people on the boat. You're doing things that's that's against the interests of the American people. Rich Americans see it. Working class Americans see it. Black Americans, Asian Americans, Latino Americans that came here legally, Haitian Americans, African Americans, we all see it. We all see what you're doing. We're like, yo, you're going to sink us. Oh, but I want more. I want to be able to run a mutiny on the ship because you think these people, hey, I let you in. You better vote me captain so I can run the ship. That's what you're doing with the presidency right now. This is what you try to do with the electoral college right now. This is why most of us want what? Mass deportation. We want to kick these people out of the ship because you're holding us down. You're weighing us down. You was not supposed to be on the ship in the first place. You're being used as a pawn to stage a mutiny on the ship, aka solidify Democratic control. And this is how Democrats stop being the party of the working class. I digress.
Values. What does that mean?
No, it's not. It's not traditional values because we've lost traditional values. We were once the most religious country in the world. We're no longer that at all. De Tocqueville said in 1835, it's changed. We were the most civic culture country in the world. We're not anymore. The civic institutions have disappeared. Masons, Kiwanans, VFW, Knights of Columbus, all of those things that helped organize us, that gave us this almost nonpartisan communal sense, are gone. So what's happened? We are now a party of social class and people who resent the fact that a significant portion of the country can no longer trace their roots to Europe. They don't know what to do with the future, and they're afraid. And when people are afraid, they seek comfort in those that will stop the fear and those who will stop the chaos. That's why that's why, we lost the Senate tonight. The Democrats did. And that's why Trump is likely to be the president today at this moment. Why? Because after $1 billion, and with some lousy campaign, by the way, it's not a
Lousy campaign. Where did you heard that before? If you watch my content here, I have a video where I called, hey, the pending collapse of Kamala Harris. And I want to, maybe I'll do a video reviewing the comment section. It's so laughable. Oh, she's going to win the black vote. No, she's running a bad campaign because she's a bad candidate who has a bad message and don't know how to articulate herself to people who are not Democrats. That is the biggest flaw of Kamala Harris. And I called it since that video. I called it since October 3rd, 2024, a month ago. But, hubris Democrats.
Tool. So do you believe you lose the House, the Senate, and the White House tonight?
I think the House is yet to be talked about. I mean, the popular vote in some states may protect that. The Senate is gone. You and I talked about this, I think, on this program some weeks ago, by the way. The White House is still too close to call. But it will get down to Pennsylvania, and it will be about that cultural battle we just discussed. But it's about who represents those who work, who make the country work, and who represents the values that they have. And it's not about black or white. You look at black numbers, my bet Trump did better than people think. Ditto with Latinos. It's about something else. This populism that is striking America in its heart, where we're either going to have to make decisions about who we are again, or we're going to be lost.
Hank Scheinkoff, not a rosy picture, but a fair one. Thank you very much. And I look forward to processing it all with you in the days ahead.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, before we go really super quick, let's check in just really quickly, 30 seconds each, with News Nation correspondent Mills Hayes, who's live in Detroit, Michigan, as the state's Democratic headquarters there, where they're counting where they're waiting for some results. What's the mood there, Mills? Really quick.
Hey, Elizabeth. Well, it was definitely a lot more excited a couple of hours ago. It's definitely died down a little bit as people are starting to watch those results coming in. I can tell people are getting nervous. I spoke with some people just a few moments ago who tell me that they are nervous because they do feel like that people here in Michigan are really struggling with grocery prices, and that may be why they may have voted for Trump instead of Harris. So you can tell people are starting to get a little nervous now, but they are.
Imagine thinking that Americans won't vote for anything else. Inflation, economy, especially with men, that was the top issue. Even with women, even though abortion was high up there, inflation was up there, economy was up there. What do you expect? How can you be surprised? And this is the hubris of the Democratic Party. I'm going 5 hours right now. This is the hubris of the Democratic Party to sit here and think that wouldn't be a concern. I'm just running the numbers right now. In Wisconsin, 77% of the vote came in. Trump's still holding on to his 4% lead. In Michigan, 48% of the vote came in, and Trump is extending his lead to 3%. Trump got a 3% lead in Michigan with 49% of the vote. He lost it. He's down to 2% now. But with 48% of the vote, 49% of the vote, Trump's still ahead. 82% of the vote in Pennsylvania, and Trump is still holding on to a 4 percentage point lead. Your Democratic Party, folks.
Morning to find out exactly how Wisconsin will settle out. Back to you.
All right, Nick, thank you so much. Things are a little bit of bumps in Wisconsin. Hopefully it won't set things back too much.
Hey, knowing that you had a problem, correcting the problem, that gives confidence to the process.
Yeah.
All right? All right, we are about to come into tomorrow, and we are still going here at News Nation because there is still a lot left to learn. So what do you say? Let's get after it.
Yep. So we're gonna do some Twitter diving. Twitter. Let's see what Twitter has to say, right? Because I'm pulling an all-nighter. Yeah. Thanks for anyone who's still with me at this point. I know if you're in the U.S., you might be already sleeping. I don't even blame you. I don't even know if I'll be able to give a recap. Quote from Thomas Sowell from Constantine Kazin. Sorry. You could ignore reality, but you can't ignore the consequences of reality. Thomas Sowell. But I think not Al, I think Ayn Rand also said that too. I don't know if that quote is exclusively for Thomas Sowell, but I digress. Turns out no one likes neocons. Who knew? Dudes, rurals, Hispanics, working class Americans, all sick and tired of it. Yes, I am. Ed Kazastein, my favorite liberal. It's becoming more evident that Trump will win. America spoke. I may not like the outcome, but that's what America is about. Democracy is what is important thing here. Let's hope we can unify as a country. Yeah, let's hope if the Democrats can finally acknowledge that there's another side to the equation here. People people need to realize that Vivek Ramaswamy deserves so much praise for using his time on stage during the primary to call out Ronna McDaniels to resign. This paved the way for Scott Presler to take the floor. He also called that Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, and Elon Musk needed to have more showtime, whatever. Two people are key in this Trump train. They both deserve all the flowers. Elon Musk, thank you so much for buying his platform. And Scott Presler. But, Vivek got his flowers as well. And I believe, it's a lot of moments like when we go back on the 2024 election and we see moments like the building blocks, like, okay, what decisions, what events happened that created this this moment to happen? If the election outcome is as expected, it should cause the largest minority of the country who supported Kamala Harris and predicted her victory to begin to question their source of truth. Half the country believe that X is filled with mis and disinformation, and they can only therefore rely on the New York Times, MSNBC, CNN, and other mainstream media for their news, and they did. If, however, you have been active on X for the last year, you have known the truth for days, weeks, often months before the facts appear on MSM. MSM excerpted, clipped, and cut to defame Donald Trump while claiming Joe Biden was fit as a fiddle. Then when Biden's polls collapsed, Kamala Harris was appointed the candidate, and her biography was written with glowing acclaim from the press. But this could not hold as she ducked the media and held fast to the teleprompter. Citizen journalists with their phone cameras in hands captured the real Kamala Harris, forcing her to defend her record, her plan, and more media appearances. It did not go well, and the public demanded to learn more, so Kamala Harris had to risk unscripted media. The doom loop was underway with perhaps 60 Minutes as one of the most dramatic examples, even after CBS tried to save her. Most glaring by exempting one question to replace a word salad response to another. But the citizen journalists on X quickly caught and ousted this fraud and demanded a transcript. As many who supported Kamala began to realize that they had been misled, they became open to Trump as an alternative. But they didn't want to rely on the media to understand him because they did not want to be misled again. Trust in the media is on an all-time low for a reason. They wanted to hear the candidates in their own words. And that's where Lex Fridman and Joe Rogan long-form podcast comes to the rescue. When Kamala was offered the same opportunity to explain herself, she rejected them, and the voting public could only draw a negative inference. Correct. When the story of this election is written, I expect it will be much about how half America woke up to the reality that they've been manipulated by the media. Oh my God, I've been waiting for this for hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus, right? This should lead to an abandonment by many of MSM as their primary source of information. I can only pray, guys. I can only pray. We are with you and President Trump all night and praying too. Dancing with incense. So long as they don't cheat, we should be fine. Yep, we should be. It will push more people to X, to podcasts, and other empirical sources, and it will lead to a more informed public. That is my dream. That is my vision for America. Because I also talk about a lot on this channel that the long-term play here is a more educated and informed America, and the only way you can get that is with discussion. With more speech, with more conversation, not less, not with content moderation, YouTube. It's with discussions. It's through speech. It's through debate. It's through conversation. That's how you get change in this country. Not you sitting here arbitrarily deciding who's allowed to speak, what opinions have validity and what opinions don't have validity. And it's the problem with liberal media. They walk around and expect that they have credibility just because they're liberals, and they discount everyone that's not a liberal. And this is the problem with mainstream media. This is the problem with content moderation. Everything's always colored in the lens of the liberal. If the liberal don't like that perception, if it's not in the liberal's box, then it's out of bounds. Oh, we can't have those conversations. Oh, that's kooky conspiracy theories. 2 years later, those conspiracy theories happen to be true. The other outcomes I hope for is the implosion of the Democratic Party. That's my number one prayer. The party that lied to the American people about the cognitive health of fitness of a president. It prevented, threatened, and legislated and otherwise eliminated the ability of other candidates for the primaries to compete, to get on the ballot, and even to participate in debates. Progressives, this should be your big... TYT should be complaining about this the most. But they want to sit here and defend the Democratic Party and act like Donald Trump is some fascist dictator. Joy Reid defending this crap. And she want to talk about fascism coming from the right. Get out of here. I don't want to wake up my kids, but, I digress. The party and the administration used lawfare in an attempt to imprison, bankrupt, and otherwise kill off Trump as a candidate. These acts are collectively grave to the threat of our republic. With the highest irony, in order to hide these acts, the party accused the opposition candidate of being the grave threat to democracy himself. Wow. Gaslighting at its finest. The Democratic Party proved itself to be fundamentally undemocratic. It needs a complete reboot. I agree. The leadership should be thrown out, and those responsible have to apologize to the American people. Honest Abe said it best. You can fool some of the people all of the time, and all of the people some of the time, but you cannot fool all the people all the time, and that will be the message of the 2024 election. Beautiful. This is beautiful, man. I got to share this one. Follow me on X if you have not been following me on X, guys. I like to share things that I'm looking at, so you guys get like kind of a sneak peek of what I'm looking at. But hey, this is Twitter. Just woke up and it looks like the U.S. is healing. May it succeed. Where's Liz Cheney tonight? An interesting data point. Trump just won Austin County, North Carolina. The county is 40% black. Trump became just the second Republican to win this county since 1870s. For people keeping score, that means since Reconstruction. Wow. Y'all, hey, black liberal women, y'all gonna be very mad at black men, and guess what? We don't care. We don't care. Even if Harris wins, a reminder that it shouldn't have never been this close, and we'll need to reckon with the fact that half the country voted for fascism for a long term. Yeah, I agree with Julia, right? Even if Trump wins, it's a reminder that half this country voted for an authoritarian regime called the Democratic Party, where they anoint political nominees regardless if their voters voted for them or not. Yes, that sounds like real fascism to me, Julia. But like I said, you only know how to look at one direction, not look at yourself. The race lady at MSNBC needs a wellness check. The second opportunity white women had to save America and change the way that they interact with the patriarchy, they voted based on race rather than gender. I mean, don't black women always vote based on race rather than gender? Like, make it make sense. Black women always vote on race rather than gender. And you're mad that another individual decided to do the same thing? Like, this is the problem with these progressive leftist types, right? They believe they should be allowed to vote based on race and gender, but the minute someone else do the same game that they're playing, now they want to get mad. Now they want to be salty. Now they want to cry on TV. Now they want to be upset. Oh, the meltdown's going to be great if they call another state for Donald Trump. So what is it? TYT, guys? Or should we go back to, let's see, Sky News? Sky News is a little boring. I'm not going to lie to you guys. But let's go at it. I'll watch Sky News. Let's go see what Sky News got going on over here. My reserved, sane people here. Let's hear what they got to say. Let me boot this thing up. Sorry for the black screen. And let's play the sound.
Were safe margins. It's appearing not to be the case at all.
Yeah, and that was really very much part of their strategy. Where they could, they would try and bleed into her votes.
And it seems to have worked. New Jersey has been solidly Democrat since 1992. It's got both its senators are Democratic, the governor is Democratic, and yet among the population there, a significant proportion have chosen Donald Trump.
Let's bring in Hillary Rosen. Hillary, throughout the night, we've been speaking to our Martha Kellner, who is with Camp Harris, and they started off quite optimistic, then cautiously optimistic. They're now talking about, telling people, look, just rest. We'll see how we go in the morning. What sort of messaging are you hearing from?
I was over at Howard University earlier, and the optimism earlier in the day was significant. Look, after 2020 election, the Republicans spent a lot of energy in Pennsylvania. And I don't know if this has been discussed much. It's been little reported that the Republicans went into this new cycle with a net gain of about 425,000 new registered Republican voters in Pennsylvania.
Glorious.
Now we see
That's
the
what
margin
Incel says,
right now at
glorious.
about 170, 180,000 difference. That's why. It's because they registered that many more Republicans in this last cycle.
Sorry, I'm cutting her off. They finally look. You see on the bottom, Sky News finally projects Donald Trump is going to win North Carolina. Finally,
Harris Cam tells me they still feel like between.
I'll be right back, guys. I got to use the
mail
bathroom.
ballots
I've been at it for 5 hours without a bathroom break. I'm gonna take one right now. I'll be right back.
You know, hopefully, in my view, they will. But if they don't, that's going to be a big reason. I think it's just one other point, based on what Mark just said. Every time we compare Trump's numbers this year to the Trump-Biden numbers in 2020, it's really important that people know that Joe Biden would not have done better than Kamala Harris is doing this year. The Joe Biden of 2020 is not the Joe Biden that would have been running in 2024. And so I think that there will be this tendency to sort of pick on, oh, well, maybe he shouldn't have dropped out, and maybe he should have, stayed the Democratic nominee, et cetera. There's just no way. He would be doing much worse, in my view,
but why
than
is
Kamala
Donald Trump
Harris
doing
is
so
doing.
well, do you think?
Well, Trump is doing well, as I said, in Pennsylvania because they actually had a kind of sotto voce ground game for the last couple of years.
Broadly,
and I think broadly, he's not winning states people are really surprised at. And I think, sometimes our friends in the UK and in the rest of Europe underestimate that people actually like Donald Trump. His voters like him. They kind of trust him. It's not that they don't see the crazy that people have been running against for all this time, but they trust him because he runs as an outsider. In 2020, he was running as an insider. He was the incumbent president. He couldn't attack the system because he was the system. He started attacking the system again. We're back to loving him.
Democrats underestimate what the impact that abortion would have on this race?
Overestimated.
It's a great question. I think it's not so much that abortion isn't having an impact. It's that I think this is, again, Trump's evil genius.
It's not evil genius. It's just men showed up. And man was like, look, women, I know you want the right to kill your kid, but that's not more important than putting the country in financial hardship, right? Illegal immigrants coming in here, putting y'all at risk, graping y'all. Remember, a lot of these illegals are graping these young teenage girls, right? Putting them at risk, hurting them. And you don't think that's a problem? This is reality, man. I'm listening more on this. I find this conversation a little interesting. Sorry.
The process of switching from one to the other.
Well, frankly, Joe Biden messed up the process. If he had dropped out earlier, we might have had a primary and we might have had a different candidate.
Nah, she still wouldn't have that case.
We also would have had potentially more time to differentiate the key economic messages that are really what is driving so much of the Trump support. And I think that's been a failing.
But on the other hand, he beat Donald Trump by, what was it, 7 million votes, was it?
Well, that's what he constantly said, is I'm the only person who beat Donald Trump.
And he...
Now you prove him right.
And so you're not going to have...
Well, hey, question for people who are going to see this on a replay, 5-hour stream. I don't think you're going to watch this on a replay, but in the chat, who's more happy right now? Joe Biden or Donald Trump? I think Joe Biden is the happiest person. Hope you wash your hands. That was a pretty fast bathroom break. The bathroom's literally right there, and the sink. I wash my hands pretty quickly, and there's a towel in there. But yeah, I had to get back to you guys. But who do you think is the most happiest right now? Joe Biden or Donald Trump? I know Joe Biden must be smiling. He must have been, he like Birdman, because if Trump continues, if this continues, this trend continues, and he wins, whoo, the man of the hour is going to be Joe Biden. Joe Biden, what are your thoughts about the election? He's probably looking at Obama like this, you jackass. Like he's probably, oh, yo, don't let him be able to talk ish now. Biden's going to, what? I want a microphone in front of Joe Biden after they declare Donald Trump president-elect.
And Hillary, I mean,
And imagine Hillary, like not Hillary Clinton. I'm always talking about Hillary Clinton. Imagine Kamala Harris having to certify the election to Donald J. Trump. Oh my God. And they say there's not a God.
what her policies were. Yes, she's only been in this race for 16 weeks, and Americans have had a long time to figure out who Donald Trump is. So even the attacks she was making, the sorts of things she was saying about him, weren't sticking because Americans had already made up their mind about Donald Trump.
Old news.
Yeah, and we've had this conversation on air many times that it was hard to give voters some new information about Donald Trump, but she could have spent more time giving voters new information about who she was.
Exactly.
About differentiating her economic policies from Joe Biden.
She already threw herself under the bus. The minute she said, I can't think of anything differently I would do compared to Joe Biden, she lost the election right there. Also, I highlighted this a lot in my videos, but Trump is not going to work. Gaslighting voters to vote for you is not going to work. Shaming men, saying, "Oh, you're a sexist. You have a problem with a woman running as president." Oh, okay. So you're distracting from your fact that you haven't been educating us or telling us about your policies. Your voters sitting here gaslighting us, saying that she does talk about her policies. Y'all don't care about Trump's policies. We know Trump already. We have Trump's results already. Show us how you're different, because right now you're co-pilot to an administration that we think is going in the wrong direction. You have to make the case, not Trump. But you didn't listen. Instead of sitting back and hearing my concerns, okay, this is what a black man who vote. So close, I can almost taste it. Yes, I can. I don't want to, but we press on. I think I might be here till 1, honestly. It's 1 o'clock Eastern time. I might have to call out of work. I don't know. I'll be really tired. I'll be really tired. I'll tell you that. But I wouldn't have it any other way. Because I have to see this through, man. I have to see this through now. At least until they call one more state for Trump. They need to call one more state for Trump. That's all I need. Let's hear what these people have to say. I might switch over to Daily Wire, see what they have to say. But let's check them out.
Now. No, I mean, I don't know. Well, it's already a stretch.
So we could be having a very different conversation in
we could, but
a few hours' time or a few days' time.
To the extent that we see Donald Trump overperforming in Pennsylvania beyond expectations, I'm giving you the reasons why. To the extent, as I said, Kamala Harris wins tomorrow, she will have overcome a lot. Yeah. And, that will be a huge victory.
That sounds like wishful thinking to me.
There is one issue. I mean, I was here in 2008, and even Republicans were saying Barack Obama is, a once-in-a-generation politician and, extraordinary candidate. No one is saying anything like that about Kamala Harris. And she probably, to be fair, suffers in comparison with Barack Obama. Would you think, is that true?
I mean, I don't know that that's the comparison. I think that the problem that she has is that she has been, the number 2 to an extremely unpopular president. Yeah. And I think were she out there on her own, she would have had a different shot at defining herself.
No, she wouldn't. We already know Kamala Harris. 34 years in government, right? She's one of the, if you pull her approval rating as VP, she's one of the lowest performing, lowest approved vice presidents in history. What are you talking about? We're talking before 2023, 2022, people were talking about Kamala Harris holding Joe Biden back. So I don't know where this lady's pulling this out of her butt. I don't know where she's getting this information from. But I digress. They still saying too close to call, but Trump has a 2-point lead with 93% of the vote already in. I'm calling Georgia already, bro. I already said it.
Trump to be the winner there. Georgia is too close to call. Pennsylvania there, again, too close to call. And as Hillary was saying there, a treasure trove of electoral college votes, 19 of those, and all eyes on Pennsylvania. Michigan,
Yes, Pennsylvania.
again, another key battleground.
Trump is stretching his
state,
lead in
that
Pennsylvania.
Kamala Harris is desperate to have in her column. Too close to call.
Michigan with 55% of the vote. Trump is up by 1% in Michigan with 55% of the vote. So I'm a little ahead of where they're getting their data from. Just a little bit ahead.
Very tight there as well. Too close to call. And Texas, Donald Trump, the projected winner. And let's go to Florida now. Donald Trump, projected winner in Florida.
14%? Got mollywopped.
California, with its 54 electoral college votes, no surprises. Projected winner, Kamala Harris.
Just on California, there is some good news for the Democrats. Nancy Pelosi has won re-election to the U.S. House in the 11th congressional district in California.
She's back. She's back.
Just by the by.
Back.
But there we are.
I mean, some
Back
of the,
to
some of the
see
results,
her boo Donald Trump. I'm messing around, guys.
the battleground state that we've been able to call at this stage. Let's just have a look at that race to 270.
Yeah. And,
As we said, that magic number 270.
It's not as dire
40.
as it did look.
Yeah, and some of the blue states from the West are coming in, and you know, California. We laugh about the margin and Nancy Pelosi, but California is really important. The margin that Harris is pulling in California may just be enough to pull in a few close congressional races, which could give that House to the Democrats,
Yes.
which would be a huge victory if we get that shift over.
yes, what's going on? We need to find out from Lewis at some time.
Yeah, me
what's
too.
going on in the House race, actually.
Yes.
Me too. I'm too excited, bro. I am honestly so excited. Honestly, this is what you love. You love. I wish this was my full-time job, but oh well. For now, it's a hobby. It's my little advocacy. 5 hours and 20. This might be my longest stream ever, bro. I don't think I'm gonna go to sleep till at least 1. Hopefully my wife doesn't get too mad at me, but duty calls. Let's see what they're saying here. I'm gonna switch over to Daily Wire pretty soon. I just want to hear a little bit thoughts of people more on the outside from Australia, I think. But let's go.
Yusra, just bring us up to date on what the mood is where you are.
The mood has definitely changed here. I mean, I've just seen an older black couple leave the watch party looking very, very upset. It's very sullen. I mean, we did speak to people downstairs on the main floor of the party, and the sense was we feel anxious, we feel nervous. It's not looking good, but they're still hoping that with Michigan being too close to call right now, that they can at least get a win on the state level, on the local level, on the county level here in Detroit. But again, they can see that Trump is climbing. They can see that all the work that they've done hasn't paid off. And one thing that people kept telling me is that even with the rhetoric, even with the attacks on communities, on ethnic minorities, on the Latino community, on the black community, I mean, Trump came here in Detroit and said that, if Kamala wins, cities across America will be like Detroit. And even with that brazen...
Yes, because that's true. That's facts. Like, what they're so mad about? If I say, hey, let's say my son's trying to play soccer. Son, you suck. You can't kick with your left foot. You need to work on your left foot. Dad hates me because he called me out on my lack and my inadequacies. I'm telling you the reality. And that's all Trump is doing. Haiti is an ish-hole country as a descendant of Haitians. I agree. I wouldn't want to live there too. Like, what are you mad about? The truth? Facts? Unflattering truths does not mean he's insulting you. And people, these media hacks, I guess they're finally realizing that people care about substance more than these narratives and superficial platitudes that the left and many people in these educated corporate circles love to placate to each other. People are tired of it. I'm getting thirsty from some liberal tears. Hey, bro, we're gonna have to collect them. But let's hear more. I'm invested now.
Going to have any empathy with the citizens of Gaza. But he, again, a successful double talker in that regard. I think the other place in Michigan where it really matters is, blue-collar manufacturing workers who have historically loved Donald Trump. They are voting in numbers. And I think we've seen today, we'll see better over the next couple of days. Younger men have navigated towards Trump, whereas people under 35 have historically had very significant Democratic margins. I think we're seeing that it's a bit different today with men.
Hillary, are you seeing any similarities between Kamala Harris's campaign and Hillary Clinton's campaign as we sit here now?
Only the desperate fear that they're both going to have lost.
To Donald J.
I think in many ways...
I don't want to hear nothing she has to say. Here's a narrative for you guys. Donald Trump has beaten, if he wins, 2 women presidents back to back. And the only president that was able to beat him was another man. This is a funny ish right here. And he barely beat Trump. Barely. Oh my God. I know that's going to make the women mad. Trump should play on his inaugural. If Trump wants to go troll mode, he should play "It's a Man's World" in his inaugural address. I'm just saying, that's perfect. That's troll magic right there. It's a man's world. Yo, the libs really gonna be mad. The feminists are really gonna be mad. But I digress. Just enough of me trying to instigate. I want to make some not calls, but my projection for Wisconsin. I already called Wisconsin for Trump like 2 hours ago. With 82% of the vote counted, Trump's still maintaining his 4% lead in Wisconsin. So it seems like Trump's chances also increased again. There's a 92% chance that Donald Trump will win the presidency as of 12:21 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Michigan. Trump is holding a 3% lead with 59% of the vote counted in Michigan. So good signs for him there. I want to wait a little bit more before I want to make a call on it. Pennsylvania, let's get back to Pennsylvania. Let's see what Pennsylvania's doing. Trump is still holding his 2% lead. Kamala's cutting into that a little bit now. He's at 86% of the precincts has been counted. So, I'm still up in the air. So that means I might have to wait until the next day. But if Trump can close out Michigan and Wisconsin by 2 a.m., I think I can go to sleep at night knowing that Trump got a great chance of being president tomorrow, or at least Wednesday. Arizona, with 55% of the vote in, Donald Trump is still maintaining a 0.8% lead over Kamala Harris, with 55% of the vote counted. So, with that being said, I'm gonna switch over. Should I go to TYT, guys? Should I see if Shank is freaking out yet? Let's see. I can't miss out on any opportunity to see Shank Ugert freaking out over the election. There's no way I can miss on that. No way. There's no way in hell I'll miss that out. Come on. We can't miss Shank throwing a gasket. We can't miss this.
Yeah, it's tightened in terms of the number of votes there, but not by enough. And it's going to, at a certain point, be difficult to find those votes. But Michigan is at 56% counted.
Let's see
right
Destiny
now.
Meltdown.
And, again, if you go down to Wayne County,
don't
which
worry,
is
we'll
where
see the
Detroit
clips
is,
online.
Only 26% of the vote is
but
in there.
Chank's my guy.
And, if you move to the
see his
sort
energy.
of surrounding counties, they've counted more of those votes. But Wayne is the one that they're looking at most closely. Oakland County is going to have a lot of votes, but they've counted most of that. Genesee, a little bit outside, which is a place where Harris should have done a little bit better. It's more toward the north there, toward Flint. Harris should have done better and is underperforming in Genesee County there. So again, we know what the map looks like. We know what has to happen. It's that blue wall of those 3 states. Trump is ahead in all of them. Trump is favored in all of them. But again, there's stranger things have happened, and they happened in some of these states just 4 years ago.
So in Michigan, even though he has a larger lead, since less percentage has reported, he has a 67% chance of winning, as opposed to Wisconsin, where he has a 75% chance of winning. This is if the New York Times is right. And then in Pennsylvania, he's got about a 3-point lead, 2.8% lead, but 88% has reported in Pennsylvania. And New York Times has his chance of winning there at 79%. So right now, it would require a significant comeback of Kamala Harris. Again, they're not really comebacks. It's just a matter of vote counting. And Trump folks, you'll see with your own eyes. If Kamala Harris loses, they'll concede. They won't pretend that there was some sort of election fraud. They won't say that they won't put together a list of fake elections.
Al Gore did the same thing, but here you are. Okay, whatever, bro. Their background doesn't really help. Yeah, burning the background. That could be DC in a couple of days. I'm just saying. Democrats, they don't take losses very well, right? We'll see. He's doing all this projection here, trying to grandstand on, moralize on conservatives when these people have been burning down property with BLM riots, Chaz creating autonomous zones in Seattle, but they want to lecture us about how to conduct ourselves after we win. Look, we're so graceful. When we lose with grace. Okay, we'll see when it's time for Kamala to certify the election. We'll wait. We'll see. We'll see, progressives. We'll see.
In Maine is down by just like not even 1,000 votes, and it looks like there's going to be a flip in. It doesn't look like there's going to be a flip in Iowa. The Republican is up by just about 800 votes there. So some of these are going to be pretty tight, as we expected. Mike Garcia in California, 54% of the vote in, is up by just pennies. And so these tight races in these swing districts in California seem to be, at least for the moment, going to the favorites there, but we'll have to see.
All right. I want to thank everybody who's contributed through tyt.com. Please keep it going. I'll read names when we come back, but we do need to try to get to $100,000. Thank you for caring about honest coverage of the election, which we've done throughout, and you've seen us be right over and over again in that
except 2016
coverage. And yeah, well, unfortunately, and I hope that you guys appreciated that. JR, we've got to go, but last thoughts here as you look at the state of the race. What do you think?
It's not much different than what we were saying before. It is what it is. It's a matter of it's the state of the country. So a lot of people are upset. It's the way it was always going to be. I think there was some election official that was saying that. I think when one of the fights was breaking out in early voting,
He's about to cry.
Somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose, and a lot of people are going to be upset about it. It's the way it is. What's next is to see then how the country then moves forward, regardless
how
of which
Democrats move
person
forward.
wins. That's honestly,
you still think she got a chance, bro?
Of course, after we get the final results.
He's hoping,
but
bro.
let's just
He's
wait
praying.
and see. I've never been big on. If she was winning this way, I wouldn't be like, it's over.
No, you would have been.
Why do that?
No.
Crazy.
I don't believe you.
Yeah,
just see.
I don't believe
there yet. All right, well, say hi to all your wives.
So people are nuts, man. They're really nuts. All right, JR, you're the best, brother. Everybody check out Watch Lists. Check out Watch Lists with JR Jackson. All right.
Absolutely. We'll be doing stuff tomorrow for sure on all this.
All right, perfect. All right. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back in a second.
Yeah, TYT. Oh my God, that man would look like he was about to cry. He was like, no. He was praying, boy. You could ignore reality. Let that sink in. Oh. Chef's kiss from Elon Musk. Jake Tapper just said on CNN that 25% of black men went for Trump in Pennsylvania in 2016. It was 10%. Damn near double. Oh my God, bro. Hey, black liberal women, you gonna put some respect on our name, or some respect. Reality does not go away when it is ignored. It don't. You could keep pretending, oh, Trump is not gonna get 20% of the black male vote. Roland Martins of the world, these black liberal women of the world. Okay, you can ignore the reality, but reality, Ignore those numbers now. How you like me now? To all the Democrats that are watching this unfold and can't understand how the public is voting for such an evil person, because you guys are evil, take it from a former Democrat. The media has propagandized you, radicalized you is what I would have used, but hey, they have lied to you. They don't want to tell you the truth. They just want to make you. Let's go into this tweet. He got my attention. He got my attention. They don't want to tell you the truth. They just want to make sure you're a rabid Democrat supporter. That's what I try to tell my mom, regardless of how terrible the candidate is, so they can control you, right? And then when I compare the Democrats to their roots and being the party of slavery, people want to get mad at me in my comment section. Okay, they want your attention. That's it. They don't want you to make you smarter or more informed. I want to make you guys smarter. I want to make you guys more informed. They want to control you. I don't want to control you. I believe you guys can give me a different angle that I'm not seeing. You check my bias, I check yours. We all exchanging information here as if we were sitting on a dinner table. I don't think I'm better than anybody. I'm just thinking, hey, look, I read a couple books. I study this stuff. I pay attention to this stuff a little more than other people. And here's what I found. That's all I'm doing on these videos. Today is a chance to break free from their chains. Start by recognizing that it's not your fault. Their grip is very strong, and they've just been doing this for decades. It's a corrupt system. Do not let others think on your behalf. Do not outsource your intelligence, is what I would also say that to my audience. Do not let others control your mind. It's yours. Do not be afraid to trust your gut. Do not be afraid to question everything. Do not be afraid to speak out. If you're a black man within the sound of my voice, this resonates with you. Because many black men have a gut feeling like, yo, we shouldn't be continually supporting a party that out of the 16 years, they ran 8 of them. And Trump only ran, 12 of them. 12 out of the last 16 years were ran by Democrats. Yet they're talking about hope and change. We're not going back. But you ran out of the last 16 years in government, 12 of them were ran by Democrats. And we're complaining about those. So we need to try something new. Don't be afraid to trust your gut. Don't be afraid to question everything. Do not be afraid to speak out. We're all Americans. We love each other. We're building this country together. But we cannot do this effectively if we let others think on our behalf. Do not support a party just because others have told you to. Do not hate a person just because others have told you to. And this is exactly what happened with the mainstream media. Mainstream media said, hate Trump. Democrats said, how much? And we created Trump derangement syndrome. Do not hate a person. Oh, only you get to decide on your own merit. No one else. Closing message, guys. Closing message. Oh, my goodness. Yo. This is X, guys. Dancing with Incel says, I'm a black man from Philly and voted for Trump. Hey, the way Philly look like it might go for Trump, but we'll see. We'll wait. Trump won Stark County, Texas, most Hispanic county in America at 97% by 16 points. Last time he voted Republican was 1892. Yo, Trump's breaking trends out here. Damn. That's crazy. Breaking. The Georgia Secretary of State just revealed that there's only 100K votes left to be counted, and Trump lead is well over 100K. Any news station not projecting Georgia for Trump are propagandist machines for Democrats. CNN literally heard that and didn't even immediately call for Georgia. Wow. There's only 100,000 votes left, and Trump is well over 100,000 votes. And they still have not called Georgia, when I called Georgia since the count was at 50% of the vote. It looks like an utterly complete wipeout. These needs to be a genuine reckoning amongst the left of center establishment. It's absolutely embarrassing. The left has a lot of things. Sorry, let me get back. The left has a lot of things: money, cultural influence, political power, institutional control, and control of the media. Why they don't have is a single source of self-awareness. Yes, that part. Right? I'm gonna put it. You're gonna put. Let me put it for. Let me do one for the culture. That part. that couldn't say it better myself. Couldn't say it better myself. But this is the left. CNN finally projects that Donald Trump will win 3 minutes ago. This is crazy. If anyone wants to learn more about how we got here, I wrote a book called The Second Class: How the Elites Betrayed America's Working Class and Women, that explains this exact phenomenon. The political realignment. Democrats are the party of the rich and poor. Republicans are the party of the working class and middle class. Look at the income distributions of people who support the parties. Let's see. If you make less than 30%, you voted half for 50% of them voted for Harris. If you make over 30K, you voted overwhelmingly for Trump. If you make under six figures, you voted overwhelmingly for Trump. If you make above 100,000, if you're in 100,000 or under, you went for Harris. If you make way more than 200,000, you voted for Harris disproportionately. Wow. That's some demographic data for you. I'm up until 270. I like that one. That one. I gotta tell the wife, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be up for a while. Okay, wifey. So, since his first CPAC speech, Donald Trump has shown unwavering commitment to a vision of strength, resilience, opportunity for all Americans, and CPAC has stood by his side. Today, let's make a difference. Get out and vote. Joe Rogan, the largest podcaster in the world and lifelong liberal, went from going out of his way to not platform Trump to endorsing him in one election cycle. Democrats need to take a hard look in the mirror and ask themselves why that is. These people ain't self-reflective. These people are not self-reflective. Whatever is happening in Georgia is a crime. It takes like 3 hours to count that last 10%. That just breeds lack of faith in elections. Come on. Exit poll shows that threat to democracy was a top issue for MSNBC. Thought that meant votes for Kamala, but turns out it was exactly the opposite. Voters are rejecting censorship, lawfare, and dishonesty. Oh my God, bro. I'm going to be on Twitter all day. Twitter has solidified itself as the number one source of where all Americans who do not want to be manipulated will get their information from. Christmas has come early for the boys, for the bayous. Oh my God. Let's go. Let's see how Daily Wire is reacting to everything going on right now. I'm also going to check up on the election cycle, see what any more votes coming in for the other states. It's almost 1 a.m. I appreciate you guys.
Phony argument.
Sorry. It's 1 a.m. for me here in Florida, Eastern Pacific Standard Time. Hopefully, you guys have enjoyed yourselves here, and let's hear what Daily Wire has to say about the current state of stuff.
A person who was born with a uterus and breasts should be able to remove those breasts as a teenager because that person is a man. They mean it, and then they go mutilate our daughters.
That's right.
That's not, and I have, just like I had a record of Donald Trump being president by which to measure now his words, I have the Obama and Biden administrations to judge them. They mean it.
I also think that the never Trumpers at this point, like a lot of them are just leftists, and I think maybe they just always were. But it's not just that they're opposed to Trump. They've I mean, this crew that we're talking about, they've
well, I'm thinking
many of them have fully adopted leftist positions on like everything.
Brett Stephens is whom I know well, and it's we've debated, and it's painful, but he writes terrific columns for the New York Times as a conservative. And then when it comes to Trump, I feel that this good man loses his mind.
Yeah,
he's not a leftist.
Many such cases.
But some of them are. I mean,
like someone like Bill Kristol.
And that's Trump derangement syndrome, all created by the negative perception of the mainstream media. That's the reality. Mainstream media created this. You say nothing but negativity about a man, and you lose all logical, rational faculties just hearing the man mentioned. When we look back, maybe 20 years from now, we're going to look back and be like, yo, remember that time when the mainstream media got us to hate a man that we barely knew anything about merely because the establishment saw him as a threat to their bureaucracy? Remember that time in 2020? Oh, I don't want to remember it, man. Remember the time when black women were out here calling black men ignorant, calling them dumb, right? And they still voted for Donald Trump because just to spite them. You remember that time? It's going to be a crazy watch. It's going to be a crazy time.
Else like this.
He makes people crazy, and they cannot back down. I mean, Jonah at this point, who a guy I really admired and liked, personally, I considered him a pal. You know, like I think he.
Hey guys, I'm going to interrupt this because we're going to Mary Margaret Olohan at Trump HQ, where I think we're about to hear from the man himself. Mary Margaret, what's happening?
Hello, they're playing the Trump music. I think he's coming soon. This is really exciting. They're playing the YMCA song.
No offense, take it, dance with incels. I joke with my Thea, which is my aunt, the aunt from my wife's side of the family. She always makes jokes with me because she's a big Trump supporter. So she goes, Kenny, man, don't eat my cats. I said, wait, you mean lunch and dinner? Like I always joke around with her with the Haitians, the cats eating Haitian stuff. That was always funny. So I don't take no offense. That was actually a funny joke. My dogs will now be safe from the Haitians. No offense, Kitty. And I'm American, by the way. I was born and raised here. I wasn't born in Haiti, so I didn't grow up in that culture. Okay, I'm Americanized at this point. But I digress. Let's hear Donald Trump. He might be making a speech here.
Trump rally, a lot of fun.
Well, New York Times is now saying a 93% chance of a Trump victory. So it does seem like, you know, one hates to say the writing's on the wall and get cocky when there are still votes that need to be tabulated. But I wanted to come to you because I saw Trump on the screen. I wasn't sure if he was actually on the stage. We'll definitely want to come to you when the president walks out on the stage. What are you hearing about from people there? What are the top issues that seem to have moved voters?
Well, you know, obviously the economy and immigration are the issues that we hear about the most. But I actually just talked to Callie Means, who's one of the big proponents behind Make America Healthy Again. And he's telling me that, you know, this is an issue that's really motivating voters to the polls, especially suburban women.
Yep.
He thinks that's a whole hidden vote there
Yep.
that Trump really tapped into.
Yep. But abortion. That's why they like. Women don't care about anything but themselves. The moms don't care about the health of their children, the prospects of their husbands, their fathers, their brothers, their uncles. Women don't care about nothing else. Only abortion, Democrats. Okay. Hey, single women, y'all surprised me. 45% of single women voted for Trump. I thought it was going to be 66% single women towards Kamala Harris. But single women, the vote kind of got split. So I'm pleasantly surprised. So I'll admit I am wrong. I was wrong. I thought the single women vote was going to come out 60% for Kamala Harris. But it wasn't the case. 45-55 for Kamala Harris. I guess abortion wasn't as important as Kamala Harris pretended it was. And really, Trump wasn't a threat to abortion in the first place. It's a states issue. I agree with him. It's a states issue. This is where I'm a libertarian. Let the states decide. All right? But I digress. I think I want to hear out what these people have to say here.
Americans do not want men in their daughters' bathrooms, and they don't want kids undergoing this type of thing. So those are two big issues that I'm told that they're driving people to the polls, and I believe it. You know, these are things that are top of the mind for Americans, and I'm very excited to see, you know, like I was saying, the aftermath of this, and to help understand what went into these decisions for Americans and how we can learn from that in the future.
Mary Margaret, Fox is saying that Catholics may swing Michigan for Trump. Tell us why Catholics might not. Why would Catholics not be open to a Kamala presidency?
Well, there's a lot of reasons Catholics wouldn't want Kamala for president. I mean, mainly her support for abortion. She supports unrestricted abortion, and what that means is abortion up until or after 9 months. Democrats like to say that that's a fake thing, but unfortunately, there's many states in the United States that allow abortion after birth, which of course is infanticide. It's not actually abortion. So, we got some applause in the background here. This is about the Georgia results.
Finally.
Fox is saying Trump has 50.9% compared to Kamala's 48.4%. Crowd really likes this. Very
that's
excited.
With 90. By the way, that's with, according to Decision Desk HQ. That's with 95% of the vote in. We have Donald Trump carrying Arizona 50-48.
What? He's carrying Arizona?
Wait, what did she just announce? Georgia?
Georgia, yes.
Okay.
And Mary Margaret, also from Decision Desk, we're now at 88% vote count in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's lead holding 50.8 to 48.3.
Yep.
This is getting so exciting here. I mean, I think we're going to see the end of the election tonight, which is
yeah. That's what I wanted. Hey, look, Sorry, honey. My wife's gonna watch this and she's gonna be so mad at me. But I'm like, look, I had to see history. I had to see history. Come on. Who would have missed out on this? Right? Who would miss out on this? This is history being made right now. Man lost, got right back up, and won again. Oh, come on, bro. This is Rocky 3. They're gonna make movies out of this guy. I see it. I already see it right now. They're gonna make movies about this guy. You won 2016. Everyone doubted you. No one thought you was a serious candidate. You won. Then you delivered one of the best economies in recent history. With everything against you. They put fake charges against you. They put Russia. Oh, he was a spy. Gaslight you. Give you nothing but negative coverage. You lose in 2020. You came back and you still won. Ooh. That's the kind of stories that America loves, bro. Yo, media, you better stop playing with my dog. Stop playing with my dog.
Good. You know what?
Yeah.
More. Cry harder.
Yes,
Cry harder.
Yes, blame us all.
Cry harder right in here. Just do it. Right.
Matt?
The
liberal
she mentioned the trans thing, and I just wanted to follow up on that because it is a really interesting thing in this election. That's I noticed even watching football on Sundays that Trump was running ads, during football on the trans issue like hard. I mean, you'd see these ads 3 times in a football game, hitting Trump on trans surgeries for immigrants and for convicted criminals specifically. Those are the 2 big ones, and then men.
So I made a promise on this channel, on this live stream, that with 90% of the vote in with PA, Trump still holds his 4% lead. So I'm going to go off on a whim here. I'm going to call Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. Like 90% of the vote in. I know the absentee ballots haven't been counted yet, but I think the absentee ballots, if they break 40% for Trump, Trump maintains his lead. So I'm going to call it right now. Pennsylvania is going for Donald Trump. So I feel more, excited for Donald Trump. 93% chance that Donald Trump wins the election now. Now, the only thing I'm concerned about is Arizona. I want that icing on the cake. Arizona is still stuck at 55% of reporting on their voting count, which is pissing me off. That I'm like, yo, how are we getting the voting counts before? Michigan is still pretty close. 64% of the votes are already in, and Trump only has a 1% lead. So, Michigan's still pretty close. Wisconsin, Trump is still maintaining his 4% lead with 86% of the vote cast already. I'm surprised they haven't called it yet, but let's listen to what Daily Wire has to say. I knew it in my gut Trump would win PA. Hey, I'm calling it, right? And I think the absentee ballots, the fact that Trump has been telling people to vote early, I don't think it's going to be overwhelmingly Democrat like it was in 2020. So I'm confident in my prediction. I think Donald Trump won PA. I think Donald Trump won Pennsylvania, and I think Donald Trump is going to win the presidency at this point. I feel more confident now. I just want them to freaking call it already. Call Wisconsin already. 86% of the vote. Trump is still holding his 4% lead, and you're not calling Wisconsin yet? Come on. And it took CNN just now to call Georgia for Donald Trump. Make it make sense. These people, they just like, they're desperate. They're hoping, they're praying. Oh boy. I can't wait to start clip farming. Trump's signs was everywhere in Bensaloma and Hershey. Hey, that's why I say I like to talk to people in the chat. Y'all guys are more in the ground. Florida, I already told you, Florida was safe red. I told you, like, now you're supposed to look at Florida like you look at Texas. Oh, yeah, it's going to go Trump. Like, that's how you're supposed to be now with Florida. The fact that in 2022, Ron DeSantis won this state by 19%. Oh, come on, bro. Come on, bro. What are these people smoking? Democrats actually thought they had a chance here? You want to pass your little abortion amendment? Like, no, get that out of here, bro. I digress.
Of that. It had kind of faded since 2020, I think. We had sort of lost the immediacy of that when it was such a fervent issue. And bringing that back to the fore and reminding people that this is still what the Democrat Party believes. They still think this country is fundamentally flawed in its conception, and particularly along this issue, which is very sensitive for Americans. I think that might have swung a significant number of voters.
I mean, we can talk serious things, but I need to experience the pain of those who have failed this evening. And thus, joining us now from Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C., is Spencer Lindquist. So, Spencer, how's the mood been there in Washington, D.C.? He asked with a smile.
Look at Brett. That's bro.
Well, right behind you just a moment ago, you would have seen people streaming out in waves. You're not seeing that as much anymore because most people are already gone. At the moment, the co-chair of Kamala Harris' campaign, the co-chair of the campaign came out and said that Harris isn't going to be speaking tonight.
Of course
he said
not.
That there's still some votes left to be counted. Of course, we're getting pretty high up there in a lot of these states with the reporting numbers. He said that she won't be speaking until tomorrow night. So
tomorrow
already
night,
a lot of people who left. Really, when North Carolina was called, was a big inflection point. The mood had already soured quite a bit by then, and after that, a lot of people started flooding out, and now we're left with barely anybody here.
I need one more.
Well, I mean, I guess the real question is, will Beyonce be performing? Because that obviously has been the big draw at these campaign events. It certainly is not Kamala Harris. Probably people feel privileged that Kamala Harris actually didn't show up tonight, which would have even brought down the mood further. So I guess nothing's happening there, right? Cedric Richmond, who's the campaign co-chair, as you point out, has now confirmed that she won't be speaking tonight. So what are people even doing there at this point? Playing tiddlywinks, planning a riot? Like, what's happening?
I see that too.
Beyonce wasn't here personally, but they were playing some Beyonce.
Yeah, I see the lag happening too. It always happens. Like even the quality of the stream is going down a little bit, but that error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming as such. The L's that I take here. Well, let me see. Hopefully it clears up a little bit. Whatever. As long as you can hear, I think is the important part.
Expect riots in the near future. Obviously, Washington, D.C. was boarded up in preparation for Trump supporters rioting in a city where there are literally no Trump supporters. Has there been any? Are they just so depressed that they don't even have the spirit to do that which most motivates them and burn down buildings?
We'll see. We did see some buildings being boarded up earlier. That was yesterday. And we saw that really in downtown, in the area surrounding the White House. So we're yet to see exactly what's going down in the downtown area. But of course, as the night goes on and as we see exactly these results roll in, that might change. There might be some action downtown. So if there is, of course, we'll be covering it.
Well, Spencer, I look forward to seeing you next, dodging brickbats as well as horrifyingly peaceful fires over in Washington, D.C. Daily Wire's footprint at the Harris headquarters was made possible by PDS Debt. Get a custom plan to become PD.
All right, no ad reads for me. I'm trying to do ad reads here. So, yeah, the energy's gone. TYT, let's see what TYT's doing, bro. Let's see what TYT's doing, bro. This man has to be coping. I feel it. I see it. I say Shank making excuses. Ugh, I always forget. Hold on, give me a sec. Please. I don't know what he's saying, but I know he's freaking out right now. Yeah, this is choppy.
But Democrats are like, what? Money in politics is a problem? What do you mean? I just got $1 billion. How'd that turn out for you, Kamala Harris? How'd that turn out for you? But Democrats are like, what? Money in politics is a problem? What do you mean? I just got $1 billion. How'd that turn out for you, Kamala Harris? How'd that turn out for you, Democratic Party? That $1 billion, flush it down the toilet. And you know what? I'm glad. I'm not glad about the grassroots people who gave and lost their money on this party. I feel terrible about that. But the incredibly wealthy corporations and executives and et cetera that gave to Kamala Harris, you lost your money? Oh no, you will not be able to fire Lena Khan now. You will not get all the goodies and favors that you wanted. Don't worry, just bribe Trump, he'll give it to you. He'll give you the same exact things you want. And by the way, they were gonna fire Lena Khan either way, because J.D. Vance, the vice presidential candidate, theoretically is in favor of Lena Khan, and he has said that. But who do you think is more important and will get to control decisions in the Trump White House more? The vice president or the largest donor Trump has, who is Elon Musk? Okay, I'll I'll give you a cheat sheet for this test. Very easy one. Elon Musk. He will be much.
I mean, the Democratic Party, if let's say Kamala Harris was winning, MSNBC host Rachel Night Owl was just finished bragging about the fact that they should take all the federal contracts that Musk is doing for NASA as a kind of punishment for exposing who he truly is. So in a way, you push Elon to Trump in a way, right? Is either Elon align himself with Trump or get prosecuted by the left? Elon was the poster child for the left. Now he decided to express opinions or become critical of the Democratic Party. Now he's a supervillain now. Now he's Lex Luthor. But you're worried about money in politics. Okay. But you're not worried about government misusing its power for authoritarianism, which is what essentially politically prosecuting Donald Trump, Elon Musk, right? They started investigating him. Remember, they started looking into his stuff ever since he bought Twitter. X. Come on. You waffling about money in politics, but you're not waffling about corruption in politics? This is my problem with progressives. You're worrying about the wrong stuff.
So that's guaranteed. Lock it in.
Speaking of robbery, LA voters have approved Measure A, which implements an increase in a regressive sales tax to raise $1 billion for homelessness. The state has squandered $24 billion because the money gets funneled to nonprofits that don't have any interest in alleviating or solving homelessness. So it is amazing to me that we just voted to increase our taxes again when there's no strategy or real plan in place.
Or proven track record. And this is the same thing Kamala was trying to do with her investing money in affordable housing. It would have been the same deal. This is why I didn't vote for her. I look at the track record. Oh, what's the results? You've done something like this before and it was a whole lot of nothing. No execution. And a slowly becoming base. Yes, bro. Yo, where's the button? I can't listen to this guy muted, man. I need to hear what he's saying because this is the funny part about it. When you look at they have all these theories, they have all these
Name a single positive thing that the Democratic Party has done in California in the last decade.
They have all these fantasies of how things are supposed to go, but what's the reality? Whole lot of nothing, or it makes things worse. I don't know why I'm talking.
Look, I certainly think they've done a lot for the environment. I think,
environment, abortion.
Abortion doesn't count. I mean, Jesus Christ, that's the bare minimum. But okay, the environment.
The environment. They've been leaders on progressive issues like marijuana, like gay marriage, like climate change. All of those things, I think, are very practical and very real. And I think that they have a bigger problem to tackle with homelessness than most states do. And the people have been trying to solve homelessness or resolve homelessness for a very, very long time throughout this country. Mayors of New York City, 4 consecutive mayors had 4 different plans, none of which worked. And the Constitution is a little constraining about what you can do on homelessness. Measure A notwithstanding, I think that the minds that want to solve homelessness haven't gotten there yet, and no amount of money or lack of money. Well, it is minds. I mean, they're what do you mean? Why are you laughing at that?
Yeah, here's why I'm laughing, because it's not like we've never solved it before. Utah solved it for some period of time. They did a fantastic job over there. And then Houston, all Democrats, and they did a fantastic job, reduced homelessness by 40%. So we know what to do.
It's because they don't have to be accountable to you. They don't have to give you any results. You know, you're going to fall in line and vote for them anyway. That's why they're sitting here squandering your money, and you didn't raise you more taxes just to squander your money again. Like, come on, bro. But you want to tax the rich. Tax the rich, tax the rich. Get out of here, bro. Just to cover up your inadequacies and your inefficiencies. Oh, it's not we have a bad idea. It's just you didn't implement it properly. Oh, my God. Don't fall asleep. The mail-in ballot fairies comes when you fall asleep. No one wants to go to sleep because of the fact that everyone's paranoid about the election. So here is Chuck Schumer Here's Kevin O'Leary. I think he has a good take here. He's gonna slam Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and how they're losing grip of the Democratic Party. I think this will be an interesting clip. So let's play it.
How do you read this?
I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process.
True.
And they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying
this was 2 hours ago.
They get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence.
Yep.
This could be great for America because I'm an investor.
And this is good, too, because this hurts Obama's credibility. He endorsed Kamala, too, right? He got behind her. He did all this maneuvering. And Biden's going to let them have it, too. Biden told you, I told you, mother effers, that I'm the only one who could beat Trump. Technically, he was going to get this work, too, because if you saw the approval ratings, hell, Kamala Harris was his co-pilot. He's the actual pilot. So he was going to get this work, too, in 2024. But now he could put this narrative to the Democrats. I could have been the one who beat him. I had the best chance to beat Trump. Y'all didn't listen to me. Y'all took me out. And Pelosi, woo, Biden. Pelosi won't be able to look Biden in the eye because she helped take him out politically, guys, politically. And now this is on her, too, because they made that call. And I agree with Kevin O'Leary's synopsis on the event.
I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight.
Yes.
It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to. Kevin, you may have to deal with it.
Yeah, you have to deal with it. Eat crow. Here's this is for you, Dance with Incels. Dance with Incels says he can't wait to see Sam Harris's reaction to this. I can't wait to see it either. Lawrence Jones III says, never tell black man what to do. Word. Hey. Democrats will learn today. Admit it. You wanted it 2020. No, I didn't. No, you wanted it that way. The moment my dad woke up, I remind him he owed me €100 for realizing the impact of a 3-hour Rogan podcast can do to the landscape of a political outcome. Jake Tapper and John King stand like confused fools after they're told that only 100,000 votes remain in Georgia with Trump leading by 120,000 votes. Math must not be their thing. Pamela Brown, the margins right now in Georgia is 118K, 100K are outstanding right now. Tapper. Should I play it? Reagan in 1980. Latinos are Republicans. They just don't know it yet. 2024. Latinos are Republicans. They know it. Oh my God. Before I go into this clip, because I want to play this clip here, I want to see Jake Tapper's befuddled face when I read this. But Trump has 251 electoral votes. Trump's only missing 19. 19. That's exactly what Philadelphia is going to give him, and he'll win the presidency. Trump only needs 19. Alaska has been projected to go to Trump. Right? So let's look at Arizona. Still, Arizona's slow. 56% of the vote has been counted. Trump is still ahead by 1 percentage point in Arizona. Wisconsin, 89% of the vote is in, and Trump's still holding his lead at 4% in Wisconsin. 89% of the vote has been counted. In Michigan, 70% of the vote has been counted, and Trump is still holding on to a 3% lead in Michigan. This is Michigan, 3% lead. And in Pennsylvania, 91% of the vote has been counted, and Trump is still holding on to a 4% lead in Pennsylvania. Trump's chances of winning the election is 94% as of the time of 1:12 p.m., 1:12 a.m. Sorry, I know, a lack of sleep. So let's hear Jake Tapper shell-shocked by the news that there's not enough votes to actually win any mathematical chance that Kamala wins Georgia. Let's take a look.
You could. There you go. Pamela, what do you got for us in Georgia?
This is important information in Georgia. I'm getting from Gabriel Sterling, the top election official there. The margin right now in Georgia is 118,000 votes, right? 100,000 votes are outstanding right now. This is what I'm being told from Gabriel Sterling. Now, he says the split will go marginally for Harris. So let's break down what we know about where some of that outstanding vote is. Chatham, 40,000 outstanding, I'm told. This is a county that went to Biden in 2020. Carroll, outstanding, 18,000. This is a county that went to Trump in 2020. And then you have the blue counties of DeKalb and Fulton. DeKalb has 3,000 outstanding ballots. Fulton has 2,000 outstanding ballots. Again, just to recap, tight margin, 118,000, 100,000 votes still out in Georgia. And Gabriel Sterling says
Look at this hopium. Even if 100% of those votes went for Kamala, Trump still wins Georgia. So call Georgia. They don't see it. They're here trying to rationalize. They're trying to spin it. They're trying to delay the inevitable. Trump is Thanos here in 2024, right?
The split coming from that will be marginally, his prediction is for Harris. But this is what the data coming in is showing right now. Back to you.
John, do you have any questions for Pamela?
You say the total outstanding votes is 100,000?
He said 100,000
Can't believe
votes
it.
out. Yep.
Well,
and so I just gave you a little snapshot of where some of those places are. Chatham, Carroll, I asked, when are we going to find out these results from these counties? He did not have a timeline exactly for that, but hopefully soon.
It doesn't matter.
But the significance, obviously, that Donald Trump right now has a margin of 118,838 votes.
No,
and you're
I
saying
see.
there's 100,000
It's
left.
not enough.
if he's being literal, sometimes 100,000, they're getting calls from counties.
Look at that.
and
Look
they
at
say
that.
20,000 is
Rationalization.
really 22.
Right.
30,000, it could be 33.
John,
But if he's
can I just jump in?
Yes, please.
Actually, we asked about how do you know these numbers, and actually by law they have to have it, the actual numbers. So I understand your point, but I think they do have more precise numbers based on what the law requires.
Interesting.
Well, then if that math sends a shockwave through the Harris campaign.
Yeah.
If that is literal, just even if she won them all, if there's 100,000 left,
right,
and she won them all, and she won't, he's 118,000
She
votes
said
ahead.
marginally for Harris.
These guys, yo, they were shook. They were shooketh, bro. Oh my God. Looks like Trump is going to win. Oh, sorry, I took it off. Looks like Trump is going to win. Potential landslide, leading in every swing state. Let that sink in. Long form podcast for the win. I hope to see politicians from both sides doing 2 to 3 hours of genuine human conversation moving forward. The cope levels are unreal. She really pushed the Hillary is going to bed display of weakness uniquely displayed by female contenders. Ooh. Oh no. Oh no. Van Jones. Oh no. Hey, this is keeping me up, honestly. Van Jones look like he's about to cry? What? Say less.
There are African-American women who know a little bit about being talked down to. And know a little bit about having their...
Hey, look, black liberal women, respectfully, If you can't take it, don't dish it out. Okay? If you want to talk down to people, right? You was talking down to black men. Y'all was talking crazy out of both sides of your mouth, right? Talking crazy. Don't get mad now. Don't be black women knows what it feels like. I don't. None of this victim routine. Van Jones out here about to cry right now. What happened to that smugness? What happened to that bravado?
Who know a little bit about being talked down to, and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy.
Too dramatic, bro.
And
hey, come on,
once
black.
again, they're facing rejection. And that hurts.
Woo!
They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit.
Shut up.
Maybe able to breathe for the first time and feel like they belong someplace. They did everything that they knew how to do. And it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are hurting tonight.
Oh my
if you're a parent of a trans kid,
there's no such thing as a trans kid. Sorry, I don't believe
was
that.
Used
I rebuke
as a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow. We're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers, and they're terrified tonight.
Okay.
And so it's easy to blow this
If
off.
you didn't want to be terrified, they're terrified like a criminal is terrified after he commits a crime. You did something wrong, and you know accountability is coming. That's what you're terrified of. You're terrified of accountability. You're terrified like a little kid who finished breaking his mama's vase, and he knows when mommy noticed that the vase is missing, he's going to get his spanking or his timeout. He's going to lose his games today. He's going to face consequences. And here he is crying. Get wrecked, gay boy, says dancing with incels. We're not using gay boy as a derogatory term. We're just saying that Van Jones is very feminine. That's all we're trying to say, YouTube. Let's continue.
Oh, look at the elite. They're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And
dramatic,
those
bro.
people deserve to be respected and held and talked to. Those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever Donald Trump decides to do.
It's so dramatic, bro. I can't. Oh my god.
There are
Well, I can't take it, bro. The soy that came out of that man. That's crazy, bro. Killing your babies isn't as popular as you girls thought. Let me put the words on the screen, guys. Killing your babies isn't as popular as you itches thought. I'm just saying. There you go. As long as the punning class continues speaking as if men with traditional values are problem children that needs to be put back in line, they'll continue to hemorrhage male voters. To think MSM spent all that time naming, shaming, and blaming black men, and it was Latinos the whole time who deserved that spotlight. That is literally better than X. Yeah, it is, I guess. I guess so. Wow. They want to blame Latino mans. My fellow Latinos. My family, my Hispanic family members in Florida. Hey, we black men, Latino men, we all in the same boat. We all gonna get all the blame. We gonna get the liberal women. They gonna come looking at a side eye, and I don't care. I don't give a damn. Hey, who told you to disrespect me? Who told you not to take what I want, my actions into consideration? You only have yourself to blame, liberal women. Uh-oh. I think TYT is talking into Patrick Bet-David's stream. So let me full screen this real quick. Give me 1 second as I try to get this all set up. Don't fail me now. Don't do this to me now. There you go. And let's go.
And I appreciate right-wing voters who realize that Mitch McConnell's a crook. And I wish Democratic voters would replace and realize that Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden and all those guys are also crooks. So all those establishment Republicans and Democrats
Oh my God.
have let Wall Street and the donor class rob us. And that is why we have these rules that allows private equity to buy all the
Damn,
homes.
you could
and
tell
drive
this is
up
tough
our
for Shank right
prices.
now.
We've got to replace them with populists, true populists. That's the key.
Vince, you got to stop dropping your mic. You're scaring the crap out of people. Yeah. Cenk,
Vinny, is that him?
Cenk,
Cenk.
just want to say this.
BRB, Cenk, because they just called Pennsylvania for Donald J. Trump.
Lying. You lying. Ain't no way. No way. No way. No. I can't believe it. No way. If that's the case, he won. Ain't no way. No, I gotta see it. No. Let's hold on here. Let's hold on. No. What? They did? Bro, what?
And there's one other end. By the way, there's one other
shit,
end.
Las
You know what
Vegas.
the other end is? Tom just told me they also called Alaska.
Yeah. He won.
Alaska.
Yeah, he means he won.
Tom is saying that's going to be done with. So at this point,
He won.
That's it, man.
officially
That's
over?
it. Donald Trump's
It's
president.
over.
That's a wrap.
it.
It's over.
It's over.
Yo, he won.
Wow.
No, guys.
One last note.
I'm gonna wait. Who called it for him? They did.
So, Cenk, go for it. I'll give you the last word before
Trump
we.
won. Trump won the election. We did it, boys. We did it, boys. Yo, they said, oh, we won't know for weeks. My ass. Hey, sorry. Hey, look, I gotta celebrate. Pat, thank you. Candace Owens, thank you.
Come back over here. Go ahead, Cenk.
Yeah. So, guys,
He crying,
I love
boy. Cenk is crying.
I love that USA chant. Keep that loyalty to America, not to politicians. So I have no loyalty to any Democratic politician, and you shouldn't have one to Republican politicians. So hold Trump accountable.
first tweet.
Please be honest.
My first tweet, guys.
And if he
Trump
does right,
wins.
then I'll say it. But if he does wrong, please, for God's sake, value America more than any politician,
Don't worry, we
including
will.
Donald Trump.
We will. Don't worry.
Thank you, guys.
Please turn him off.
Don't worry.
Thank you for
Don't
joining
worry.
us. I appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, Cenk.
Thank you, Cenk.
Thank you.
Do you know
All
what
right,
Cenk
so-
forgets?
By the way, listen, let me tell you.
Trump
Can I
won,
tell you guys
guys.
something real quick? Let me
Trump
tell you one
won.
thing real quick. Watch what happened here. Just think about the list of people that were willing to come and talk here tonight.
Unbelievable.
Not everybody agrees. I mean, this was not a fight, but we're able to have these conversations in a place like this. This is what America's
Damn.
looking for. Are we able to get people to talk?
Yeah.
And then you get to
I
decide.
agree.
I disagree. I agree.
I agree.
Great. That's what's working
I
right now,
agree.
and I'm happy to see that take place. Tom,
And also, by the
are
way,
you guys, do you have any other update except for Pennsylvania? Go ahead, tell us what you got here.
Hello?
By 5
No, it's,
million. Look at this, Candace.
Wow.
Yep.
He got the popular
Oh
vote
my
too.
God.
The future looks
Go ahead, Tom.
We have a winner.
Hello?
Yo,
Spikes.
I'm genuinely
Mike's not
excited.
on-
I
Mike's
never
are
been
not on,
excited in my
guys.
life, bro.
Tom, grab my mic. Here.
I will vote. Yo.
Do you mind if
No, we are there. And it is a
Many
mathematical
blessings for your
impossibility
hand
at this
and
hour
your heart
for the
and
few
your hard
votes that are left
dedication.
in
I appreciate that.
Pennsylvania if they were won.
Hey, this was a
entire-
team effort, man. Like a lot of things went into this. I'm shifting around. Let's see if Daily Wire got the news yet, and see how they're reacting to it. Because wow, yo, I want to see. I need to end this thing. I need to see it. Fox News called it for Pennsylvania.
Red
That's
America,
it.
we're not white. We're
We're
not
all
America.
orange. Today we're all orange. That's right. Unbelievable.
This company began about, 9 years ago? Really,
Wow.
our first election was 8 years ago. And we were all sitting around celebrating.
Wow. We did it. I think when I go to sleep tomorrow, I still won't believe that we won. I still won't believe it. Craziness. All the videos, yo, all the dislikes, all the hate, all the snarkiness I get from Democrats and liberals in my comment section talking about I don't know nothing. What you talking about? You delusional. Man, Trump ain't gonna get no 20% of the black male vote, of the black vote. Trump got 25% of the black men vote and 20% of the black vote. That means it wasn't just black men, black women too. They moved from the Democratic Party as well. I'm going to sleep good tonight, says Dances with Incels. Ronald Snyder says, it's people like you that educate many people to make this happen for all of us. Hey, I played a small part in that. Over my channel, over the life of my channel, it only had, I think, 400,000 views. So I played a small part. But hey, look, you know what they say, little ponds make big waves. And then, you know, you get this information, maybe you talk to somebody else. And they spread that information. And they spread that information. And next you know, 10 people got affected just by one person seeing this video. Right? And I appreciate you guys and the support that you have given me, that you've given this movement. Right? But the job's not finished, guys. This is only step one. This is only phase one. Right? Job's not finished. He's in there now. That's step one. Now the next step is seeing him execute and him delivering on the promises that we put him in place to do. And we ain't gonna let the media deter us. We're not gonna let the media persuade us, because Trump won the popular vote. That means he got the House. The House, the Senate. Trump got no excuses. Hey, we gave you the House and the Senate, and we gotta hold the congressmen accountable to make sure that, y'all better follow that man's agenda. We want his agenda passed. House Republicans, we're gonna call our representatives, right? And be like, hey, look, don't get in the way of Trump's plan. We need that mass deportation bill. Hey, we need that Secure the Border Act, whatever you want to call it. You better not get in the way, or midterms, your ass is out. That's the kind of support we need to have behind Donald Trump. The job's not finished. Orange Man is back, baby. Yes, Trump 2024, our president. Super Saiyan Trump is here, is back. He's back, and look, no one can hold him back. They drinking champagne.
State.
Yes.
Maybe I should wake up my wife. I don't know.
But Donald Trump is going to win 300 electoral votes.
He's going to win the popular.
Yes.
I'm telling you right now, he's going to win the popular vote.
He's going to win the vote.
He's going to win the popular vote.
Good.
He's going to win the popular vote because they're not showing up for her and they're showing up for him. And he's going to win the popular.
Trump won the presidency.
And Kamala Harris so deserves this humiliation.
Sorry, I just have to change my shoes.
Hang on, I have to understand what's happening.
Yeah, sorry.
What's going on?
Huh? Well, I was just putting my shoes on. Sorry. I previously had my blue suede loafers on, but I have to put on my 45 Donald Trump sneakers.
Look at that.
Man, flex it. Look at this tweet I just read. The same. This type of stuff, like I literally got like chills down my spine. This kind of stuff makes me, think about the supernatural, the spiritual, right? The same state that Donald Trump almost lost his life at was the state that made him president of the United States of America. Full circle. Bro, that's a testimony. His inaugural address is about to be legendary. The state that won him the election was the same state he almost lost his life at. That state could have easily represented where Donald Trump lost his life. And instead, it became the stepping stone for him to become president of the United States. Wow. Sorry, Mom. I know you're crying somewhere. I bet my mom's too old. She's probably going to wake up. I'm waiting for Trump to speak before I close off the stream, because I cannot close off the stream without hearing from the 47th president of the United States of America. And it looks like we're sticking with Daily Wire for now, because they seem like they're the only ones who have on the ground coverage of what's going on in Trump's administration right now. And we in Florida, we do it good in here in Florida. Come on, we got all the best congressmen here in Florida. We got Byron Donalds, right? We got Ron DeSantis. And we got the newest addition to the Florida family, Donald Trump, in West Palm Beach right now, right? My mom is happy dancing with incels. Hey, look, me and my mom, she ain't gonna be happy Trump won. I'm just saying that now. But I'm gonna convince her. I'll be like, hey, look, Mom, look, you alive, you okay? You ain't gonna die. You're gonna see how good things are gonna be, because this is the risk that we need to take. Doing the same thing over and over again, voting for the same party over and over again and expecting a different result is insanity. Black community, black liberal women, it's insanity. But you know what I need to see? I need to see the Harrison campaign. I'm sorry. I need to see that. I can't miss out on all that liberal tears. I need to see it. I'm fiending for it. I need to see it. But it looked like Trump's going to come out soon. So let's see.
Bureaucratic backlash that is.
Yeah, to collect those for
with a return address.
We're not able, guys. We can't actually play MSNBC over our air. So only we are seeing this. The audience isn't seeing.
Oh,
this.
that's sad.
We just
that's
get to
so
watch
sad
it. Yeah.
Rachel
Damn.
Maddow.
Rachel Maddow.
The transformation that's happening in terms of America
shit.
on the world stage.
Cry.
The idea of there being a part of the U.S. government
they
that
didn't
is
call
still
it
in
for it.
Democratic Party hands becomes a very interesting thing in terms of the stability of the world, right?
Now they're hoping for the House. They're relegated to hoping for the House.
If the House is controlled by Democrats, puts him in the position of having to decide whether he's going to do what other autocrats have done, which is to essentially eliminate the function of the legislature.
It would be terrible if somebody prosecuted their political opponents for a separate time.
Yeah, the autocrat that was just elected into office, democratically,
and possibly with the popular vote. Almost certainly with.
He's going to win the popular vote. Unreal.
You're about to see the popularity of democracy among Democrats.
That's the problem. The problem is democracy. It doesn't work. They say that with free speech. The First Amendment is no good.
actually, democracy is bad. It turns out.
It's gonna,
She would also say that you think about the U.S. bond market. You think about the way that the U.S. is sort of a reserve currency for the world.
You know who gets to preside over the certification of the vote?
Political stability here.
Wow.
Man. You just noticed this,
Kamala
Ben? Come on, Ben.
L.
I'm
Harris,
already
I
ahead
don't
of
know
you.
her name.
I'm
She
already
gets
ahead
to
of
preside over the certification of Donald J. Trump's electoral
Do you
vote.
think they'll refuse to certify in the name of democracy?
Oh, I certainly won't. They won't. But it would be great if they did.
They would if it had been 270 to 268.
Yeah.
But that is not what's going to happen.
No.
He's going to win 300 electoral votes, and they're not going to do anything about it.
Yeah.
Wow. Except weep on TV.
The American people, unstoppable, man. Unstoppable. So good.
Latinos won
So
the vote
good.
for Trump.
Wow. And you know, like Fox being first to call Pennsylvania, right after last time
They learned
around
their
when they got
lesson,
banged
right.
on
They
for
learned their
calling
lesson.
Arizona. By the way,
Yeah.
well, I mean, by the way, they called Arizona right last time. Okay, so like
They called it right, but they called it too early.
Understood, and they called it right this time. Okay.
Wow. That's right.
And so there we are, man. Wow. Yeah, as Matt's Idea Shop says, McDonald's ice cream machines are definitely going to work now. The promise has been visited upon us.
Trump in inaugural address, you know, it would be a badass moment, especially if the cameras are there. Kamala, you're fired. That's all I need. I don't need him to tell him, make him a sandwich. He just be like, hey, look, I know you get abused by Doug. Don't worry, baby girl, I got you, but you fired. You're not president no more. You're not vice president no more. Get out of here. Hey, out. That's all I need to hear. That's all I need to hear. Him and Joe Biden. But, you know, secretly, Joe Biden, after he get kicked out, he's going to come back. He's going to be like, good job. And he walk right back out. The first person after Trump, when I wake up in the morning, I need to see an interview of Joe Biden, and he's going to be gloating on Obama, on Pelosi, on Schumer, on everybody that colluded to get him out. Craziness. Oh, we won't know by the end of the week. My ass. I called in on the stream 6 hours ago, 5 hours ago. It needs to end tonight, the same damn day. Same damn day. Let's look at let me continue looking at the vote right now. What's funny is it was garbage day for me. It was garbage day for me too. What a coincidence. Yo, I'll play this commentary here because I want to look at the other states and see if Donald Trump can break 302.
This whole adventure, including those, you know, I mean, we've never lived through an election where we had these kinds of precise measurements. You could actually simulate the turn of his head.
Yeah.
It's almost like, you know, we've got digital records of the hand of God.
That's exactly right.
Down.
Guys, I mean, I think that's right. And so, you know, I think that a silent moment of prayer actually would be quite appropriate at this point. So if you want to take like 10 seconds here and just say thank you to God, because seriously, well played, God. Really well
Wait a minute,
played.
it's God, bro. What you expect? It's God. Like, what you think is God? Like, yo, I write the best stories. Okay.
That was the Babylon Bees headline early in the evening. Was election vote come in, God's still on his throne.
I gave a speech to the company twice today. Don't ask me why twice. I mean, you can ask me why. It's because I didn't expect to do it the second time.
So here's Nevada, if it matters to anyone now that Trump's already decided to be the winner. 73% of the votes in Nevada, Trump is up by 4 points in Nevada. All right. In Arizona, 56% of the vote. They still 56. Come on, Arizona. Trump already won the election. And you still counting votes. Make it make sense. In Michigan, Trump's up 3 percentage points with 74% of the vote counted. Trump got a good chance to hit over 300. 90% of the votes is in Wisconsin. Trump is still holding his lead at 4% of the vote. We have avoided utter catastrophe, yes, but it ain't gonna stop them from trying. They still got power. They got some influence still in Congress. Trump still has to work with these heathens, but at least, he can go in with the confidence of the American people. Democrats can't say nothing now. They can't do nothing. Majority of Americans say we want Trump. If Trump wins those 3 states, all the other states left, he swept. Pretty much my best case scenario that I pointed out in my prediction. The best case scenario, Trump gets all the swing states. Worst case scenario, Kamala wins some of them. But I never see a scenario where Kamala is going to win all of them. That was never in my books. I said that was never going to happen. If Kamala wins, it's going to be a close one. And it seemed like it played out exactly as how I thought it would. If Trump wins the popular vote, Democrats can't say nothing because their go-to move is, oh, Hillary won the popular vote. No, not this time. You can't say it this time. You got wrecked. Both times. Pop, pop. Double whammy. This was a blowout. This, if the Democrat Party was rational, should get them to reevaluate everything they've been doing. Everything they've been pushing on their American people. Every time a Democrat fixed their mouth on a Republican agenda, just say, majority of Americans want us to carry out what they put us in office to do. And we're going to go against the will of the American people, the will of the majority, Democrats. Now, you can't say you're trying to protect democracy. Democracy just told you, we want Trump. We want mass deportation. We want to fix the border. We want Trump's agenda. So fall in line, or in the midterms of 2026, we vote more of y'all. How about that? I think this is one warning I'll say to the American people as well, is that we have to stay vigilant throughout the entire years of Trump's administration. Because we see some funny business with the Congress people. They don't want to get in line with Trump's agenda. All right, vote his ass out. Okay, get him out. Get him out of here. Hey, you out. We're going to put someone in this that's going to get in charge behind the man that we elected. I know, Dan, you just freeze my stream like that. But let's hear the commentary, because I'm still, it still feels like unreal still.
Obama twice.
Yes.
The fact that he skunked Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris. He is the destroyer.
But Ben,
he has become, some might say, Vishnu, destroyer of worlds.
I want to put a little cherry on top of your sundae. I want to take you back to a White House Correspondents Association.
Yes.
During the 2012 cycle, Trump had been flirting with running for president. And there's Obama. He gets up on stage on the podium.
Yes.
And he says,
I remember
well,
that.
Donald, there's one big difference between me and you is that, sir, you'll never be president. Ha ha, I actually got to be president. Ha ha. And you see Trump. And he just gives that little smirk, sitting there at the table.
There it is.
All these years later.
It's that photo. That's my favorite photo. It's so good. It's so good. And it's so wonderful.
Karma.
And now Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are going to have to hand the keys back to the man they declared a criminal Nazi who is going to destroy the country's democracy.
We're not going back. Dancing with Incel says, I'm reading an absolute meltdown on the Washington Post right now. Oh, boy. Oh, I wish I could. Let's see. We'll do it. Let's see. Washington Post. Let's see. Let me take this off. I can't do it. I got to look at Twitter, man. Twitter, bro. Twitter is lit right now. Twitter is lit. The Party of America the people of America gave Donald Trump a real crystal mandate for change tonight. We back. I wanted Trump to win, but more than that, I wanted a decisive victory. If it's true he won the popular vote, that is a mandate to lead. Calling Trump Hitler is now proven to be what it always was, an unforgivable smear on the majority of Americans. It's time to embrace unity. The humble man went from working at McDonald's to being elected president of the United States. Do not say America's dream is dead. Seamus is based. They called it. They fucking called it. Trump won. Watch. Democrats may rule the day they surrender the ground on school choice. Headed for Mar-a-Lago to the convention center. Go Vivek. Dear Kamala, maybe you should have had done Joe Rogan's podcast. Oh, well, we're not unburdened with what has been. You got until January to move all your stuff out of our White House. We did it, Donald. We did it. Trump has an opportunity to secure the presidency for his successors over the next 4 years. Grow the economy, any illegal immigration. He don't need you to tell that. He don't need you to tell him that. He started the whole immigration stuff. Unleash Elon on the bureaucracy. That I agree with. Negotiate an end of war in Ukraine and put Iran back in its box. We would vote against more of that. Who would vote against more of that? Democrats. Mark Cuban. Congrats, Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Congrats, Elon, as well. Godspeed. Look at Mark Cuban. There's no strong, intelligent woman around Trump. Boy, Mark Cuban, you the real MVP. Okay, I'm just Mark Cuban's the real MVP. I'm going to get me some McDonald's tonight. Tomorrow, my bad. Embassy is now blaming Biden for Kamala losing because he dropped out too. They covered for Biden's cognitive declines for years. They were in on it. Just incredible. Just incredible, bro. I'm tired of these hacks, bro. Look at their face. Look at the befuddled face. They don't know what happened. I haven't had McDonald's in like 20 years. Hey, McDonald's stock price is about to go way up. I'm just saying. Let's listen into this little short clip.
Well, and that's what makes the timing, I think, of President Biden's decision to step down after the debate something that, if she does in fact lose, will be under a microscope because, of course, there was so much discussion, even over the summer, about potentially having an open primary and having that fight play out within the Democratic Party. So I think it's one of the big questions moving forward. Well, and that's what...
Craziness. You covered up his mental decline, and now you're blaming him. Make it make sense. The Democrats should now do some soul searching to figure out why they thought running on a campaign made up right to kill the unborn baby was a winning strategy. It seems like abortion was not the animating issue. CNN analyst just now. Oh my God. It couldn't happen to a better people. Let's see what oh my God, The View. Yo, I'm already predicting tomorrow. Look, I'm gonna be a little tired, so don't expect an early video tomorrow in the morning. Maybe around lunchtime, like 12 p.m. I got some compilation videos for you guys. Alyssa Farrah Griffin, without a single shred of irony, says that it's a respectful thing not to throw your boss under the table. Wow. Isn't that what you did to Donald Trump? To get your job at The View? Where you're going to share your view of the new 47th president, comeback king, Donald J. Trump. Okay.
The reality is Kamala Harris faced tremendous headwinds heading into this. I was riding on a bit of a vibe in a sense in the final stretch because she did feel like she had energy, but the fundamentals have been against her from the outset. Biden's unpopularity was dragging her. She had opportunities to create distance with him, and I think chose not.
But I feel like people were pointing this out, but the media chose to ignore it. You chose to sell your voters hope and cope, and that's what it is. Craziness. It's a wrap, folks. Crazy. What full cycle, full circle. Wow. Full circle. Full circle. We're still waiting for Trump to come out, but full circle. Got shot in Pennsylvania, wins the presidency in Pennsylvania. Whew. Couldn't write a colder story. You couldn't. They gang up on him in that debate for nothing. For nothing. Lock him up, slander him.
Everybody. Not if you just take the tax cuts. I know it's not a popular decision for millionaires and billionaires, but if you have a chance to do it, surprise your employees and give them something and let them know why.
So, yo, craziness, bro. All that just to lose. Outnumbered him. Stood against him. 89% negative news coverage on Donald J. Trump for 8-9 years. Still couldn't beat him. Still couldn't beat him. Imagine that. It's like jumping a dude is 9-on-1 and he's still the last one standing. Like, make it make sense. Trump built different, bro. Yo, Trump built different. Anytime, hey, if a woman ever, not a woman, if a black liberal woman ever fix her mouth and start chastising me, I say, look, I represent the majority. That's all I'm gonna keep saying. I represent the majority, all right? We want mass deportation. We want to certify our elections, make sure our elections integrity is on point, make sure only American citizens vote. We need to cut down all the bureaucracy out of the government that's not giving us an effective outcome. We're going to disband the Department of Education so you can stop teaching our kids about how they could be women even though they're born boys. There's only 2 genders. We're done teaching this ideological crap. America's going, So get the F out. That's it. DI will die. Identity politics. This is a referendum against you. Majority of America signed and signature. That's what I'm gonna tell them. Don't look at me. Hey, don't even look my way, bro. Don't even make eye contact with me, bro. I'm off the ball. They have abandoned their credibility all for nothing. For nothing. Nada. Zilch. Just to lose. You did all that just to lose. I'm talking ish now, boy. Hey, let me calm down.
Can somebody check on Rachel Maddow?
CNN just experiencing some technical problems. They're offline. They're offline.
Wisconsin just called. This is amazing.
By the way, another thing, respect. These guys have been sitting, you haven't gone to the bathroom once in 4 hours. Strong bladder community.
And the question is, do you guys have any news about De Niro? Is he at the airport? Any news?
Oh, yeah.
He's still here. Probably on the way to the airport.
Look, man, I was doing podcasts 6 months ago saying Trump was going to win. I know others might not have a doubt. I had no doubt. I'm out every day talking to people. I also know the power of God. And I knew these evil people could not stay in power here in the United States of America.
Hey, my dog Vince, boy. Oh, they just called it for Wisconsin. That's it.
No devil, no good
280. He's at 280 now.
satanic spirit is going to destroy the United States of America. These people were evil. And now America has found its footing again. And we're going to become that shining city on the hill again.
We're going to
So
work
I
hard,
have no
though.
doubt. You can go to my podcast, The Vince Everett Ellison Show, and I told people 6 months ago, Donald Trump.
He's the one that did the video on white privilege. Show me your white privilege. Show me white privilege. And he made the white liberal cry because she couldn't articulate how she has privilege over him. Yeah, that's that guy.
How this started and how it's ending. For the rest of our lives, we will share this night together. For the rest of our lives.
When my son, right, when he's older, he asks, hey, how was the presidency of Donald Trump? Like, how did that all happen? It's a long story, son. But I got I think I'm going to be here for another 10 minutes at least. It's a 7-hour podcast that I did, a live stream that I did, reacting through the start of the night till when Donald Trump won. And you can watch this all in real time as it happened in that moment in history. From 7 p.m. Eastern time all the way to 1:50 a.m. Eastern time the next day, son. I have it all documented here. So anytime you want to see a chance of history, you can go on this live stream here. And I think this is a commercial that he's doing. But Let's see what News Nation. I know TYT might be freaking out right now, but I don't care about TYT. I want to see mainstream media freaking out right now. I want to see Chris Cuomo's reaction. That's who I want to look at. That's who reaction I want to see. Bro, if you sleeping right now, hey, I'm sorry, bro. You can't be sleeping around this time. Black Conservative Perspectives online too. You can't be sleeping right now. No way in hell you could be sleeping right now. No way. I'm gonna have to call off. Hey, I'm gonna call off work, guys.
Recirculated and all of that stuff, and he was hurting Trump.
Dance with Incel. You green for that one. He destroyed that little Hawk Tuah girl. But wasn't Kamala Bratz? Ever since I watched Freedom Tubes, I've been getting that Kamala voice on point. How can I not win the presidency?
He got better and improved as a candidate as he went along. Tim Walz, they ended up basically sticking in a cooler somewhere, and they kept him very low key. And it's just funny how over the course of a few weeks, how those two picks reversed in terms of what their implications for their tickets were.
One thing that I think is worth pointing out, we were talking about being here until this weekend. It's 1:50 in the morning. We called it at 1:25 in the morning. My over-under, I think, was 2:30 a.m.
Yeah. And actually, we're very, very close to being right.
But the idea that it was this early means that it's decisive. Now, is it Barack Obama, 10 million votes decisive? No. But it is beyond any reproach, beyond questioning. I don't think you're hearing from Democrats, oh, my God, there were stolen votes in Georgia, or there was mistabulation.
Decisive victory.
On how certain we are with it, with the man who runs
I'm going to work
DDHQ,
tomorrow,
Scott
tired but
Scott,
happy
thank
with
you
my
very
McDonald's
much.
slop. Exactly.
Congratulations, by the way.
I think that should be a trend online. We should all celebrate by eating McDonald's. I'll tweet that. Dance with Incels. I'll tweet that. I don't think it's gonna go viral, but I'm gonna tweet that.
Has been close
I'm gonna tweet
to
that.
News Nation because of DDHQ in this race tonight, and nobody has pushed
celebrate.
back on any of the findings. Tell us what led you to make the call on Pennsylvania and therefore on the election itself.
Yeah, so look, VP Harris was getting Joe Biden margins across all of Pennsylvania, but what Donald Trump was able to do was he was outpacing his margins from 2020 by anywhere from 4 to 6%, especially in key counties like Bucks. So in other words, VP Harris did what she needed to do, but Donald Trump just got a few more votes where he needed to, and that made the call basically pretty clear right around 1 a.m. this morning.
What do you attribute the difference in the margins to? Is there anything you see in the demographics, the numbers within the numbers?
Twice, and the second time around, he now has a. So that's a great question, Chris. I'm going to be honest. All I've been looking at is the totals. I got to really go look at some of those margins in Bucks and all that. If I had to guess, especially since what little data we had in the absentee balloting, it looks like Donald Trump potentially got some new voters out who don't normally vote in these elections, and that attributed to his margins. And those new voters, men, women, young, old, just people who don't necessarily turn out in these
I got
types of
some
elections.
bookmarks
And
for
we
you
saw
guys.
that in
I
the
want
polling.
you guys
In the
to watch
polling, we've
this.
seen that Donald Trump is.
I want you guys to see something. I got some bookmarks I want you guys to see because this is hilarious. I got more reactions. This is hilarious. This is something I could see Biden actually writing. All right, you ready? That's why you get for kicking me out of the race, you stupid itch. Oh my God. Yo, this is too good, bro. This is too good. This is too good. All right. Here's Nicole Wallace. Brain simply cannot comprehend how young men think that the economy would be better under Donald Trump. It never was. These people are liars to the bitter end. To the bitter end. For what? You lost already. Stop it. You got no credibility.
You go to the polls with the country that you have, and the country we have lives in two totally separated information ecosystems. Whatever happens, we'll have to really understand.
We're trying to build consensus. This is why they want content moderation. They don't want differences of opinion. They don't want opinions or sources that differ from what they are saying. And who are you to argue with the majority of Americans, some unknown lady on some news network? Trump now represents the will of the majority, the will of the people, not just the will of multiple states, but the will of the people. So we don't care. We don't care. Your candidate couldn't make a compelling case. That's it. She lost. Get over it. But that's what I expect from MSNBC. We are garbage men. Time to take out the trash. Yep. Time to take out the Democratic trash. The Demo trash. The Dems are trash. Who knows? Right? You calling us a floating piece of garbage. You don't think that was going to come back? Mark Cuban concedes.
They do the debate. He does not perform.
Sorry.
He starts to decline. She starts to.
So here's Ben Shapiro giving a play-by-play of what's going on. I think I paused it by accident. I didn't mean to.
Trump says things that are weird, but his agenda is actually really normal.
Yeah.
And normal people hold this agenda too.
Yep.
This on the normal point, it reminds me of that monologue from a friend of some of us.
How are you going to call the majority of people weird? Like, make it make sense. Tim Walz, look like you were the weird one in this equation.
Symbol of the American character. Strength, intelligence, ferocity. Maybe a little blind and reckless at times, but courageous beyond all doubt. And one other trait that goes with all previous, loneliness. The American grizzly lives out his life alone, indomitable, unconquered, but always alone. He has no real allies, only enemies, but none of them as great as he. The world will never love us. They respect us. They might even grow to fear us. They'll never love us, for we have too much audacity, and we're a bit blind and reckless at times, too. The American grizzly embodies the spirit of America. He should be our symbol, not that ridiculous eagle. He's nothing more than a dandified vulture.
Another big winner, I think it's already been said, are podcasts are a big winner.
Yes.
Podcasts are a big winner.
Podcast election.
I mean,
Yeah, that was a strategy that Trump adopted sort of midway through the Kamala stage of the race, that people weren't sure whether it was going to work, whether these guys that listen to these podcasts are actually going to.
This is the message I want to put out. I can't sleep, bro. This feeling is too good. It's hard, bro. I got to get up at 9 in the morning. Luckily, I'm fortunate enough that I work a laptop job, so I can work from home tomorrow. But for some of you guys that have to go in person, bro, you guys got to be tired, man. But we'll figure it out tomorrow. We'll get some coffee tomorrow. I don't even drink coffee, but we got coffee tomorrow, and we'll push through knowing that, we witness history. We witness a comeback story. Come on, America. We love a good comeback story. I got a tweet from Delano Squares. I'm willing to take whatever insults the race merchants, the feminists, the zesties are willing to hurl at straight black men if it means taking back cultural territory for our children and grandchildren to occupy. Sign, which is shame, insults, guilt, and nagging language, doesn't work anymore. It don't work. It don't work the same no more. I'm cooked, but it's all good. It's all good, bro. No one can tell me nothing now. I read a book. Look, Democrats hate America, bro. Literally. Democrats hate America. You go against the common interests of the American people. American people want majority, like 90% wants voting ID for voting. Majority of Americans believe that American citizens should be the only ones voting in our elections. Democrats are doing everything that goes against what the interests of the American people want. Majority of Americans want mass deportation. Only Trump was running on that. What Democrats were running on? Nada. Nothing. And they expected to win? Democrats, you really do hate America. I'll stand by that message, because now Donald Trump represents the majority now. You see this? Trump's the captain now.
Hour into the Trump victory.
Probably
We're
didn't
already
matter at all
firing
for the
squad.
election.
No, in terms of numbers, but it wasn't meaningless. Like,
If Bush hadn't died, Trump would have lost.
Jill Stein would be president today.
By the way, credit to Mark Cuban, who already congratulated Trump.
Did he?
Did he really?
Yeah, he said, congrats to Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Congrats to Elon Musk as well. #, Godspeed.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Good for him.
Good for him.
Need more of that, actually.
Yeah. I can be gracious to those who acknowledge they've been vanquished.
Another important player is Barron Trump for telling.
Yeah.
He's the one telling Trump
Saying
what
go
podcast
on
to
these.
go on.
He absolutely is.
Yeah.
He absolutely is.
And I mean, of course, it's been said a million times already, but the mainstream media just being relegated to total irrelevance.
Yes.
Their ability to set the narrative has been completely destroyed.
Destroyed.
Yes.
Utterly
It's
destroyed.
totally impotent and effectual now.
Big win for Liz Cheney, by the way.
She was going to be the CIA director, according to what
Worse than Iraq for Liz Cheney.
She'll get a job
This
on
was-
MSNBC.
You know. Actually, though, this is a.
Peanut has been avenged.
Well, it's personal for us, but it's public for the conservative movement. When the Times came out with their piece, putting all the podcasters up there, and I was, I got, a little. It was not lost on me that the Times put my picture there because they just want to take my podcast like all these other podcasts.
They didn't even mention you.
They didn't even mention me, but they just don't like my podcast. And so, had Kamala won, had the Democrats, had the Senate, or we'll see how they do in the House. Like there was a very, very good chance that the conservative media landscape was going to get pummeled into the ground by these platforms.
100% chance.
And now that will not happen, at least for 2 to 4 years. That cannot happen.
And we've been talking about, the pro-life fight and abortion all night. The other thing that would have happened if Kamala would have won is that they've already been going
What's
after the pro-life
Destiny
movement,
saying?
throwing
Destiny?
people in federal prison. This is happening
because Dance with Incel's been with me the entire stream. I'm gonna give his request. Is Destiny live streaming? Do you know Dance with Incels? If not, I'll just look on Twitter because I know he's active on X, so I should be able to find him. I forgot what he goes by. Liberal. Give me a sec. Let me see what he's saying. I don't know how to spell omni. I know I'm tired, bro. But hey, the stream goes on. Omni-liberal. Let's see. What's Destiny saying? On Twitter. Okay. Okay, found him. All right, let's see what he's saying. Together we F shit up. Kick. Live stream. It's over. I'm calling it. Harris won 4 hours ago. So he called this 4 hours ago. That's 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This did not age well. Let's see what they say. Let's see the replies. LOL. According to the Gaza Health Ministry, Little Pup is coping. Bro is addicted to losing. Your wife and her boyfriend voted for Trump, and now you're celebrating at his place. Damn. No wife, no first female president. Poor little cuck. That man got cooked. He called a Kamala Harris win. Election streaming today. He streamed. He was streaming, guys. Hop on the stream. Let's see. Let's watch it. Let's watch the stream, guys. Real time, guys. Let's see. Real time. Oh, the stream's ended. The stream ended. Let's see the comment section. He was going on for 11 hours. So what? I started at 7 hours ago. So he started around 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. He already had 1 million views in 12 hours. Oh my God. Remember to vote. No comment section? He turned off the comment section? Weak. Let's skip to the end. Let's see what they're saying.
We got in Nevada right now. Show me Nevada.
I want to see Minnesota.
We won that already. Okay. Show me
Minnesota.
Nevada.
Show me Nevada.
That's good. We're winning.
That's a tie.
And then show me where we're at in Arizona right now. Show me Arizona.
Ooh.
Oh, God,
That's a 0.2%. Fucking Jill Stein.
Close. She's no.
Arizona. Even if we lose Wisconsin, we still have a path to victory.
We still have a path to victory.
And Nevada, right? Wait.
You just need Arizona to replace Wisconsin.
Oh, another path just opened up. Oh, you're so right.
Look at this cope.
There are so many paths.
Very unlikely.
Look at this cope.
Okay, now hold on. Vadim, be gentle with me. Can we please revisit Pennsylvania so we can see where we're at there real quick?
Don't cry.
Oh, no.
Bro! Wait, no, wait.
We're getting cooked in Pennsylvania.
No. Show me our outstanding there.
This is Destiny, right? He already ended the stream an hour ago almost. Let's see. Let's see in real time as the hope dies from his eyes.
How many farmers are up in that corner? Oh, wait, that's us!
Yeah. No, that's good news.
That's good right there.
Yeah.
That's cold.
69.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Abba's there too?
Pittsburgh. Okay, no, it's only 93. Fuck
You
that.
got Amaranth. I think that's the
Has a
lady
place ever
girl's
been
name.
called and then uncalled?
No.
We still have one
Yes, that
fully
happens, but
unreported
not
one
likely.
so-
Canadian.
Pennsylvania.
Is-
So
They're
we
gonna
might
uncall
get some
George.
Is there
votes
anything-
tomorrow.
Wait, okay.
Well, let's
real
look.
quick. Let's just take a dip. Let's dip our toes back in Georgia again, just real
One
quick.
last time.
No, Georgia
real
he
quick,
won.
just real
Lost
quick.
that one.
We've been cooked in Georgia for like the past 3 hours.
You're
Hold
good.
on.
They called
He's
it.
made progress.
Show me the top three. Kamala's
Yeah,
making
he
some
is.
ground up. I just want to see the top three. I just want to see top three.
That's what I'm saying.
I just want to stop 3. Look at him, desperate. 4 hours, 9 p.m. You called the election for Kamala. Are you stupid? Are you dumb?
I don't care if they called it. They've uncalled it.
No, they called it.
People make mistakes.
No, they don't.
X. God, no.
Not when you have a whole
People make
reputation on your
mistakes.
line.
Okay, thank you, Vadim. We'll come back in 15 minutes.
Why do I love you?
What is happening?
We're coping with the loss already, slowly, but
Vadim, tell him to go get food. Tell him to get the fuck out of the studio, okay?
probability right now is 88% for Trump and 12% for
This is
Kamala.
embarrassing.
That's okay.
That's okay. That's the Red Mirage in action.
Uh-huh.
Remember, probabilities are just snapshots in time.
Okay. Whatever you
And
tell
know
yourself,
Hassan and
Destiny.
his crew are going to be like, man, we fucking told y'all I should have made some concessions.
Guys, remember, if you care about the outcome of this election, make sure to like and subscribe, and go to store.destiny.gg for merch. Okay, Vadim, let's go ahead and run through some numbers real quick. Okay.
Yeah, he's spurling right now.
Okay. First of all, just a quick double check. This number is still under 90, right? That's correct. And then number two, we still have the keys.
Cope.
That hasn't changed. Okay. So let's keep that in mind. Okay. Now. Okay. Now, let's just dip into Georgia again just to see where they're at for the reporting. I just want to see.
He sounds so nervous.
Because they do call places and uncall them.
No.
Okay, 130. Okay, 140, 135 out. Okay, we'll check in with Georgia later. Okay, pull me out of Georgia. Okay.
Why he sounds so
Show me
nervous?
Michigan. No, wait. Show me Pennsylvania. No, show me Pennsylvania first. No,
This guy's going off the walls.
no. I need
like
Pennsylvania now. No, wait. I need no. I just Michigan. No,
80% in.
first. Wait,
Spiraling downward into despair. Oh my God. This is entertaining. I admit.
Wait. Show me the outstanding. Philly is.
Hey, don't copyright me, Destiny, okay? You turn off the comment section, so now I have to stream this, okay? While we wait for Trump and giving his victorious.
Votes from 1.4 million. Okay, so what does the percentage have to be?
700 is 50.
He don't like. That's the point I have with Destiny. He don't even understand politics. Like, he doesn't know how much vote counts. He don't know about voting trends. He don't know what usually the expectations for these counties are. He's here asking questions like, what is this? What is this? Like, come on, guy. Come on, my guy.
We need 70%. That's it? That's it? Okay. Yes. Who said yes? Oh, okay. Okay, that's okay. We don't even need Pennsylvania. Okay, come out real quick. Come out of Pennsylvania. Show me Michigan. That was a strong one for us. So let's get some. We got a lot of outstanding votes here.
That's 43%. There's a lot to go.
There's a lot left.
We're probably gonna win.
We're good on Michigan. They've already called that out in some places. So get out of Michigan. That's good. Show me Wisconsin. That was a toss-up.
There you go. Black people coming out.
Oh my God.
It's.
Need 100.
Okay, wait. The red ones count so fast. They're very good counters. The Republicans are.
Suburban counties left which haven't reported at all, and they're going to be strong Democrat.
Okay, that's good. Iowa County is strong for us. Seltzer said it. Okay.
It doesn't matter. It only has 13,000 votes.
Okay, come out.
Let me relax.
There's still a few votes going.
Whoa, that's a lot.
It's a grab.
That's a lot. Okay, so Wisconsin is still a toss-up, 50-50.
Like about 50,000 votes.
Come back up. Come out.
This is a serious message to everybody.
Let's skip forward.
That's a really good. That's a good one.
5%
Look at this
That's a good
coat.
one.
Okay.
40,000.
What about Chester?
That's a good one. 60. Okay.
We still have some
Stop.
hope.
It's here. Pennsylvania's still ours.
No, it's not.
Pennsylvania's still ours.
What's Philadelphia looking
I
like?
think the odds right now for
Look at this
Pennsylvania
quote
are
from
like
this dude.
73%.
Our favor?
No.
Okay,
for
that's
Trump.
good for us.
Look at the quote from this guy.
Still 27 we can lose. That's worrisome. Okay.
Okay, let's
Do
continue.
we have anything in wait, Michigan is still ours easily, right?
Yes,
No.
Michigan is ours easily, yes.
Lies. He lied to you, bro.
I'm not convinced.
It's bugging
It's so
out.
funny to watch it in hindsight. Like how
Go to
arrogant
sleep.
this
If
liberal
you're tired,
is.
then go to sleep. Don't bring the energy down. Okay?
Energy's not going to save me from reality.
Michigan is ours easy. Good. Get us out of here. We got Michigan
those are
easy.
just
Seriously being like,
the wrong counties reporting.
defend us as everything is burning.
Right now at 2:11
okay.
a.m.,
Did we win
75%.
Minnesota?
Trump is
We
still
have
holding
that,
a 3% lead in Michigan.
No, it's still.
With 75% of the vote.
Show me Minnesota, so I get some good news. We got that. Easy.
We got that. We got that. We
Easy.
did got that.
Easy.
But it's a
layup.
Okay.
Wisconsin,
show me something good in
92%, of course they
Wisconsin for
called
once
it.
in my goddamn life. For one night, show me something good in this cheese curd having motherfucking like Canadian bordering bullshit ass near the Great Lakes. No one knows shit about it. No. Okay.
It ain't looking good. In
No. 100K out. 100K out. Show me the top two. Top two outstanding. Top two outstanding. Milwaukee, that's ours, and Brown. Oh wait, all these are good for us, aren't they?
Yeah, but those
Okay,
are not,
that's it.
Not many.
When I say something good and you say but, it erases all the good I just
Exactly.
said.
So, but even if we lose Wisconsin, we still have
I don't know.
Arizona
I don't know, but I
potentially.
want to win by greater than that. We're trying to win by more than 270 right now.
I get that. I feel that.
You're gonna say but.
Trump's about to win by
True.
more
And
than
then-
270.
Okay, show me
Trump-
Arizona.
That's a good tip.
Show me Arizona. We're still winning that, right?
Actually
Easy?
looking all right here, I guess.
Trump swept is going to sweep the swing states. And you hear this guy
Arizona?
just
Okay. Honestly, the most
coping
I'm worried
with
about is
reality.
Pennsylvania.
No. Wait. We already analyzed this. We have this. Out of Pennsylvania, 85 reporting. Out of Pennsylvania, show me Nevada. Do we have anything from there? What are they doing in that state? Nevada.
They're still waiting.
Nevada's not going to matter.
Somebody give me a call from
Damn.
Nevada. Yeah, it will matter. 'Cause
Nothing's happening in
if
Nevada
we
for
lose
Wisconsin.
we need Nevada and Arizona.
wait.
No.
Don't
Damn, this man.
Pull up the odds for-
Wait.
I don't think Trump went on stage yet. I would have got a notification. I have
don't know why.
Daily Wire on my phone right now.
I mean, the economy is fucked, but I don't think it's like.
You think it's
I
fucked?
don't think trying to fix a grocery price issue is going to fix.
You literally left your country. Fuck you.
Who?
You're on your
Canadian
Canadian
Is he Canadian? Hi. I'll let me take the other, man.
You're Canadian, right?
Thanks for having me here.
You live in the
Oh,
United
this
States.
is in towards the end.
Yeah, so you left your country.
Okay, now, I want you to bring up, show us Pennsylvania, okay? I know we have outs here. Josiah, don't feel so bad. I know that it seems bad. Bring us into Pennsylvania.
He said, I feel bad. Let me go back. I need to see
waiting.
the lead up to this. I need
Down
to see
here.
the lead up.
Green Bay? Madison?
Milwaukee, Brown.
Okay, pull me out of here. These guys just don't count. I guess they just don't know how to count their votes. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, wait.
It doesn't
okay.
follow my reality.
Just- wait.
It doesn't
Just-
happen. Typical
waiting.
liberal.
Hold on. What?
I'm waiting.
Okay.
What are we waiting for?
We're
At the Virgin Islands.
okay. Hold on, Josiah. It's still in play. Okay. Now I want you to bring up, show us Pennsylvania. Okay. I know we have outs here. Josiah, don't feel so bad. I know that it seems bad. Bring us into
You can see
Pennsylvania.
the
okay?
confidence is leaving his body.
What? Okay. You know what? I don't care.
It's a 79% win chance for
I don't
Trump.
care. I don't
It's not
care.
over. It's still
Wait, why is it getting worse? Every time we look, it's getting worse. What happened?
210K.
Let's look at the counties.
They're lying about what's outstanding.
It's still not Philadelphia. I mean,
This man
yeah, everyone.
flipped his ish.
Maybe there's a university voting for in
Let's skip
Philadelphia.
ahead. Let's skip ahead.
How do you? What would be the easiest way to escape federal charges?
He's running. That man.
Who's the? What is it? The president that can pardon anybody?
Hey, he has control of the
So
DOJ.
basically, no, Josiah, you are wrong. There is effectively no ability for the House to subpoena anybody because any subpoena coming from the House is necessarily a federal subpoena, and Donald Trump ultimately has the ability to pardon anybody,
No,
as
Trump's
he's
still-
done multiple
still not on
times to his
stage
personal
yet.
friends.
Or just not enforce the subpoena. That's the other thing. Like,
Oh, sure.
they would just
That
refer-
man
they
really
would just
turned off the
refer to
comments.
The Department of Justice.
Well,
he'd give them the finger.
I'm curious. I actually don't know the answer to that. Do subpoenas that come from like congressional investigations, are those referred to like the DOJ and the FBI for enforcement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just
Okay.
send them a recommendation.
Oh,
But
base.
the sergeant at arms could hold somebody. We've never tried that one before.
I think because of the Trump, what looks like it's
Sounds
going to
like a
be
woke
a
talking
convincing
point.
victory.
All right, one more thing here. Biden's got like 3 months left.
So January 20th.
2 months.
What, if anything, should he immediately be doing? Unironically.
There's very little.
They're like a period pad says dancing with
very little he can
itself.
do.
Intelligence,
That's not what Dan
investigation.
means.
No, I mean, like, he's old. His life.
That whole vice president can throw out votes and we don't like
Destiny,
that.
I never seen Destiny so quiet before
Would
in
they
my
do
life.
that for Georgia? If they.
There was some weird.
Okay. You gonna say something?
10 more days.
I'm just
She
saying.
means that we have a lot of work to do.
Well, to be fair, didn't Trump himself say there was stuff going on in Philadelphia?
Yeah, Trump claimed there was some bad
No,
things
see?
happening.
No, you want, now you want
about
to take his
that,
argument.
did he?
Okay.
No way. How many hours to beat that mod?
Oh,
Start poisoning his children? Like, I'd rather just, or at least the offices and departments.
no,
Jesus.
it's gonna be brutal. It's gonna be brutal.
I'm curious. What do you think is What do you think is going to be Trump's standout demographic from this election? Do you think it's going to be like young men
Minorities.
again?
Probably minorities.
Minorities.
Yeah, minorities for sure.
Yeah. Okay. How long is it going to be before we know what those are?
I think we already know.
No, well, it'll be in the coming days.
We have the polling?
I think
I mean, you have, well,
Latino
Mr. Exit
men,
polling
black
astrology is about to appeal to it like they're God now.
And the single women vote
we know
split
anything, I
mostly
mean,
for
if you look
Harris,
at the eras
but
of
it
all
split
the
enough that
overperformances that Trump had,
it
a lot of
wasn't
them are
the
minority
issue that
areas, and,
the Democrats thought it
at
was.
least if you take any sort of semblance of direction from the exit polls, there's like a ridiculous poll that in one of these counties, Hispanics turned 25 points in favor of Trump in a place that they initially had won.
So what does that mean for the Democrats then? Like, how do you
There's a soul searching. There needs to be, this isn't working.
No. I tell you what it is. They will pivot right.
Who?
Democrats.
They can't.
They have to because that's what won.
It's
So
not.
when you
I don't even
lose,
believe. It's not a matter of. It's not right versus left. We're way away from that. These retards are not voting on policy. You have to stop pretending that that's the case. None of these people even know anything about policy or care about policy at all. Like,
No,
it's
we
all
do.
on vibes and feelings.
No,
like if Donald Trump
that
told
was
them,
your campaign. That was Kamala Harris's campaign. You had voters admit on camera that I'm voting for Kamala Harris because I'm trying to make history. I'm trying to vote for the first female president and the first so-called black president. That was your voters. That was your constituency, Destiny. If you ask a Trump supporter, they're telling you the economy, his governance, the border, foreign policy. That stuff Trump supporters are citing. But here you are, disparaging an entire group of people because you didn't get your way on poor baby.
that gas was 10 times more expensive, these people would walk to work. Like they don't live in the same world. Like it's completely separated.
You're discounting what?
So, ladies and gentlemen, can I get your attention for
I'm not
one moment,
discounting
please?
them. I'm saying they're fucking retarded. What?
No, you are
We have
discounting
a
us.
very important race call. Pennsylvania has just been called for Trump. Trump is a new president. Trump is the president of the United States 2024.
It's hard drop. Look at Destiny.
2025, dipshit.
Damn.
Where's our orange face paint? I had a sick idea that we would have 2 sets of costumes in the back. We would have orange face paint if Trump won, and we'd have black face paint if Kamala won.
Wait, what are our streamers saying? Can we just watch some streamers?
Rough.
I want to watch some
Oh
streamers.
shit! I'm sorry. Listen.
I want to watch the coverage.
Josiah, if anybody links to anything earlier, okay, none of it was in bad faith, but to bring our spirits up here, we were watching you and Luke earlier. You guys were.
Oh boy, you know it was rough. That boy, he probably cried himself to sleep. Who knows? Poor baby. But let's go back to Twitter again, a little quick. That was refreshing. You know. Crystal clear. It's time for Democrat voters to now reprogram themselves and come back to reality. The men, especially, they're going to regret how beta they became, and it's time to get back to work and quit whining and itching about Trump. Kamala can't save you. Trump is the next president of the United States. CNN calls Pennsylvania for Trump. Finally, he expected on stage in moments. Okay, so they finally called it for Trump. CNN finally called it for Trump. So if his ops are calling it for him, he should be on stage soon. Come on, Trump. I need you to speak so I can go to sleep, bro. You won the presidency already, okay? You don't need to keep beating us over the head waiting for you. He's still not on stage yet. Oh my God. So I'm gonna keep going back on Twitter real quick. Yeah, Pressler, you deserve a lot of credit. You literally just tweeted out that America's decency was destroyed tonight. Where is the graciousness. Trump has won the 2024. Congratulations to the Republicans and Trump. Be humble in victory, gracious in defeat. To Democrats, I'm proud of you. I'm thankful. I appreciate you. I don't care. Orange Man is good. Bombshell. Trump has won the 2024 election. The greatest political story in history. I've been saying that for a long time. That Trump, he's letting it sink in. Harry Sisson or Harry Sissy, some would call him. That man is not taking this stuff well, boy. I know the comment section, they coming for this man's neck. Coming for that man's neck. You do realize you benefit a lot more from the Trump's economy, right? You have no grounds to stand on to tell us how to be humble or gracious. Yeah. Oh boy. Hey, you see why he didn't want to bet money. Remember with Piers Morgan? Piers Morgan asked Harry Sisson, do you want to bet money? 10 grand? He didn't want to bet. Already showed from that point on his lack of weakness. Oh, News Nation. Commentator warns that Democrats will blame Elon Musk's $1 million giveaways for why Kamala lost the election instead of blaming themselves. This will 100% happen. We have already known in the course of an hour, explained 50 reasons why Democrats lost. Right? Damn, already making excuses. I'm going to get an orange and orange juice along with my McDonald's. Hey, with a side of orange juice. Let's hear this clip from News Nation. I guess we missed out seeing Destiny cry. So let's go. Let's look into it.
But the temptation for Democrats to blame Elon Musk, right? The Republicans never got over the 2020 election, right? They've been living in the 2020 election for 4 years. The temptation for Democrats to say, well, this was actually Elon Musk because he gave away money. This was actually this. This was actually the change in the voter rules, and do what they did in 2016. The temptation for Democrats will be to do what they did in 2016 and not look at themselves, but to look at outside forces to blame the loss. We have already, in the course of an hour, explained 50 reasons why Democrats lost, why the fundamentals of the race favored the party out of power.
The problem is that Democrats Democrats don't want to admit that they're at fault, right? They don't want to admit they're at fault with anything. Like I said it before, anything good that happens in Biden's administration, they take credit for it. Anything bad that happens in their administration, they blame Trump for it. And that was the difference. The fact that they couldn't take any accountability, the fact that they lacked so much self-awareness, especially the mainstream media, they deserved this. This was America's protest. Courage was calling, and America answered. And now we got Donald Trump because we're done with the fear-mongering. We listened to you in 2020, and look how you punished us. Now you lost all credibility whatsoever. Now you got your last gasp of air for another 4 years, and then after that, legacy media go bye-bye.
The inflation, the immigration, all of this stuff. Great. We know it. We can see it. Now is the time, if you're a Democrat, take your own inventory. Instead of talking about whose fault it's going to be, this is a time to look at yourself and say, okay, how do we miss? But the temptation for Democrats.
A party that don't even know what accountability is, and you're sitting, you're right. Hey, so-called black women, y'all still made history. Congratulations to Kamala Harris for becoming the first, she's not the first, black woman in history to become a Democratic nominee without a single vote and still lose in the general election. Congratulations, sister. Let us know if you need moving boxes. So good. Republicans under President President Trump just won the popular vote tonight. I called it before the first poll was released, and I was right. The American people are done with the gaslighting and the lies of the elite. We're ready to put America first. Like, imagine calling that fascist. Like, calling that fascist, hey, we should take the interests of our citizens before the needs of everyone, and that's fascism. Shaking my head, guys. Overperforming urban areas, particularly with men. Woo! That's going to hurt the feminist little feelings. Oh, women are outnumbered men.
The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
The Fox News decision desk can.
I'm on Instagram just trying to look at how some family members are reacting to this loss. Probably dramatically, obviously. Boy, I just think gotta let it hit me, man. With the election tonight decided as we head into Veterans Day. Oh my God, Veterans Day weekend. I forgot. Thank God for that. I'm off that day. Oh, thank God. We should celebrate the 40-year veterans who just elected Vice President of the United States. Oh, a 40-year-old veteran who was just elected Vice President of the United States. Well done, J.D. Vance. Well done. Season 8 of Trump had its ups and downs, but the finale, 10 out of 10. We'll watch again. Downloading for play rides. Ride home. Amazing. Hilarious. The jokes are hilarious, guys. Oh, Trump's on stage. Trump's on stage. Trump's on stage, guys. So let me get out of your face. Let's shoot. There we go. Trump's on stage.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
Yes.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Hey, that's what we want. Job's not
and in
finished.
addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
Michigan coming too, seems like.
We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it
80%.
because there was no other path.
Yep.
There was no other path to victory. We also have won
Arizona,
the
2
popular
points.
vote. That was great.
Yes.
Very proud of that.
4% in Nevada.
Thank you.
Sweep all the swing states. Essentially. Best case scenario, Trump won. That's
Thank
crazy.
you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I
This was better than
voted for
Obama.
this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's
No more
the
filibuster
Senate
talk.
races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Clean sweep. Clean sweep. No one to
And I
blame but
wanna
yourselves,
thank
Democrats.
Mike Johnson, I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that?
He'll brag about that forever, bro.
Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing.
I do.
That's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all.
Damn.
What a help.
And they had to go down for this. For real. Trying to destroy
My
made him a legend.
father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Let's try. That's crazy.
and his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Ushabez. And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Hey. This is what happens when you hire someone based on merit. All right. He's actually good at his job. All right. I just want to say there for, Kamala, that's a shot at Biden for Kamala.
Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Yeah, that's what we put you in for.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice.
That's an understatement.
I took a little heat at the beginning.
Yeah, he did. Hey, look.
But he was.
Trump was right.
I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special.
I know Mike Pence must be pissed.
Lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going
Trump
bad.
Trump like he's
fast.
averaging 5 percentage points.
We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country.
The polls underestimated Trump's support again.
We want people to come back in.
That's exactly what happened again.
But we have to
Only
let
Pennsylvania
them
was
come back
close
in, but they have to
to what
come
they
in
projected.
legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden. We call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But Trump, yeah, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon could do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man. Happens to
But they don't want Elon to do anything to the government when he's able to make rockets land on its own upright, getting caught by what's practically chopsticks. Yet you don't want people like that, competent people like that, running the government. Make it make sense. Only the government, where they will try to reject someone that intelligent, that innovative, from restructuring their government and making it more efficient. Only the government, guys. Only the government.
They hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's
and then you want to take the federal contracts from him,
and you know,
NASA?
when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very...
Sorry to cut off the speech, you know, but I wanted to drop some news here. Jake Tapper is shocked that the map shows that Kamala Harris did not outperform Joe Biden, not in a single county. You heard that right. She wasn't able to outperform Joe Biden in any county. Holy smokes, literally nothing, literally not one county. Trump was the biggest winner tonight. Joe Biden, the second biggest winner. I just wanted to leave it out there because that's crazy. Imagine that. That's crazy. I voted. This is a Kamala supporter. I voted for Kamala. I think he's a bad guy, Trump. But if you lose the Senate, House, Electoral College, and popular vote, and you think the lesson is half the country is racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, and stupid, wrong lesson, and the same thing will happen in 2028. Hey, man, you may be a Kamala supporter, but you made sense there. That's crazy. Oh, my God. I can't believe it, man. Yo, Dana White, got to hear this, man.
I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk Boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in.
Yes, yo. Him and Shanahan.
And he's going to help make America healthy again.
The biggest winner tonight is Robert F. Kennedy because he made political moves. Yo, for someone who wants his agenda passed, he could have stayed with if he had stayed loyal to the Democratic Party, he would never been in any position to actually enact any of the policies or any of the changes that he wanted to do in the government. What Robert F. Kennedy did is political masterclass. I called it that Robert F. Kennedy was going to run as an independent and then try to use that as leverage to get some type of concession from either of the party. He tried that with Harris. Harris waved him off. And to me, I think the reason why we won so heavily is because we had RFK, because of the fact that we try to appeal to the libertarian vote. And we were seen as the more centrist ticket because of the fact that we had Tulsi Gabbard, because of the fact that we had RFK. Then Kamala just copycat off of Donald Trump. Everyone's like, yo, why would I want the copycat when I can get the original? Trump was the first one to have a candidate that wasn't aligned with him politically as part of his cabinet. And then you have Kamala Harris trying to join in on this. The ridiculousness.
They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American.
It didn't matter. We're
Americans. And
That's
it was
it.
beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term.
Yep, you're right. This is breaking the brains. I just finished replying on Twitter. Follow me on X. I'm getting spicy on X now. I told y'all, don't let Trump win. Don't let him win the popular vote. You lost in every conceivable way. There's nothing you can glean any positivity if you're a Democrat from this election. You lost completely. House, Senate, popular vote, electoral college. You got nothing. Nothing. And you want to blame misogyny? Some idiot on X just said, it's because of misogyny. It's because of men. And I just rebutted, look how you talk to men. Look how you message the men. When we told you stop talking down on us, you and your party didn't listen. I hope we have your attention now. I hope we have your attention now, Democrats. I hope we have your attention now, liberals. I hope we have your attention now, Democratic voter. When people talk, it's about time you listen.
That's Donald Trump, the 47th President of the United States. Thanks for spending election night with us. We'll see you next time.
Thanks for spending election night with me, guys. I really do appreciate it. It was a long night. It's been a long night. I got to let you guys go. I got to go to sleep. I appreciate all who stood, who came by the stream, who checked by the stream, who walked by the stream, gave me some likes, gave me some engagement. I appreciate you, Dance with Incels. I think you've been with me the entire time, or at least most of the stream. I appreciate you guys watching, talking, engaging with the content. Video's going to come out a bit late tomorrow, so as more people wake up to the reality that Donald Trump is now the 47th president, and he's now once again president-elect. I think this was a great night. We just witnessed history in the making. No, later, bro. Later, Dance with Incels. Later, everybody. I hope you guys sleep beautifully tonight, and hopefully you don't have too much work to do in the morning, guys. But I appreciate you guys watching. I appreciate you guys taking time out of your day to be with me in this watch party, and I appreciate it as always. And I'll catch you guys possibly Friday. I'll do another live stream Friday for more post reactions. But I digress. Enjoy your night. Congrats to Donald Trump, and job's not finished. But I appreciate you guys. See you on the next video. Peace. I appreciate you guys, and bye-bye.